Welcome, junglers, to another episode in our lecture series. Today we have Professor Pabu here talking about Zed. Now, Zed is a recently jungle champion added to the pool, 11.18. He was buffed. So we're going to cover a lot of stuff that there's not much content out there that I have seen. So we're going to be really breaking things down, starting with the basics. We're going to be covering champion identity, jungle clear, how do you kill people as Zed, you know, the combos, builds, runes, what a good game with Zed looks like, what does a bad game with Zed look like, and overall just what's your mindset? How do you kill the Nexus with Zed? So Pabu here, for people who don't know, he's the current jungler for Pentanet. People might recently know him from MSI earlier this year. With Pentanet, they're the first OS team to make it into the groups, which was a huge deal. They famously beat Cloud9, which really started the NA hate. You fueled it a lot. But where I wanted to start with you, Pabu, was talking about where I'd say you got a lot of fame, where people really started to know you, was the All-Stars event back in 2018. Most famously, your solo kill on Faker. So I've got the VOD up here. This is taking a bit of a trip down memory lane for you, Pabu. But tell me about your mindset going into this event. Like, obviously, you know, did you have to beat? I think you beat Doublelift to get into the Faker round.
Yeah,
this is the quarterfinals here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you want to walk us through that experience?
Well, I was super nervous going into most of these, especially because like I rolled Doublelift first, but I was with Triple Cheese, and he just kept telling me that these players aren't actually that good. Like they're playing like the same game as we are, and like they're not spectacular. You know, they're not gonna do anything they can't do. Like it's winnable, and so that's basically it. He really like set my mind straight of like I can actually beat these guys, but still I didn't want to like fall into their game. So like playing as Faker, you know, I'm not going to play a mage matchup against Faker. Like I'm not going to play like a really skill intensive lane. I'm going to pick like a kill lane, and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna try find my window, right? And that was kind of the idea with like the Darius pick, is like I can't outspace him. I probably won't outtrade him, but I can kill him if he makes a mistake.
So your mindset was to play to your strengths, and I mean, this was your first like international event, wasn't it? Like, so you'd never play these players. So I guess your mindset was like how good are these players really? Like, you've been watching this. I mean, you've been playing League for how long, Pabu, at this point? Since season 3?
Probably, yeah, like late season 2 is when I think I first started, because I remember watching season 2 Worlds.
So Faker to you would be like, you know, he's like the god, the pinnacle of, you know, I mean, he's the greatest league player of all time. No argument about that. So to verse him here, like, so you felt like you're pretty cool, calm, collected. You were like, I'm just gonna play my game and beat him.
I was shaking though. I was for sure shaking. Maybe not the entire time, but definitely like afterwards, I was like an absolute bag of nerves.
So we're at 219 here. I skipped through the early parts. You're obviously sitting under the tower. People can see up here. He's on 17 CS to 2 CS. So the way that the All-Stars, the 1v1 works as well, is the first to 100 CS automatically wins. Is that how it works as well? So there is a pressure. There's pressure to it. So what were you thinking here? What was your mindset? Like, the only way I win this is if I go for some random solo kill, right?
Yeah, well, my idea was to just drop every CS until I found a time I could kill him. Like, I had no intention of actually getting any creeps.
So this was your first engage on him?
Yeah, I think it was really, like, overforced. It was kind of close, actually, but, like, I flash pulled him, which is really... It's not that bad. Like, I did it when he used his Qs, so he had, like, no speed to get away, but it was, like... I should play for a bigger misstep, in my opinion. Like, just being in flash pull range isn't, like, a deciding misstep, you know?
Because at the end of the day, he'll just flash your E, right? Like, if you flash E, he'll just flash that, and then you're sort of in trouble, right? And then he sort of missteps here, and then you're able to kill him there, and you're very stoked about that, as you can tell. And who's that?
Like
That's Bang.
Yeah,
is that Bang? His reaction, everyone was just blown away.
It was so funny. Yeah, I can't believe it. If you like, I'm like, yeah, is not real. It felt literally unreal. But like,
so what did he do here? He misstepped. So what happened here?
So I have tonic, right? I have time warp tonic, so I'm a lot faster than him. And I'm sitting there, and I think he walks. He throws like Q. So, yeah, I thought he was in my. What I didn't realize is he has tonic as well, and he used the pot. And I guess I just like got lucky, and Chad stepped the Q when I thought he would Q. I just stepped forwards, and he kept walking forwards, so he died. It was a bit of like a, I don't know. I consider this one of my strengths when I was a top laner, was like these micro reads. And like, I kind of just knew that if I turned around, it's puts me in an advantageous position, especially since I was in the bush. I've been a bush goblin like my entire career. I'd be playing like Riven, Darius, Fiora, just like all these champs where I need to get into range to kill, and so like I guess Faker fell for one of my tricks.
So this is what people also might not know. So Pabu here, I mean, traditionally for OS, he's been a top laner, and a really interesting thing I also want to talk to you about is that you've come out and said that you feel like switching from top to jungle has literally saved your career as a professional player. Do you want to talk a little bit about like why you think that is? Like what would a world be like if you were still in the top lane here? What do you think?
I think that it's very easy when you're a pro player for a really long time to build up a long list of habits, and they're not necessarily all good. You play through a series of metas, you play in a huge like group of teams, you play with a bunch of different players, and you just kind of learn these very specific things that aren't always good, and sometimes you develop bad habits, especially in a region like Oz where we aren't so organized and we don't have the best coaching staff and support staff. Like it's very easy to learn things that aren't productive to you as a player, and kind of role swapping to jungle allowed me to shed a lot of
Bad
those
habits?
those bad habits while I'd still retain the ability to learn and become better. Like I developed that skill over my time as a pro, and then I moved into a new role where I had a few ideas of what I was doing, but for the most part, basically no habits, and I was very moldable, right? I think I was lucky that my coach was really good at that split, and he had a very strong idea for how he thought the jungle should be played. And so it was very easy for me to take kind of like the pillars that I was taught and just implement them in my gameplay. There's no years of my own like ego, I guess, like about how I think the game should be played playing into it. It's just I'm just trying to do my best, and it's very easy for me to do that because I haven't had to play, like 15,000 games of jungle before. I'm like just kind of going into it very fresh.
So you felt like that fresh start was just shed all that top lane stuff, learning a role from start. Were you nervous? Were you confident you'd just be the best? Like, did you think it would turn out as successful? Did you think you would be going? I mean, you role swapped in what 2019 was it? No, 2020 was it?
Uh, Yeah,
Season
it was
10.
2020. I think I played in like the 2019 off season was when I first played
Yeah.
the role in solo queue properly. Like I got to rank 1 like just before the year ended, if I recall correctly. But yeah,
So
so
going from 2020, starting the role to, I mean, what was it? A couple of months ago, July, June this year, going to MSI, being the best team in OS and beating Cloud9 as a jungler. Is that crazy to you, or were you like, oh, I'm
it's
just gonna do
pretty
this easy?
it's pretty vindicating because like I've always kind of had this opinion that a lot of the roles like aren't played super well here.
In OS,
And
yeah.
yeah, in OS. So it was pretty like I always thought that I could be a good jungler, and maybe that was just my ego talking, and like I kind of lucked out and just had the right qualities to be able to do it. Um, but it definitely was like, yes, like I am extremely capable. I'm not just, riding off of like any like I don't know. Let's say I got lucky and developed a few things that maybe is a good top laner, but moving into jungle, I had to work from the ground up, and I could still become a very good player. So it gives me a lot of confidence in myself, because it shows that I can like build this foundation as a strong player from nothing very quickly.
Would you say that also the mindset helps you learn champs quickly as well?
Yeah, I've always kind of been a bit of a goblin in terms of champion pool. Like I've always played a lot of weird things. I was definitely the top laner that kind of randomed his champion pool in solo queue. Um, and that really wasn't because I was griefing. I genuinely had like these ideas of what I thought was good. I'd always try and push like concepts that I thought could potentially be good. And some of them were not good, but some of them were good. Like I think I got on top of like there was this weird when Nico and Cannon were meta, like Corki and Azir kind of popped up as counter picks to them top lane,
Yep.
especially Corki. And I was like super on the ball with that. There's a few other things like that that I thought made sense to me, and I didn't understand why other people weren't playing it. Like Zillion top as well. That never really became a thing, but Zillion kind of has been noticed as this really imbalanced champion because there's very little counterplay if it gets to play the game. But yeah, I think I'm not sure what makes you able to learn champions fast, but kind of having the willingness to just throw yourself into competition with them and put yourself in positions to actually be challenged by other players. Because I noticed a lot of players will be really like insecure about, they'll need 20 solo queue games on a champion before they play a
They go on a
scrim, and then
Smurf.
they'll go on a Smurf, then they'll go on the main, then they'll go on the Scream, then they'll go on stage, and it takes like 70 games for them with the champion. But honestly, League of Legends champions aren't that hard. There's a lot of learning in terms of limits. Like your aggressive limits are quite hard to learn, but in terms of learning what you can pretty reliably do, you don't need that much gameplay, especially if you're a good player. Is how I feel. Um, but getting the most out of your champion takes a ton of time, right?
That's where champ
Um,
mastery comes into, and then you need the hundreds of games.
Absolutely, but you can hit like the baseline pretty quick. Is how I
If you
feel.
challenge us, so you're saying if you put yourself in the deep end, you'll literally like you just get challenged by play on your main account. You'll learn a champion way faster playing it like first 10 games in Challenger than playing on a diamond account. Is that your
Yeah,
philosophy?
yeah. It happened to me this year. I had to. I think I was sitting at like rank one, and then I really wanted to push myself to get good at Lee Sin because Lee Sin was kind of one of the champions that I'd strayed away from. And so I just dumped like 400 LP into learning Lee Sin, and then by the time it came to playoffs, it was banned every game. Like, yeah, I think that the deep end is really valuable because you actually get like just being able to execute isn't all you need to do. You need to be able to execute in relation to what your enemies are doing, and if you play against bad enemies, it will teach you bad things.
Would you say that you're a jungler now? Like you'll never go back to top lane, or you're still open
Yes,
for the day? So you think that
like
that's it? This is your role.
theoretically, I would be open, but I definitely do think that I am a substantially better jungler than I am as a top laner. I genuinely believe that I would be capable of playing any role in a competitive setting like excellently. Of course, there would be like a bump when I have to learn the role, but I feel like I would be capable for any role. However, I do think that my skill set is best suited towards being a jungler.
Do you think that your journey in League will look different if you didn't play lane before jungle? But there's a lot of philosophies out there, and I think Alice has talked about this, where he thinks that people shouldn't play jungle until they've been a laner at least a Diamond 4 level. Do you agree with that? Do you think that there is a way? I mean, I've sort of done it I would say maybe the hard way in that relation. I mean, I was purely a jungler from the get go, and I sort of had to learn lanes and lane states and match up sort of the hard way in a way. Like, do you think that that matters or not?
I think the LS wisdom is pretty correct. I think it's way easier to understand what your team needs when you have had those same needs in the past. Like, for me, at least, I feel like I'm way more able to look at the map and like respond to lane states correctly. It was a big, I guess I would get compliments on it all the time when I first started being a jungler. Was that I was there when my laner needed me to be there. Um, and I was just able to,
So
well,
that's one of the first things you picked up when you were the jungle. You just knew where to be because you were in that position as the top laner, for example.
yeah, I pretty much played as like a Volibear Trundle slave for the first few months of my career as a jungler. I would just like focus on setting up my lanes to succeed, and that was it. I would never play for myself, never play for camp lead, never play for EXP. Just if I had to be somewhere, I had to be there. Um, and that was like definitely like my biggest asset for a long time was my ability to always be where I needed to be, and it was a bit more challenging when I had to start learning to balance that against my own needs as jungle slowly got buffed into like a much more farm heavy role. Because when I started, you just play Lee Sin Volibear and run around the map and just click lanes.
So you started off with really not mechanical champions at all. You were sort of just like, I want to learn jungle fundamentals, and you sort of learnt that, and then you're like, oh, I can actually carry as a jungler. And I guess that's sort of the way the meta went as well, didn't it? This year.
Hmm.
What advice would you have, Pabu? What would you give to, let's say, someone who feels really stuck in like they're playing top lane or mid lane or ADC, and they sort of see the jungle, but they maybe feel like, oh, it's a very different sort of way to play the game. You sort of go to camps and gank, and you sort of play in the whole map. Let's say they're stuck and they sort of want to maybe experiment or dip their toe in the jungle. What advice would you give to someone who feels stuck and they want to actually, maybe they think they can become a jungle main like you feel like you are now?
I think that it's very daunting at first, but it's a very different type of fulfilling to be a good jungler. Laning is very like you just kind of smack your head up against someone else, and if you're better than them, you beat them down. But as a jungler, there's a lot more responsibility on you to analyze more things, to pay more attention to the map, to really understand the game like holistically instead of just winning your lane. And when you can comprehensively outthink someone and just outperform them, it's a very different kind of satisfying. Not better, but it's very different. Um, and I think for a lot of people, like You should try because the game of League of Legends, there's so many different things that it appeals to, in my opinion, and you're kind of missing out if you're not trying at all. At least a bit. Like, I think it's. I have a lot of fun when I go back and I lane these days because it's very different to my experience as a jungler. But like jungling was extremely fun for the longest period of time because I could look at a player and I could think like, I'm going to win this game because I'm smarter than you, and then I go on the rift and I win the game. Like that's not something that is as easy to do as a laner because a lot of other like external variables can kind of put your laning phase in a hard spot. But if you're the better jungler, it's very easy to influence the games in a strong positive way.
So would you say, you use the word, you feel like you're not better, but you have a different view of the game. Would you say that you're overall a better player than you when you were a top laner? Is that just something come with time, with experience? Or do you think you just have a different sort of view of outlook of the game because you're a jungler and you have different responsibilities?
I think it does make me a better player, but only because my skill set has expanded. I don't think I've
Yeah.
like some of the things I learned as a top laner I will have lost because I didn't keep them in practice, but a lot of the concepts I can still maintain while adding new ones to like my brain. So I think like objectively, I am a better player now that I've become a jungler because I've just learned way more about the game and how things interact. Because my view of the jungle was very rudimentary and like straightforward, kind of flowcharty as a laner. When there's a lot more nuance to it than I thought.
All right. Well, let's jump into some Zed action now, Pabu.
Mhm.
Well, let's start with going over builds, runes. I always say it's the boring stuff. The gameplay's that's the fun stuff for me.
Mhm.
So starting off with Zed getting buffed in 11.8, so let's say you go on Reddit, you're reading the patch notes. Did you instantly think this could be a good jungler, or were you like, this might be a bit of a gimmick? Like there has been buffs to other champs like Darius and Garen, but those things never really picked up. What do
Yeah.
you think? What's the difference between Zed? Like what's going on here?
I think the difference between Zed is I already kind of understood that this champion was very powerful. Like when you see Zed played, it feels kind of ridiculous because he can get so much damage out very easily without putting himself at much risk. And I think that's a very big difference compared to most assassins is that a lot of assassins are very linear in the way that they play, while Zed has the tools to maneuver around fights a lot better. So combined with his good scaling, I thought if he can clear at all reasonably, that he is a good champion to have in the game. Not necessarily a good jungler, but definitely a good champion to have in the game. So
So
I was pretty
you think he's
excited
just
playing him.
better than Garen, and you just think he's just fundamentally a better champ than Garen and Darius and the likes?
Indeed. It's just his ability to assert himself over the game and then also being able to maneuver around lots of champions that need to be maneuvered around. Like Darius and Garen don't have many opportunities like, enemy Fiora or enemy Gwen or enemy Gordrinker talent is like very fed. Like what are you going to do? You can't kill them, right? But as a champion like Zed, you can use your tools to outplay to or at least not die to them. Like you can always maneuver around the things that are troublesome inside of the game and find the people you can actually kill.
So what makes, is he a better jungler than he is mid laner right now, just purely because of the buffs? Like, what's the difference do you think between mid lane Zed and jungle Zed?
I think Zed's laning phase, contrary to popular belief, is actually quite weak. He doesn't get to do much inside of the lane. Like his energy is very prohibitive, and he's extremely reliant on his shadow cooldown. So it's very easy to build waves against Zed and roam, and like punish him on the tower. All these things are quite easy. Like later on, once he gets Dirk and a few long swords, he has a lot of all-in threat. But really, up until then, he really struggles in most of his matchups, especially like other common matchups. Like Zed versus Assassins is quite hard. Zed versus Tryndamere is unwinnable. Zed versus Silas can be hard. Like there's so many matchups that he kind of struggles in. Where in the jungle, you have kind of it's very hard to stop a full clearing jungler from full clearing, and it's very easy for Zed to get access to a ton of gold. So I'd say he's not. I'd say he's more powerful as a jungler, but I don't think he is like a good quote unquote jungler. I just think he's a really good champion that happens to be able to play in the jungle quite nicely.
And that you think is purely just because of his jungle clear right now?
Yeah, his jungle clear is like through the roof. It's really quite obscene.
Oh, we'll get to that when we get to the gameplay. So going into builds here. So we were having a discussion before how you actually sort of switch your mindset from the talking about Eclipse, Gore Drinker, Yomu's Rush. So going over your recent, I mean, let's just go over your most recent game 3 days ago here. Let's go over some builds. I mean, I guess, how about we start with just runes, because these things don't really change that much. So this build here, you got Presence of Mind instead of Triumph. Walk us through this.
I think Electrocute is kind of a bit of a bait, even against champions that you think you should be able to assassinate, like Lilia and Nidalee, for example. Um, they're still kind of quite tanky, and a lot of the time they will have early armor coming out. So Conqueror often outvalues these runes, even versus squishier champions. And it also allows you to opt into both Presence of Mind and Cosmic Insight. Presence of Mind is really necessary on this champion because you're gated really hard by your energy costs, and if you don't take it, you're losing out on a lot of damage. You can switch between Alacrity and the Tenacity one as the game allows. Coup de Grace is theoretically like nicer on an assassin and jungler, but Last Stand is just tuned way better than Coup de Grace, so it tends to outdamage it almost every game. Coup de Grace is a bit nicer on junglers because often your damage matters most when you're trying to kill someone in a gank, in which case Last Stand is never going to play into it. But Zed kinda has enough damage that it's not super necessary, and the value of Last Stand in a lot of situations can be really crazy. And then, in terms of secondary runes,
So you'll take Last Stand every game. You think it's just straight
yeah,
up better than Coup de
every
Grace?
game.
Wow.
The coup de grace values are just really terrible.
Interesting, yeah.
In terms of secondary runes, you could theoretically make an argument for Gathering Storm Absolute Focus, I think, but that's the only one really. The green runes aren't good, the red runes are also not good. Your ultimate cooldown is already low enough that you don't really need Ultimate Hunter, especially once you get some CDR, it comes up really quick. Ravenous Hunter is pretty unnecessary on most junglers nowadays because you just heal up anyways. I think the thing that I like the most about the Cosmic Insight is in a lot of games, Red Smite is super useful for the 1v1, especially when you're playing against champions like Talon, Kiana, Nidalee. And you get your Red Smite a good, I'm not sure if it's 2 minutes, like a minute 30 earlier, but if they have Red Smite and you don't, you just always lose the fight. And so not being able to match Red Smite is really important in a lot of these more explosive matchups. So I think almost every game I would take Cosmic. I really don't think there's a game where I don't take Cosmic. And Boots is just the nicest rune. You could theoretically take Futures Market in some cases if you wanted. Well, that's the thing. On Zed, since you're going Iron Spike, Whip, and Ghost Blade, you actually don't need Futures Market because if you don't get a good first clear off, you can just base them by Pickaxe instead of Dirk. So Futures Market is pretty unnecessary. On some other champions, like say Graves, Futures Market can be really good because you always just get your serrated Dirk on first base. But on Zed, the Pickaxe is quite valuable, so you don't have to. Boots just tends to be the best. You can go Stopwatch versus a few champions like Syndra or Fizz or kind of these champions that are hard for you to kill unless you can Stopwatch their big ability. But for the most case, Boots is just the most reliable option.
So you think Cosmic Insight overall in general is just better because you have more abilities to use your Smite, and I mean Flash is a very useful ability as well on Zed. So you think overall it's a bit more general? Just you go on that most games. Do you go every game, or have you actually experimented with those other runes?
I have over time, but for the longest of time, I'm just Cosmic every game, and you take the attack speed shot. It's nicest if you're clear because your passive is your best clearing ability.
So attack speed adaptive, and then you always switch out this versus an AP jungler versus a AD jungler. What's your mindset between the taking magic versus armor?
Some games there can be value to taking armor even versus AP jung. Some junglers aren't very capable of dealing damage to you. For example, like Nidalee and Karthus kind of struggle to do damage to you in the early game. They do scale, like especially Karthus, you're going to get hit by his ult anyways, but in the early game, if there's scary enemy champions, say you're playing against I don't know, Jax and Talon mid, armor can often outvalue you because you can dodge, say the Nidalee's damage quite easily, but you can't stop the Talon from hitting you. In those situations, I would take armor, but for the most case, it's just a jung matchup.
All right, so that covers runes. So you think Electrocute, bait, you'll never go Electrocute overall? Do you think just Conqueror is just overall way solid? And you just like this tree better, the Presence of Mind, all that sort of stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Skill builds, I assume you take 2 points Q. This is purely just for the clear.
You can opt into W level 3 if you want to. If you see something that really needs to be attended to, like you see a lane that really needs to go to, you can take W third. It doesn't hurt your clear too much, surprisingly, but it's definitely like a few seconds slower. Um, and more often than not, as Zed, you want to be just smashing the full clear, so it's not the greatest. But say you're passing bot and they've like traded down to 100 HP, you can just like take W and skip camps and attend. Like it's not the worst. It definitely doesn't ruin your clear or anything. But for the most part, QEQ every game.
Well, if you had right now a percentage in your mind or a ratio, how many times do you full clear on Zed versus attending to something?
Probably like 90% full clear at least.
There
Like
you go. Yeah.
it's pretty
Yeah.
bad.
So you think the full clear is just so good on Zed, and again we'll get to
Mhm.
it. It's just there's no reason not to do it. That's your
Mhm.
mindset.
It's one of his biggest strengths, so you want to be utilizing it as much as you can.
All right, so we go Q max overall, and then E max second, and then obviously Alt, and then W last. Obviously, this game you didn't get another points, but that's the way it goes.
Mhm.
All right, so item build. So we talked about Red Smite every single game. So this game you went for Dirk first. Is this normal,
Mhm.
or do you want to? Is this so you go Dirk first every game, and then you go into the Iron Whip, or do you start with the Iron Whip?
It's not a huge deal. Iron Spike Whip makes you clear like a little bit faster because you kind of get gated by energy when you're clearing. And so Iron Spike Whip gives you some more AoE to mow through the camps, and it helps burst them down to get into your passive range. But if you're ever going to be fighting early game, Dirk is just going to be stronger, and it doesn't harm your clear that much. Your clear is already light speed, so having light speed plus like 1 second doesn't change it that much. Um, so the only important thing is just getting Dirk and Iron Spike Whip like first, because when you have those two in combination, you're just like crazy strong. You have enough burst to basically 100-0 any character in the game at that point with your combos. So if you can get Dirk and Whip, you're really strong. And then from there on out, you can just choose to opt into whatever you want. But usually it's just Ghostblade into Go Drinker. If you really need Go Drinker, you can go Go Drinker before Ghostblade. But most games you just want to go Ghostblade. It's so OP in the jungle. Having the extra move speed to navigate around the map and gap close with is just very nice.
Give us an example of a situation where you'll be going Gore Drinker first instead of Ghostblade.
Um, if enemy has an assassin mid like Fizz or I don't think in any of these I would be going Gold Drinker first, but if enemy team has like an assassin mid and then a CC sup that I can't avoid, like Nautilus or Leona, I will opt into Gold Drinker first. But for the most part, Ghostblade is just so broken in terms of like going around the map. If you can get away with going to Ghostblade, it's nice. And also its build path is a bit nicer than Gold Drinker because you just stack longswords. Um, Compared to Gold Drinker, where you have to opt into a lot of ruby crystals, which aren't optimal for early game.
So you want to go more for damage rather than tankiness, just looking to one-shot people.
Yeah, it's easier to influence the lanes if you actually have the damage, but I would be really surprised if you found the Gold Drinker game here. The other alternative in terms of builds that is not great all the time but can be good is Eclipse if you want to opt into more scaling. Because of it gives a percentage armor pen on the mythic passive, which scales really nicely into the late game. Um,
So
so
this game's an example where you built Eclipse.
yeah, I think I was still flip-flopping between the builds at this point. I wasn't super sure about Gold Drinker, but when they have tankier team compositions, you can see it's an electrocute game as well. Um, when they have tankier team compositions where you might need more time to get through them, Eclipse can scale better, but it gives you a lot less damage in the early game because the Iron Spike Whip and Dirt combo is so OP, and it gives you less HP early on, which allows you to fight some of these assassin type champions early without being super burstable. If you go Eclipse, you're a lot squishier and you have to play a lot safer.
So Eclipse you think's better against tankier teams? Is
It
that how you
depends.
sort of
It
sum it?
gets it gets better later on against tankier teams, but the Gold Drinker is very nice early game at dealing with these champions. So for the most part, like it's very hard to justify buying Eclipse, but if the game is going to go long, it will often become very good.
Okay. So again, ratio. How often do you reckon you'll be piloting Eclipse versus that standard Yomu's into Gore Drinker?
You can maybe find like 10-15% Eclipse games, but even then, sometimes still I tend to err on the side of Gold Drinker just because it's comfortable.
Okay.
Um,
Sort of like the
yeah,
way you play it, you're just very comfortable with the Gore Drinker play style. Just be like, go in, use it to heal up.
yeah, it's very easy to like utilize both the whip and the Gold Drinker early game in terms of your combos to like kind of accelerate the game because it just makes your burst combo so much stronger earlier on.
All right, so talking back to, so I guess this is sort of the general build. Looking at third, fourth items, what are you looking at? So this
Um,
game looks like you went last Whip Spa. You've been going, I think it was Serpent's Fang one game, this game
mhm.
here. So what are our options?
I think that Sorelja's Grudge, the slowing Lost Whisper, is almost always the best item. Probably 80% of games it's the best item. Um, but your other options, like it, it does. You don't need to have much armor for Soreljas to be very valuable. If you see two champions with like an armor item, it gets very good very quickly, especially if the enemy support is building a locket. Soreljas can get very good very quickly because the armor values. It's like the percentage armor pen is surprisingly good. And part of the problem is a lot of the other lethality items, apart from Ghostblade, just suck. Their values aren't great. Their passives aren't great. Like Serpent's Fang got pretty hard nerfed. Edge of Night has always been pretty terrible in the damage department. Umbral Glaive is like really okay, but your other items are a bit nicer. Um, what's the way to put it? I think there'll be a lot of games where Serpent's Fang is. Oh, you have Chainsword as well as another option in case the enemy team has tons of healing. That
So
item
this
is
game
quite
you're against a
nice.
Soraka, Draven, Aurelia. So this was a really good Chainsaw, Kempak Chainsaw game. So you
Yeah.
bought it, this uses again, you built it third item.
Well, I mean, I opted into
Oh, interesting. You actually
executions
didn't even go
really
to.
early.
Yeah, okay, that's really early. Yeah.
Um, what's the way to put it? All of the lethality items suck. You can build Serpent's Fang if, well, Shield Bow is really common these days, especially whenever I see Yone, I always want Shield Bow because the champ. Sorry, I always want Shield Cut because
So that's
like
Serpent's
he's
Fang.
yeah. Serpent's Fang versus Yone is super nice. Um, and especially like Locket as well. Like it's nice versus Locket as well. Like Guardian, there's tons of shields that come out that just you don't really think about. So Serpent's Fang can get a lot of value, like kind of surprisingly. Um, but if they're not going to be building Shield Bow, I will really not opt into Serpent's Fang that often. A common thing that I hear is everyone wants to build a like Serpent's Fang versus Set, but I've never really understood it because you can cut Set Shield, but
You think you still can't kill him, it doesn't matter.
yeah, and it expires very quickly. You can just stand around and wait for it to go away. Like you don't have to hit him.
Yeah.
Um, it's okay versus Sterix champions, but typically the armor pen will give you more damage versus it than the shield cut.
And
Um,
again, you're getting the Arp and Pen from the side of it, I forget what
Soreljas.
it's called, from Sorelja's Grudge.
Yeah.
So you would say overall, oh, the other thing was boots as well. So you go CDR boots like pretty much every game, I think I was looking here. You think it's just the
Yeah.
best? When would you ever go Merc Treads? Would you ever go Ninja Tarbs?
Ninja Tabis can be okay, but I think in games where Ninja Tabis are good, you can still go Lucidities and you can just go Death Stance third if the enemy team is super heavy AD. I would prefer that. Having CDR on Zed is really, really important because there are breakpoints where you're. So using your Shadow Slash, like the spin on champions, reduces your W cooldown, and so you need a certain amount of CDR so that it comes back with like 2 Shadow Slashes, basically. Um, so without enough CDR, the champion becomes a lot less mobile. So you always kind of need Lucidity Boost. That's why I thought Duskblade was a good item for a while, because it gave so much CDR early on and you could get to that breakpoint really early. But if you just lock into Lucidity Boots every game, it's pretty good. And um, like Legend Tenacity gives you a ton of tenacity anyways. Adding Merc Treads on top doesn't increase the amount of CC reduction by that much. So if you ever take Legend Tenacity, Merc Treads are already pretty low value in terms of the game. Especially on a champion like Zed, where you have so many tools to outplay the incoming CC, it's often good to just like take the tenacity rune and move on.
All right, so CDR boots. So you'd say overall this game. So you're happy with the CDR you get from boots, Ghostblade, Gold Drinker, and this, like, these are your core items, and then
Hmm.
you've broken all your points, and you're going to be very mobile. You're going to be able to
Yep.
kill people very easily.
Hmm.
And then the next items would be like a Serpent's Fang. You talk about Death's Dance if you need against armor.
Hmm.
What other items would you build a GA ever? What about Edge of Night? What about these items?
Edge of Night is like a fringe item for when enemy team has one ability that you really need to like go through. Like I like it versus Syndra, I like it versus Leona, I like it versus like Rel, all these champions that can kind of hit you with something that you can't really avoid. It can be good. I think GA is fine as well. I don't build GA that much in solo queue because it tends to be a much better competitive item, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because in solo queue, it feels like there's just fight, 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 fight. So I feel like GA loses a lot of its value because if I die once, it's just like a lot of money down the bin. I think one of the better items you can opt into is Cleaver. I think with like between Ghostblade, Gore Drinker, and Shireljas, you already have like a ton of damage, and Cleaver can help you kind of stand toe to toe with the Sets of the world, the Fioras of the world, the Aurelias of this world. Like you get tankier, you still do a lot of damage, and you stack it really quickly, especially if you get like 2 or 3 shurikens on them. You pretty much stack it instantly. Um, and it gives you extra CDR, which is not totally necessary. You already have enough to hit your breakpoints, but it still is nice. I think it's definitely one of the better items, but if you need, like, if you still need to keep your damage totals high, you should just build more lethality items. If you have an important fight coming up, GA is always the best, but otherwise, you have pretty much free reign with your AD items. It can kind of go anywhere, but the ones I've listed are for sure the best.
I mean, it looks like most of your games you never even get to that stage anyway. You're very
Yeah.
much just getting that core, Gore Drinker, Yomu's Gouge, and then you're going for another lethality another lethality item. What would you be building here with the Dirk against this team comp? If you were to continue this game, for example?
In this game, it's for sure going to be Edge of Night. I think like Kennen and Yumi are kind of annoying to like it's hard to avoid their abilities. You kind of have to go into them. So having Edge of Night to, like delay Kennen or like stop the Yumi ult from proccing so fast, like can be very nice. It's
It looks
it's
like you're
very
going Edge of Night here as well against Brand, Zoe.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yeah, Zoe is another one as well. Because when you ult, you always land in the same position at the same time, right? So it's very easy to like line up your skills to hit that person. So a lot of champions that have this one like big ability, for example, it's very easy to say like Syndra stun or throw Zoe bubble or all these kind of things at the Zed coming out of ult. So having the Edge of Night is super valuable against champions that can just throw their CC backwards at you.
This game you went Blue Smite. That was just 10 days ago. You've changed your mind. You think
Hmm.
Red Smite every game, or you think this is a good Blue Smite game because they have a lot of squishy champs. You want a one shot. Or would you go Red Smite still? Now looking
I
at it,
think in retrospect I would go Red Smite, but it's not the worst in this game. I think I don't know. It's still a bit of a bot move here. I'm not sure it's great. I think versus Kane, like Red Smite just tends to be the most valuable, because you end up like fighting that champion for a while. So Red Smite will have good value. But it's like it's not going to be Assassin Kane in this game, so it's not. Usually the Red Smite is most important for stopping yourself from dying, rather than killing the enemy. So in this game, I'm not under much threat of dying, especially like Trundle, Cannon, and Kane are all super easy for me to not die to. So Red Smite becomes less valuable, but I think it's still just both the stronger smite and the best smite for Zed.
potions. Do you ever go Tenacity Pot? Always go in the red one.
Um, you could if the enemy team stacks enough CC, it can be good. I don't like being big. Being big makes me get hit by things. Um, but the red pot has a lot of value on Zed because he scales so well with raw AD that is usually the best.
All right. Well, I think that pretty much covers. I mean, looking at all your games, I mean, you're pretty much going these are your cookie cutter runes like pretty much every
Hmm.
game. It looks like there's no switch at all there. Even the tenacity, you're going tenacity a lot. And then there is a lot of CC in the game these days. Like
Hmm.
I find as well, whenever I think about switching between this and alacrity, like I very rarely find games where that's the case. Like very rarely these days, you know.
Even when I do it, Alacrity feels so good, and it's so nice on Zed as well because your clear is so heavily auto attack based. But then I'll just get hit. They'll have one CC ability in the team, and I'll die to it, and I'll be like, nah, like this is not acceptable. Like it feels so bad, even when it looks like it should be good.
Maybe you lost this game because you didn't take tenacity here against the Gragas Aurelia stun. Maybe Jackson. What do
Yeah,
you
true.
think?
I mean, maybe I got Soraka-E'd. I got locked up in the little circle.
Yeah, that's right. All right, well, I think that pretty much covers up everything. So, yeah, the other extra items we talked about was Chainsword for healing reduction, if you want that. Obviously, Serpent's Fang, if you talked about emphasizing the shield bow to deny that. But it sounds like you have lots of options for those items. You don't really a fan of GA that much. Edge of Night looks like it's pretty popular against certain champs.
Mm-hmm.
And Cleaver you feels good against more like top lane champs that are sort of out of control, like you said, the Fiora and
Like bruises.
Bruisers, yeah. So they're fair. You want to deal with them with the Cleaver that next time. I guess Cleaver makes you a bit tanky as well, so it's pretty good, I think, overall in those situations. Anything else for builds? Oh, go on, yeah.
Not really. You just tend to overkill as Zed, so you don't need to buy the pure damage items. Like, you can still very easily assassinate people when you're opting into Cleaver Fourth. Like, you get like, your scaling is so good that before people get to lock in these items like Zhonya's and stuff, that you will... Man, there's a lot of losses in my match history.
It's all part of the learning process, Pabu.
Absolutely. You will tend to do enough burst that if you land your shurikens, it really doesn't matter what items you build, you kill them anyways.
All right. Well, let's go into gameplay. Now, this is, again, the more exciting bits. We'll start off with maybe talking about the jungle clear a bit. It's a point there that you talk about, I want to quickly cover about, you said that he's scaling. Can you explain how Zed's scaling? Because people traditionally think Zed's not really a scaling champ. Like, everyone's got the situation where they feel like they're Zed super fed, and then they just start dying, and then suddenly they're useless late game, because as you said, people get the GAs and Zonyas. How do you think about Zed as a scaling champion?
So, Zed has two primary advantages over most assassins, and his first one is that his target reach is like unparalleled. It's very easy for him to gain access to enemy backline, and it's very easy for him to do that without dying, which is something that champions like, like your Fizzes, your Talons, your Kianas are still pretty good at, but nowhere near in the same realm as Zed. Zed is like has so much outplay potential in terms of how he engages and how he maneuvers around fights that he can function way better in fights later on than most assassins. And then his other scaling side is that he probably has the best ratios out of any of them, and then he also just has an insane amount of access to gold because his clear is so fast. Compared to your Kiana, your Talon, their clears are still decent, but Zed really like Lamborghinis through the jungle to the point where he can get so much more gold than these champions at a similar time. So he very often just does more damage because he has more gold.
So you're sort of scaling because you're getting more gold because you're clearing the jungle so quickly. So that's sort of the mindset. So you're sort of like you're scaling so much quicker than these other champs. They're never going to get to those GAs and Zonyas. So like that's sort of your mindset. So you're getting all your items before everyone else. Is that the way you sort of think about it in terms of scaling? Okay.
His damage is still very good going into the late game. It's just when it approaches 5-6 items, it can get very hard for him to actually play the game because enemy team will have Zonya's GA. All these kind of items make it hard for him. It's not because you don't do any more damage, it's that you don't really have 2 rounds of abilities. You only really have 1 round before you're like not super useful anymore. So if they survive the first round, your champion just doesn't do that much. So it's not like you can't kill them, it's just you can't kill them twice.
Got it. So it's really important to think about just killing someone. You ideally just want to be able to kill someone once. Killing someone twice, obviously use all your abilities, then it's going to be hard to kill them again. All right, so this is your first game here. So our first question we sort of want to cover here is, what does a great early game with Zed look like? Obviously, that's probably going to start with the clear. I still want to get your thought process, and I love talking to different junglers, thinking about how they think about the game champ select. And that's a huge part of my content, talking about win conditions. It sounds like a Zed, going, I guess, into the champ identity. Do you view yourself as the win condition every game? How do you think about playing around lanes? Like, will you care about lane states that much? You'd be like, I'd rather just focus on my clear. Like, are you there to minimize in the early game? What do you think? How do you navigate, thinking about the champ select and going into the early game as Zed?
Similar to champions like Diana, you don't really get to influence the game early on, but what you do gain is that later on, like, level 6, level 7, level 8, level 9, you have a lot more power to work with. So on Zed, on the first clear, I will basically not care what my laners are doing for the most part, because I need to hit 6, I need to hit like my Dirk, and then I can contribute to the game probably more than the enemy jungle can. So like some games, the game will just be lost before I get to the point where I have my strength to influence the game properly. But opting into these like early game skirmishes as Zed can be quite bad because he's just not very good at them. So most of the time, you kind of have to play to plan and play for yourself, but not for too long. I really think a lot of people get stuck in the mentality of like this Kane mentality, where you one shot the camps, so you keep one shotting the camps, you get your form, and you keep one shotting the camps. I think it's really important, probably the most important skill as a carry jungler, is to leverage your power once you get it immediately. Because every second that you spend not leveraging your power is time that you're losing the game.
So that
Um,
would be like for Zed a reset on Dirk or a reset
mhm,
or when you get the Dirk and the Iron Whip because you said you're very
mhm,
strong when you get that. You can one shot
yep.
anyone, and that's usually probably when you're around level 6. I'm
Mhm.
assuming.
Yeah, between 6
And
to 9, you really need to get on the map
okay.
because you haven't been on the map for that long, and enemy Jung has been able to do whatever he wants. So you need to start fixing lanes. You need to start building advantages as soon as you can, because if you don't, the game is just going to be out of control too quickly.
So would you say that you're looking to avoid strong enemy junglers early? Is that a mindset you have until you're level 6?
Yes, you aren't incapable of fighting, so if your laner is putting themselves in a strong situation, you can stand behind them and like fight with them, but I would mostly avoid into opting into too much early game. It can be like quite dicey, but for example, in this game, I think Silas is typically stronger early game than Yon, and Nidalee kind of struggles to hit the spear on both of us. So it's for sure like fightable in the early game. I don't have to be too scared, especially walking into Nidalee. If I don't get speared, she can't kill me. Um, so once I'm level 4, like I'm not too upset in this game if we have to take a fight. I'm just not, I'm no Jarvan, I'm no Xin I'm no Lee Sin. Like it's not nearly the same in terms of the skirmish contribution I can have.
All right. So yeah. So now we can jump into the game here. So how are you thinking about the win condition here, your path in here? Which lanes do you want to play around? I guess, how are you thinking to answer the question is, or the way you framed it, is that how are you thinking about where you're going to impact? How's level 69 impact going to look like this game?
Well, I think in this game, the first thing that's really obvious is we have like setup support versus squishy support. So I think that means that they will like lose priority early and lose early, but anytime I attend, we can kill them very easily. So pathing down could be like okay, but it's really not that great. Like they will be pushed in and they'll probably have be chunked, so I can't path to them probably. We probably can't set up a gank. If enemy jungler paths down, they will get the crab and like I won't have many options. But I can attend down there later on, especially after they get a reset. So I want to influence bot is my primary goal. But both the other lanes are also very killable. Cannon, especially post 6 for both of us, is super killable. And Yon is surprisingly easy to kill as well because he doesn't have any options for avoiding Zed. Like his ult's not super useful because they just land into you, and his E is also not super useful because you just wait on his clone. So basically everywhere can be killed, especially post my 6. So once I get to 6, I want to really get on the map and start influencing the game. But kind of the thing about Zed is his first clear is so fast that you can just walk to either crab.
So this is talking about the blue start versus red start now.
Mm-hmm.
So you will start blue every game no matter what because you can
Yep.
actually. So you're talking about here that you want to impact bot early, but
Mm-hmm.
you are still able to impact bot if you start blue because you're so fast you can go back bot. Is that the
Mm-hmm.
mindset? Which is
Absolutely.
very rare for any other jungler, right? I mean, I was talking before. Udyr was like one of the champs that could do that earlier, but we've sort of breaking the game in terms of how fast we're clearing. Is that the
Mm-hmm.
thought process?
Yeah, his red start is way slower because even though you have the dot on your attacks, you run out of energy way too quickly and you can't spam your spells, but with blue buff you can actually spam your spells.
All right, so always start blue,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not switching out to sweeper here. So talk about thinking about how do you think about using your ward level 1? Are you here just to protect the invade from Nidalee? What's your mindset?
So I will only take sweeper when there's kind of like an obvious play that I want to make, or if I want to, for example, if I want to skip a camp and go to a lane early so I can gank them, so I can like influence that lane so they're winning for crab, like I will always take sweeper. But in this game, I'm not going to have anything to do after my first clear, most likely. Um, like I think my mid wins early, and I think my top hard loses, and I think my bot hard loses. So I don't have any opportunity on side, and like mid will probably have push. So I really don't see any opportunities for me to actually sweep any wards that will lead to me contributing. So I'd rather hold onto my trinket to place it after my first clear on enemy camps. And warding level 1, they can definitely walk in topside level 1. Nidalee is kind of one of these champions that is really, really strong in the late invade. Um, so I'm super scared of that. Like, she can walk in very safely, and her and Kennen can just take the buff very easily, and the split map situation is not the worst for Zed, but it's definitely kind of annoying if my set has to play against split map, because it's very easy for the Kennen to play the lane a lot better, because he's not scared of jungler, so he can play up way further, when like the whole like use of set in this lane is that he can threaten gank setup if the Kennen plays too aggressively, and if that's removed, it's probably bad. So I want to scout that.
Okay, so would you say again ratio? How often are you starting with yellow trinket versus sweeper?
Um, Pretty much like 95% of the time. There's very few opportunities where sweeper is good inside of a Zed game. The trinket is too useful for getting through the first couple levels.
Yeah. Another thing I want you to elaborate on, you said that the enemy bot lane would win, and sometimes people get confused where they say they see like an Ashe Zara and like they have a pike. It's like, wait, can't they just kill them? Why is your bot lane going to lose here? And talking about the range support versus melee support.
So Pyke has a lot of kill threat onto Zyra, which is nice. But I mean, specifically in terms of the champion matchup, Zyra puts plants down, which means Pyke is hard for him to hook the Zyra. But for the most part, one of the most important parts of bot lane is the level one, right? And if you have the advantage in the level one, you will be able to set up your wave, like you'll be able to slow push your wave so that you get level 2 first, and then when you get level 2 first, you can zone the enemy team, like the enemy bot lane, off of a lot of EXP, and then stack your wave, so you get 3 big waves, and then like this triple wave is crashing into enemy bot tower, and you can harass them. So kind of what happens is this range support has so much power level 1 that it snowballs into a way bigger lead across the first couple waves, because they can control the wave, get the level advantage, and then use that level advantage to stack a big wave and use that to harass. And they can often stack that bid wave, go ward, harass, still be winning lane, and they can just kind of do it again and again. What your like all-in bot lane needs is they need a reset so they can refill their health and mana and have enough damage to be able to kill these champions in one rotation. Because if Pyke all-ins on Zyra, uses Ignite, and the Zyra doesn't die, he can't play the lane anymore because he doesn't have the health to be able to all-in. So the all-in lane needs to get a reset so they can be healthy and have enough damage to fight them, while the poke lane wants to avoid resetting for as long as possible, keep the lane stable so they can't die, and just keep slowly working away. And
Denying CS.
yeah,
So given that, how often do you, like, let's say, is it really good to start leashless this game?
it's decent here, but Pyke is one of like the like, well, I look at this game. If my bot lane was a bit less bad into enemy champions, I would not make them leash. Zed's clear even without a leash is like really fast, so it's not like a big deal. You can definitely clear leashless comfortably before 315 for sure. I think it's like 309 if I recall correctly, but that's perfect clear. I mean, I wouldn't hit perfect clear every game, but I think because my bot matchup is so bad and they can't. What happens if you make your bot lane leash and the enemy doesn't leash is they can walk past the wave and they can kind of staunch you out of the first EXP of the first three melee creeps. But in this matchup, I look at it and I think it might happen anyways. Um, like if they don't leash, like the Ashe and the Zyra can very easily walk up to the the Kai'Sa and the Pyke. Ashe outranges Kai'Sa really hard, so Kai'Sa can't trade orders with Ashe, so she has to just walk away from the Ashe. Um, and like the all-in threat from Pyke is very low when he doesn't have at least 2 skills, if not more. So I think it's too hard for my bot lane to fight unless the Ashe Zyra grief really hard. I think that leashing doesn't actually hurt them that much because their lane is really going to suck anyways for the first couple levels.
So if you were to, again, let's put a ratio, getting a leash versus not, in terms of bot lane matchups, or obviously top side as well, what would you put it? Would you put it 50-50, you think, maybe? Or is it you
I'd
want to get a leash
say
every game?
I think I probably get a leash way more than I need to, just because people do it anyways. But I think you probably really only want a leash in like 40% of your games. Like it's not even that. It's really not that necessary. Your clear is so fast, even like without a leash, that It's definitely not necessary, and is a bit of a nicety if anything.
Would you say that in terms of not getting a leash, I mean, you said that it doesn't really impact your clear or not. I mean, let's just go over the clear here, and then we can sort of like get some questions come up from that. So let's sort of just start off the clear here. Let's sort of take a look at it first, and then you can sort of explain what the key things you need to be looking for, and sort of like learning the clear. How to learn the clear. Let's say if you're starting it. So obviously Q start.
The most important part for the clear is getting camps to below half HP. You can see I end up waiting for the Gromp here. Like the leash is completely unnecessary in this case, or at least it was too good. So getting the things to half HP quickly is the most important. That's why I use my smite on the Grump immediately. I know it's going to
because your passive, your auto attacks 50% HP does additional magic damage. That's why it's so strong.
Yeah. So I knew that the Grump was going to full heal me anyways, so I didn't have to like save the smite for any healing.
So you want to smite it as soon as possible on Gromp to get it down to 50% HP.
If you are doing it leashless, you can wait for like 1 or 2 autos, and it will still be like you won't be wasting any potential passive autos. With this Raptor camp, it's important to make sure your Q hits all of the little ones, so that your like E will finish it off. If you don't hit all the little ones, like they will be too low. But if you do hit all the little ones, you can use your second Q to pull the red buff over to you like a little bit earlier. Which is probably the only like advanced thing would be pulling the red buff. Every part of the clear is really simple. You don't have to smite the golems here. My plan was that since I was going to path to top and try gank it, but because top was getting pushed in so hard and this wave was too big, I decided to smite this camp so I can run to bot really fast and try and gank this lane. Was my plan.
So let's just go back to the clear again. So let's explain the Raptors. So you think the key moments for the clear are the Raptors? You think that's what defines a fast clear or not a fast clear? Just purely the Raptors?
Yeah.
And obviously getting the Gromp down to 50% HP as soon as possible. That's really the key thing?
It's really straightforward. Like if you go back, you can see I will auto the little one once and then step back so that I line up all the Raptors in a spot right. You don't have to hit the one that you auto, by the way. The one that you auto doesn't have to get hit by the Q. So you see, I will hit it, and it's already a bit low, and then I will use my Q on all the other ones.
Yep. So it hits literally all of those except for the one that you auto attacked.
Yep.
And then you start auto attacking only the big one.
Yep. And now your E, your next E will finish them all off. So you can go pull your red now, finish the big one, E all the little ones, and start the red buff.
And red buff self-explanatory, just bam, Q, and obviously you've taken 2 points in Q here.
You can opt into W level 3 if you really want. It doesn't
Again, you said
clear down
90%.
that much.
You said 90% of the time you're going this, so especially when you've basically got a full clear off, your Nidalee hasn't evaded you.
If you see like a lane that's traded down to 100 HP, you can just take W and skip a camp and go run to it. So if there's something super volatile happening, you can go attend.
So you said that the specific reason you smited the Krug here was so you want to get bot ASAP. Do you typically, let's say, Crab's not even spawned for ages here, like you have plenty of time. If you were to stay topside, would you hold the smite?
Yeah, absolutely. The Zed's crab clear is extremely slow without smite, especially because
he can't break the shield.
The shield is also not part of its health. Zed's passive only kicks in when they're half HP, right?
Yeah, so you have to literally get it all the way to half HP, yeah.
Yeah, which takes a really long time. But if you smite it and use your combo, and it'll be like in passive range immediately, and it will only take 2 or 3 autos. So it's it's like an extremely clear extremely quick crab clear when you have smite, but extremely slow without it. Yeah, so my intention was, I saw my bot lane was still pretty healthy. So I wanted to see if I could get a gank off. But in the end, it doesn't work out.
So to wrap up the clear, you would say that it's very easy. You think it's really simple to pick up. I mean, how many times did you have to do it to pick it up? You feel like you could do the clear. I mean, you finished there at 250 with a leash there, so
yeah,
258 here.
It's pretty
so
speedy.
It's pretty easy. It's pretty speedy. Yeah. It's speedy and it's simple, which is.
And even if you mess it up, you will still be like fast. Like if you don't do it perfectly, it's not perfect clear. It will still be done quite quickly.
All right, so this is interesting. You ask if the enemy bot's warded at all. So obviously you haven't been looking at all, so you actually don't know. So you're requesting that information. They said they don't know. That's probably warded now.
Yeah, I watched the Zyra go do that, so I assume it's warded, and I just changed my plan to go hit the crab. In the end, it wasn't, but it's whatever. I see Nidalee topside, so I'm not scared.
So we're going to witness, I guess, the crab here, how slow it takes without the smite. So
I've whiffed the Q as well. We've thrown the Q into absolute Narnia. But yeah, this takes forever.
So you're checking
Yeah,
top in case you're scared they're going to get dived, but obviously there's nothing you can do about it.
yeah. I wanted to go look at what the Nidalee had done as well. So like I checked her to see what buff she had on to see if she skipped a blue or anything.
But she
Yeah.
has 24 CSS. It looks like she dived top without even doing the top grab. The top grab's still up potentially, is it?
Yeah, I think so. But the Silas TP'd, so the optimal play is for me to probably catch mid wave. But also, the thing about running to top crab is it could be nice, but the way that I see it is that the top crab is worth a lot worse than getting back to my camp respawns.
So you, because you're obviously your camp's all coming up, you will emphasize the second full clear over a second crab.
The second respawn of your camps is the most important camps to get to because they give so much EXP. Level 2 camps are crazy levels of EXP, especially level 2 like Gromp and level 2 Golems. I think the most important thing you can do as a carry jungler is reset to be on time for these. They will put you in like a really good position if you get all of them on time. If you delay them, it can be quite harmful. Also, I swapped to, well, one, you can see two tricks here. One, go back. If you go back a little bit to when I come out of base, you can see my trinket is on like a really fat cooldown, right? But when I swap to sweeper, it goes to a much lower cooldown. So even though I don't really want sweeper, buying sweeper reduces the trinket cooldown from like 2 minutes and 20 seconds to like, what, like 25 seconds? So I'll
So
actually have to use
you would hold
trinket.
the warding trigger. So you actually would hold it now if you still didn't have it, if you didn't place it down, because you placed the ward down
Yes.
here, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you switch out to sweeper? Like, will you switch back to warding trinket throughout the game? Like, what's your mindset?
No, like maybe once, but most of the time I will just swap to the sweeper at this point because I probably want sweeper post 6. Once I actually have some threat. So it's probably never going to be a point where I want to like swap back to warding trinket this game. There's also some other tricks. Once you get W, if both your cast and the shadow cast hit a camp, you get some extra energy back. So you don't actually want to, a lot of the time, you don't want to, like, if you go back, you don't want to shadow from range. You want to get close to it and then melee it. I think I messed this one up, like I don't get both my E's on it. But, for example, the best place to put your shadow would be just below the Gromp, and then wait till I'm in melee range of it, and then use my EQ.
So here,
Yeah, basically. You want to get both of your spells to hit from both of you, because it will give you extra energy back, and it will make you clear faster. Because your champion is gated by energy for most of the game, if not the entire game. So that's like pretty easy way to keep your spells up. Apart from that, in terms of other well, the thing is you don't need to nail all of these clearing tricks as well. Like it won't make it too much faster. It's just kind of splitting hairs for the most part. But if you place your shadow in a spot where you can hit the shuriken, like the first hit of the shuriken on the big mob of the camp, it will be faster. So you can see like I put it directly on top of the big chicken, so I can hit the big chicken with it as well. Because it does more damage to the first target it hits. But yeah, Zed kind of speeds through the jungle almost regardless of what you do.
so
as
right now
long as
your mindset is just getting level 6. You just want to do that second clear ASAP, get level 6 ASAP.
Yeah, I feel like once I get level 6, I can have a lot of control over enemy bot lane. They won't be able to play the game super nice. And I also, you can see here, I'm holding my shadow. If I hold my shadow, I mean, I've absolutely alt-tabbed. But
Yeah.
if I hold my shadow here, my shadow is like a 20-second cooldown. If I hold my shadow, it means I'll be able to influence top.
So you don't want to, because you could easily just use your shadow off cooldown, but so let's say you're finishing a camp, you feel like you need to be somewhere, you will hold your shadow. It's sort of like, I guess, Kha'Zix's E as well. It's such a long cooldown. You don't want to be just running around the map with it. And I guess maybe Kaney as well, without form.
Yeah, it's pretty necessary for the fight. So whenever it's down, your champion is super weak. You need to be really respectful whenever you don't have this ability, because it's very easy for you to lose fights when you don't have shadow up. Zed's biggest strength is his maneuverability. So having to head ram like champions that are probably stronger than you in melee range is not great.
Right, so you're spam pinging your level 6, which obviously is something you're really looking for right now. You get it from the wave, and now you're looking for a fight.
Yeah, this wave is big. They have to crash it. So if I can ever find the Nidalee, like walking in, it's a good time for me to fight. I'm 6 with Dirk, so I'm stronger than her. I don't have Red Smite, which kind of sucks, but like this fight is good for me if I can find it. Enemy Yone is also really weak at this point in the game. It's not great for him to be fighting. Like my Silas and my Set are very happy about this time in the game.
All right. So I guess this is our first fight. They sort of just take you by surprise here. Is there any way you could play this better?
Well, I think the best way I could play this is to flash instead of Wing, because I still get stunned by the cannon ult. I'm very greedy here. If I had flashed the cannon ult, I wouldn't get stunned, and I would have all my HP. And then I also didn't respect the cross-map Ashe ult. That really surprised me in this game. But I think flashing the cannon ult would have made the fight winnable. If I flash the cannon ult, I'm probably like 300 HP higher after my ult, and then it's super winnable at that point. But I kind of like greed my summoner and just lose all my health for it.
Right, well, I guess that situation's not really showing how to fight a Zed. That's sort of how to escape a Zed. So let's look for our next fight. So you come down bot. Obviously, all your bot camps are up. How do you view objectives, by the way? Dragons, Heralds, do you care about them much as Zed? Do you prioritize your camps more, getting farm?
Usually you prioritize your camps, but in this case, like I saw enemy jungle die top, so I can go yoink one of his camps. And then also, you kill big objectives, especially if you have help, really, really quickly. As soon as they get below half HP, you kind of one-shot them.
Just one-shot them, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very easy for you to, like, what's the way to put it? Like you can take dragons at least very quickly. You can see there, if you go back to when I'm taking that camp, this is kind of a trick that you'll learn on Zed over time. So pause when I place the shadow. Your shadow can be pre-placed like really early for a lot of your situations. In this case, I want to finish the camp, but I'm scared of Nidalee coming to bot side, right? She died top, and she's within her timer to be arriving at this camp. So I don't want to be
doing this
like,
camp with hesitation. You're like, this is maybe a bit risky. You're like, you might actually just lose this big raptor here potentially.
Yeah. I'm taking the situation like safely. I'm pre-placing the W so that I don't have to go through the cast time of using my W to get out. Like, if she appears, I can just leave straight away. It's something you can do a lot. Like, there's this combo where you just place your W forwards and you walk at someone, you order them, and then you E, and then you like Q and W back. You can place your shadow really far away to be safe, and then you can like hit someone like a bit and then just instantly teleport away. I mean, she has yoinked my camps in return.
So that's pretty. She went straight back top. She knew that she lost her bot camps after she died top. So that's actually well played to Nilly. I think that's really well played by her, knowing that you're going to go for those bot camps.
Yeah,
it's probably something that would not happen in lower elo. That's probably more of a high elo thing potentially. She would probably just walk bot there. I'd say in most cases.
It's pretty like respectful of her. Like she's showing respect to like me as a player. Like that I will recognize that I can take her camps and then making the correct play. It's very, what's the way to put it? Like, I don't know. I guess respectful is the right word.
Respect, yeah.
I think she's like still in my top side, so
you just do the dragon.
Yep, it's very quick. Oftentimes you can save time by, what's the way to? You can save time by smiting really early on a lot of these camps because it does like 950 damage, right? So you can if you smite early, it puts you into passive range way earlier. So
if you feel like there's no contestion of the camp, you'll just insta-smite it, so you can just get it quicker.
Yeah, it's usually a good practice to at least make sure it's swept, so that like no one steals. And it is still pretty like inherently high risk because people just peg stuff at objectives. But the speed that you clear it at is like a pretty substantial increase.
So you're level 8 right now. You have pretty high CS. Is this sort of the CS, 80 CS? Is this sort of the numbers you're looking at for Zed around 10 minutes of the game? Like, is this a common situation?
Yeah.
You don't really care about CS? Do you think it's more about map impact?
I don't think about it that much, but it's pretty common in my experience for me to have like relatively high CS numbers inside of my games as Zed. You clear the camps so fast that it's very easy, especially when you're waiting for opportunities to show up, to kind of accumulate these kind of like big amounts of CS. So I think you don't really have to set any goals for yourself, but kind of in a similar manner to the way that like Skana or like Diana wants to play the game. You want to be like smashing camps while you don't have any opportunities and your ult's on cooldown. But when you do have like your um, when you do have your what do you call it? Your ult available and you have the damage to fight, you should always want to take the fights instead of like putting your camps on cooldown because you don't win the game by putting your camps on cooldown.
So Nidalee dies, you're checking top camps. Herald's obviously gone, so we can't take that. We're looking for a dive mid. There's no wave. You have Flash and W. Okay, so walk us through what you just did there.
Well, I know he used ult before, so I just flash on him, and then he also has no. What's the way to put it? If he goes right, he can't go to safety, and if he goes left, I will just hit him with my shadow. Is kind of
You'll
the
kill him
theory here.
regardless. Yeah.
Yeah. But for the most part, like you saw me fight him earlier. In the fights that are early, like that are close early game, the most important part of these fights is making sure that you use your ult to dodge key abilities. Most of the time, like even in fights that you don't win, for example, in this, like I do win the fight, but I don't kill him. But this kind of like ruins his game for a while. My ult's a fairly low cooldown. It's not like that low, but it does get way lower later on. But he's like chunked out. He's blown his CDs, and he can't play the game for a fair while. Like I'm still healthy, so this is like a big win for map state. So I'm happy to trade my abilities like that. And then he just greeds here, right? So I kill him.
Alright, so you clear your camps, then we reset, we go bot. Alright, so you'll go Warhammer over CDR boots. You think that's always the better buy there?
It depends on like how much you have. I think typically, yeah. If you have any reason to buy a pink ward, sometimes going like CDR boots, longsword, and a pink ward can be better. Like if there's a Drake spawning quickly, or you want to do a herald or something, the pink ward can often be of value. And like the CDR boots is for sure not a bad buy. But what's the way to put it? Usually the damage is more valuable. Being able to take the fight is usually the most impactful thing you can do. So opting into pure damage is usually the best.
Alright, so why don't you go on Nidalee here?
I don't feel confident in killing her without my shadow.
So you need your W. So you think that's a kill beat with full HP with Zed, you're going to need all your abilities. Is that the mindset?
Yes. Like I was kind of looking to kill her with my Silas here, but she outplayed my Silas. So after that I just have to leave. Without your W, you don't get your third shuriken, and without your third shuriken, it's very hard to 100 to 0 people, especially when they have an item that gives them HP early on. Like she has a full harvester, right? So she's both spiking and like just on a much more efficient item than me, so I don't have the burst to one-shot her.
So it looks like you have a very heavy focus on mid this game.
It's typically the easiest lane for Zed to influence, but because he has such large gap closers, it's very easy for you to kill mid laners. And so one of the biggest points of advice I would say with Zed, if you go back and just pause when I ult, I'll explain why I do so. So in most ganks, you want to hit them with WE because it slows them. I throw my shurikens here because he's guaranteed to be there. He can't stop moving there because of his E, right? And then I ult him here because you always want to be ulting when someone wants to flash or dash. You put them in kind of this point where they can't make a good decision. If you ult someone as your teammate's going to throw a skill shot, or will kill them, or will just hit something, they can either flash that and then you follow them with ult, or they can not flash it and then they can get hit by it. So that's kind of my theory with the ult in most of the ganks, is you want to use it like when your teammates are throwing skill shots, or when they'll die to your teammates if they don't use their dash. One of the benefits here is that it resets if they die before you come down, so you get it back on cooldown. But I think that's one of the most important things, is you want to avoid wasting your cooldowns like that follow people, so that if they like if they do dash away, that like you don't lose out on any damage.
So your bot's bleeding pretty heavily here. What's your
Hmm.
mindset here? How are we going to win this game? You're still just
Um,
focused on just getting as strong as possible, clearing your camps. What's the thought process?
I don't feel too concerned. I'm kind of at the point in the game now where I can fight with my bot lane regardless of like the amount of gold that the enemy bot lane has. Um, After like Ghostblade is when I feel like you can really take over the game most of the time. So I'm not too worried. Like enemy bot lane is very easy champions to kill. Ashe Zyra is like not a. They don't have a whole lot of counterplay for our champions. Like Kai'Sa, Pyke, and Zed all kind of kill them very easily. So I'm not super like upset about the state of the game. Like we're still, I would consider us like ahead. Enemy mid laner is not having a good time. So yeah, I don't know. I'm never scared about taking fights versus these champions. Um, what's the way to put it? If the enemy team doesn't have a really large amount of lockdown, it's super easy to play the game. I think in this game, it just kind of shows the difference between picking champions that have the ability to kill people and picking champions that will win their lane. Because if you look at all of the champions on our team, we literally have 4 champions that are like we have Pyke, which has good setup. We have Kai'Sa, which is good follow up. We have Sylas, which has good setup and fighting. We have Zed, which is good setup and fighting. It's so much easier for us to win this game because we can opt into taking fights when the enemy team makes mistakes. While enemy team has like Ashe Arrow, Yonalt, Cannonalt, these are all theoretically decent CC, but
They need to wait for those cooldowns before they can fight properly.
indeed, and then also Assault and Yonal are super conditional. Cannonalt is really reliant on his flash as well. While we have like Silas can E-forwards whenever he wants, like Pyke can throw out hooks whenever he wants, Cannon can like Set has his E, can flash E whenever he wants. I guess he's pretty flash reliant, but I think that like what's the way to put it? Champions that have tools are almost always easier to pilot in a solo queue setting. But champions that only have tools can be very frustrating. Champions say, for example, like a Blitzcrank that relies on like your jungler attending your lane can be really hard to play in solo queue if enemy team has a lane counter, right? But champions like Set have a lot of power inside of them, and then also have these tools. You can see in this instance, this Yone champion is super frustrating to verse, but if you just stand on his shadow, he can't do anything. Like I see here, I just don't chase him. Like I know he has to come back, and I know he won't kill my friend, so I can just stand here and wait for him.
He's only 0-8 right now.
Yeah, he's definitely sprinting it.
So when you talk about ganking mid is the easiest to
Mhm.
gank, why is that? Why is it easier? Is it because you can jump over walls? Like, which angles are you ganking mid from?
It doesn't really matter which angle, but it's just the mid lane is quite short, and Zed has really like he has 2 primary dashes, right? Like he has his W and his R. So between your W and your R, it's super easy to gap close onto any mid laner, and then they're also typically within your kill range. Um, Even without W, like if you use W forwards and then ult onto someone, it's very easy for what's the way to put it? Like I think that between your mid laner and enemy mid laner, most of the time you can like use your W to purely gap close, and your ult will be enough burst to still kill them.
Okay.
It's kind of the thought process. While in like top lane, that's often not the case, and in bot lane, it's like the geography of bot lane doesn't allow you to use your W to get as close to them as it does in mid lane. Like mid lane is very easy to cross a wall that puts you close to them, while in bot lane you really have to run like a long way.
And that's interesting because for other champs, the longer lane is better,
Hmm.
right? And I mean, typically mid lane people sort of stay away from because it's a short lane. But you think Zed sort of breaks that because again, it just how many gap close abilities he has, and then
Hmm.
it's just easier to get onto them. I mean, is there any
And
other
got
champs you can think of that like is really easy to gank mid?
um not too many actually really enjoy ganking mid. Like it's a bit of an annoying lane to influence, but one of the other parts about Zed is he can just like run under your tower. If he's just outside of tower range and he ults you, he can always swap back to outside of tower range. So
That's
his
right. He can easily get
limits,
out of tower range. Yeah.
yeah, his limits in terms of going under mid tower are also very high compared to most.
So do you actively think about in the games? You're like, if I can impact mid this game, like I really would like to. Like you'll really think about mid, or is that just the way the game played out this game specifically? And we'll look at some other VODs where you actually play through other lanes.
I never really pick a lane that I want to always move to, but I would just kind of look at what's reasonable inside of the game. Um, I will like use my knowledge of like how my champion can influence each lane, and then look at like the champions in those lanes and kind of decide what is easy to do. And then from there on out, like I have to understand the lane states to figure out um what's the way to put it? I have to like weigh that up against the actual state of the lane. If you see this is kind of what happens when you use your W recklessly. Your champion is
Okay.
so useless without this key, and so like
So
if
Silas is
you
obviously not here anymore. You come here, you W into that. I mean, if you hit all those abilities, do you kill that Nidalee there?
no no
Okay.
it
So you think
probably
this is just a risky? This is just a ridiculous W. You shouldn't be doing this.
yeah, it probably scares her enough for her to walk away, but this Yone is always going to be able to hit me now that my W is down.
Hmm.
Um, so it's just like if you don't see everything, you shouldn't commit your W to any situation, basically. Unless you have a plan. It's like there's really no use for actually using your W. It's like what's a similar champion? I guess like Kha'Zix Leap is probably the most obviously similar ability.
You don't just use it to start fights. You sort of want to
Yeah.
use your ult more so, and then save the E to sort of escape or to finish someone off.
Hmm.
So that's sort of the same way you think about ZW.
Hmm. Um, in a lot of situations though, because ZW gives you so much burst, if someone's face checking you, it can be nice to like lay it down and then get the double Q straight away.
Yep.
Um, so if you can ever like guarantee the shuriken hits with it, it's often valuable to use it straight away.
So face checks, I guess, different because they're making the first move and you're safe. You can just walk backwards. You're just getting the chunk and then you're just walking backwards. But I guess going in there, you're actually using your W to go in. So you obviously
Yeah,
don't use it to get back out.
yeah. Offensively using your shadow with like low information is always going to be like extremely risky. Um, I don't know if you've noticed, but you can use Iron Spike Whip and Gold Drinker and then instantly cancel them with ZE.
Okay. No, I didn't notice
So
that. So you do this on the dragon here?
I think so. If you have a look, you'll see. So I usually auto Gold Drinker E. Like I don't do it cleanly here, but the Gold Drinker E is clean at least. It's really fast. You as soon as you start the Gold Drink animation, you can just E straight away, and it will disappear. It moves quite nicely into your combo.
So you have, again, 163 CS for 20 minutes. Is this
Mhm.
something you're looking for? Again, you said you don't really think about it that much, but is this what you'd see most games? You're really looking at these numbers?
Yeah, it's not at the forefront of my mind. However, I do think it's really important. Like as I compared it into Skarner and Diana, like I think this champion really needs to. You can't set yourself behind too much for the map because as soon as you do set yourself behind, it's really easy to not be able to influence the map anymore. Um, it's really hard for you to fall behind if you stick to like what you're doing. If you're clearing your camps when you need to and you're not overforcing on the map, it's super easy to like stay ahead and stay relevant. But if you stop doing that, because your champion only does damage, it's quite easy to fall behind.
So you want to make sure you always have good CS numbers, which will mean that you have a lot of gold.
Yes. But I think comparatively to champions like say Kiana, like this champion has utility, but it's also really easy to fall behind on Kiana because she doesn't have as much like budget in her damage, right? As Zed, if you're even CS, you can still like kind of play the game. As Kiana, if you're like even gold, like sometimes it can be really hard to fight because you just don't do enough damage. So Zed kind of stays like a bit more even with less because he does more damage. He can still assassinate people with less gold than other assassins because all he does is damage.
One thing to note here is that I had people ask me all the time about control wards. I saw
Mm-hmm.
you buying only one control ward, but now
Mm-hmm.
your first inventory is two control wards. I mean, this
Mm-hmm.
inventory here. How do you think about the one versus two controls? Is it because it's later in the game, control wards are more important, or they're too expensive, so you like to only buy one in the early stages of the game? How do you buy control wards on Zed?
So most of the time, I will only buy like the early pink wards to kind of set up objectives. On Zed, it's important to stay on like a good economy, right? So I think that buying the one control ward to set up for things like Herald and Dragon are good. As Zed, you typically don't control much of the map because you're focusing really hard on your camps, right? So you don't actually get to control like a side of mid or like this kind of stuff. It's very hard to do. But once you hit your two items, and I'm playing with my support now, and we're like actually controlling parts of the jungle, I like to come out of base with my two control wards. Especially once I have two items, it's super free. Man, that was one of the saddest things I've ever watched.
Oh, so you're not really looking to commit here because obviously Park just died, so you're just using W for poke.
Yeah. You get a lot of abilities out of your W actually, especially once you're at this point of the game with blue buff. Like I E'd the Zyra 3 times there, on top of my shadow, which is pretty like absurd.
So you have blue buff. That's because you have purely because you have blue buff. Yes, that's one
Mhm.
E, two E's, three E's.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really quite absurd. Your cooldowns are
yeah.
so low, and people don't respect the shadow properly, so it's super easy to get surprising amounts of damage out. Especially like your second Shuriken coming out can do a lot of damage.
Your E is more used for the slow. Not really. It doesn't really do damage,
Mhm.
right? Your Q, the way you sort of view it is like your damage comes from your Q and your W. Like you could use W as that damage ability as well because that's the triple shuriken.
Mhm. I think yeah, the most important thing, like in a lot of these ganks, you'll notice I will WE straight away to slow, and then a lot of the times I will hold my Q until I can hit it, because even if I'm
You want to
risking
see
not
where they're
getting,
moving. You want to see which
yeah,
way they're moving.
and they're still slowed from your E, so you have a bit of time to wait for it. So even if you're risking like not necessarily hitting your double Q, sometimes it can be worth to make sure that you hit your Q, because if you just peg it straight away, like you will miss it. Um, you'll notice here that Zed kind of one shots the big
You
objective once they
literally,
get bullet out.
you smite it as
Yeah.
well to try and get it. So you have two smites, but you don't even need the
Yeah.
second smite. You kill it so quickly. This is
Yeah.
crazy. You just do two-man Baron with Kai'Sa. Yeah, he does one-shot objectives. Crazy. So you have Baron. What about side lanes? So you're going. Looks like you're going straight to bot here. Are you? You're looking to take
Mhm.
their jungle. Do you think of yourself more as like a laner, a Zed in jungle in the mid to late game? Like, will you play side lanes or do you sort of stick with your team in ARAM? Like, how do you win games with Zed now when you have a Baron? How would you close
I
out games with a Baron?
I don't want to ARAM necessarily, but especially with Ghostblade, it's very easy to move between the lanes. So most of the time when you play assassin junglers, you just want to lurk. Like you want to stay off vision, and you want to stay what's the way to put it? Like able to influence both the side and the mid lane. So you want to be ready for both fights. Is typically how I view it. You don't actually want to be in the lane. Like most of the
So you want to
time,
be
like
hidden. So you actually want to be hidden. That's you want to be
yeah,
like an assassin
being
mindset.
being fogged is the most important thing because it applies pressure in two different spots. Especially with Ghostblade, you can really easily rotate to either one as soon as a fight breaks out. So staying fogged is the most important thing in these situations. I can't remember if the game ends here or not.
So let's just like guess look at a fight. You use your flash to dodge. You don't have ult, so you only have W. Miss some shurikens there, so we don't do much in that fight, but we survive, I guess.
The most important thing is just making sure that you don't die in most fights.
Yeah.
Like staying out of people's cooldowns and not overcommitting is the best way to play most of the time. I've absolutely swapped into tower. But yeah, as you can see, I spend most of this game just sitting here. Like, I know it's not watered because I just got swept before. Um, so staying in this spot gives me like a lot of threat. They don't know where I am. They have an inkling that I'm on this side of the map, but like they can't see me, right? So at any point they have to respect that I could be like walking top to kill the top laner. I could be sitting behind my team here. Like it's hard for them to play the game. But because bot wave is crashing, we can just launch the mid inhib. A lot of the time as Zed, you actually don't have to go for like the big flashy like 1v9 plays. Like you often can, but if you go back to like the start of this fight, you'll see so like when I W in, I'm just hitting the Nidalee with my team. And then when I W in, I'm also still hitting the Nidalee with my team. I'm not like overstepping my bounds. Like I don't think I can one-shot the Ashe without my W, so I'm not going for the Ashe on my own. I'm just kind of following along with my team.
You're sort of like playing, I guess, slow front to back. Like you're not trying to be like a fancy, like, oh, I'm going to go and kill their backline here or whatever. You sort of just get the pick and then we'll just finish off the rest of them one by one.
Yeah, especially if their team has exhaust up, it's very easy to overcommit and just die. So it's very, very easy to just play with your team. Also, in your combo, like if you W forwards, like wait like 2 seconds and then RE someone, your W is coming back up like straight away. So
So the E, hitting the E reduces the cooldown on W. Is that the way it works? Yeah.
Yep. I think it's by 3 seconds, but the like important part is that your second W comes up very quickly after like 2 Es. So once your second W is coming back, you can continue following up with your team. So you're not actually like too out of the game once your first W is used.
All right. So second VOD here. What are you thinking here? What's a speed run of what you're thinking here in the champ select?
It's a pretty strange game. Like I don't know how to think about Nasus a lot of the time. Like I'm never sure what this champion does.
I don't either. Either. Do you play towards it? Do you leave it? What do you do?
Sometimes it's just the most broken champion in the game.
Yeah.
And then sometimes he's the most useless champion in the game, so I'm not sure if he should get. Theoretically, Ornn should win the lane, but I never know how the Ornn player is gonna play. Like I never know how the Nasus player is gonna play. It's hard for me to predict. My bot lane's pretty killable, but Xayah is a good matchup into Tristana because it's hard for her to all in you and you outrange her, like you slowly poke her down. But Nautilus is a good matchup into Soraka, so I'm not sure how this bot lane goes. I think I would favor my bot lane, not current patch, just because Soraka's a bit broken. And enemy mid is super killable in this game.
And you like playing around mid as Zed, so that's great for you, right?
Yep, especially like a Lux without barrier or like exhaust or anything. Like a Lux with TP is super easy to abuse.
Alright, so we do blue start, which obviously you say you do every single game. You insta-smite the Gromp, same as usual.
If I don't get like the fattest leash, I will just insta-smite it to pull it over a bit.
Yeah.
Speeds it up a bit. The health is not super necessary because you pretty much always get full healed by the Gromp anyways.
Do you emphasize the importance of knowing where the enemy jungler starts?
Well, you can just look at the minimap most of the time.
Yeah.
If you don't see one lane obviously leashing and one lane not, you should like mouse over it or go have a look.
So this looks like it's a red start by Shyvana, I think.
Yeah, the Nasus came from that side. And it looks like my bot lane is winning, so I'm in a happy situation here.
You even see Shyvana on the Raptors there. So you're really far ahead in tempo. Are you thinking at all right now potentially contesting her on her blue buff?
I could walk in and maybe fight her on her Gromp because she'll be quite low after that, but it's not hugely on my mind. Shyvana is like quite strong early game, and you end up quite low after your first clear, especially if you're holding a smite for crab. Like you do heal up a bit, but you're still quite low. When you finish the crab, you're basically full HP, but before then it's quite low. So I'm like,
so there's a sticky situation because you might have to fight 3v3 bot side. So what are you thinking here?
I'm kind of relying on my bot lane to just get the push.
Okay, yeah.
But at worst, I will cross to top crab is kind of my theory here. But I see my bot lane, like, they get in a position. Yeah, they get in a position where they like kind of push the enemy bot lane back so they can't walk to crab, and then I just one-shot the crab.
Alright, so Shyvana's crossing mid to top side.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like most of the time, if I'm in this situation, I mean, I guess you are half HP. I guess you want to just take the crab. I would actually check their gromp, especially like Kane and stuff like that, double
Hmm.
camping. I guess it's 3 minutes 23 seconds, so it
Yeah,
might
it's a
be
bit
too late
late.
by now. Yeah, it's a bit late, so I guess good in the crab
If I
here.
if I if I
It's
was
good.
like maybe 5 or 6 seconds earlier, if I smited the golems and just ran straight through our camps, I think I
Mm.
could get there fast.
Do you
Um,
think that might be better than holding the smite? Because obviously you can cake the crab anyway if she's dead, right?
if I well, if I think my bot lane is going to win, or like if they have a bit more push, it's for sure free to like just smite the camp
Invade.
and then run it.
Yeah.
Um, I'm usually pretty risk averse on these carry champions, so I won't go into that. But that definitely was an opportunity that I could have looked into. I should like watch some more clears. Like if I like, I'm not super sure about what Shyvana's clear speed is, right? Like I'm a bit. Yeah, I thought we could walk him off this camp because Ornn doesn't have to touch top wave, but like we don't walk. I was really confused here. I thought we could walk him off.
Wow,
Um,
he got that pretty fast. I guess he had smite as well.
yeah, I pinged the homies, but they didn't walk. So I think I was a bit upset, but it's not the worst. Not having a
S-
base off kind of sucks, but these camps have already spawned. Delaying your second tier camps is really bad, in my opinion.
So you will most likely, most of the time, your games, you will be staying on the map for that second clear. This is very common.
Only if I make the mistake of not basing. Um,
But
I
would you
feel
say this
like,
is a mistake of not basing? Like, do you think you should base now?
well, I think if I can force this guy off the crab, it's like fine.
It's good, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But you just miscalculated. But let's say if you
yeah,
didn't know you could force him off the crab, you would just reset after that bot
yes.
play
I would just reset. I
to
was
get
already
your
reset.
pickaxe. That's what you get?
Yes, this would just be pickaxe pinkwood. Um, I was already resetting bot before. I was just kind of like sitting there in case the enemy bot lane tried to fight, and so it wasn't like a what's the way to put it? It wasn't a. If you go back to like when I start recalling the bush almost straight away after I
Got it. So
finish.
you were going to reset. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
You just
but they
did
fight.
that. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and so like the enemy bot lane is like pretty over now.
This is actually another tip. I mean, you do this, but a lot of people don't do this. Is you see how you're like a lot of people would actually just reset on the crab here,
Mhm.
right? But you reset like hovering your lanes. Is this something that you do often? You consciously think about? It's just like autopilot muscle
Yeah,
memory for you.
it's pretty like I'm on this side of the map, right, and Shyvana isn't, and so this should translate into a lead for my lanes, but it doesn't if I'm just recalling on the crab, you know?
Yep.
If I'm directly behind the lane, the enemy bot lane has to concede push, or if they do fight, I can punish them. So that's kind of like the theory, is that me being in that bush actually gives my bot lane an advantage. But yeah, the only reason I ran to this crab is because I saw Shyvana crossing mid like super late. Otherwise I would just reset. But yeah, the timing was off. She one-shot the crab, so I stay on for my second spawn of camps. I don't think I'd do the full clear. Usually I would base after the first two, because this gives you options. What happens? Maybe I do. Let's see. Okay, I do stay on. But one of the interesting things you can do, if you do the two topside camps, by the time you base and then come out of base, your golems and your raptors will be up, and this means you can flip your clear. You can either do raptors golems to go into bot and just like continue this like downwards pathing, or you can do golems raptors and go to mid or run to top or run to his top camps. It gives you a lot of options for changing where you want to go, depending on what your lanes are doing. In this game, I probably don't want to path to on Nasus, so I can just do the full clear and base and come out wherever. But if the top lane matchup is volatile, or I knew enemy raptor spawn or something like that, or I had a ward on their raptors, I could do my raptors into his raptors, or I could do Golem's raptors into his top side. Like I can kind of pick either side to go to at this point if I just base now and then come out of base.
So the way that I always view it is like, so in my Olaf guide, I'll talk
Mhm.
about the start of the map basically dictate whether you do a second full clear because your mindset was to play around dragons.
Mhm.
So let's say if you're playing on this side of the map, it would be really good if you just did the full clear, then you go for a double crab situation, especially
Mhm.
if you were to match the enemy jungler, and then you
Mhm.
do a second full clear that reset for dragon because you'll be
Yeah.
also at level 6 as well. But
Mhm.
if you're playing Olaf on this side of the map, and you start blue because it was also the blue start is what I emphasize a lot, especially for lower elo
Mhm.
players. You do this, and then you'll come and double crab, and then you would only do these two camps, and then cut it off, and then come and reset, and come down here and look for the dragon.
Mhm.
because it's just purely the way the side map. Because you want to be in dragon as soon as possible. And if you were to do a full clear like that, it's weird to like full clear your camps and then reset and then go back bot because obviously you have no bot camps and you're sort of tunneled to the
Yeah.
dragon. Does that make sense?
Basing, and then going to a side of the map, and then clearing your camps, and then staying on that side of the map really sucks.
Yeah.
It's like the same for when you want to do Rift Herald. You want to go to your, like, say you want to do your bot side camps, and then you don't want to do your top side camps. You want to do Herald, and then you have two options. You can base and go to bot lane, or you can do your top side camps, right? It's just always.
It's about
Well,
giving
one
yourself
is,
as many options as possible.
yeah, it gives you options, and two, it also denies enemy options as well.
They can't counter jungle you if you
Yeah,
do that
because
herald.
you're controlling that side of the map, right? So the camps that are behind you, they can't get to. Like
Alright, so you actually, so again, this is like weird to me because it's like, okay, it feels like you shouldn't play around top. You had 1100 gold at your wolves. Why not reset now? And wouldn't you have more options? Like you could go straight out of base and maybe like take your Krugs and then look to bot or something like that. What do you think?
I did have 1100 gold, but after you finish, if you go back to when I finished the wolves, so I have. This is like an okay base, but there's a better base coming if I just stay on the map.
Okay, so 1400 gold you think's a better base. And what items would you go for that?
Probably, I mean, you can do, it depends on if you want to value clear or damage, but you can just do like Dirk Longsword if you want to play for gank, or you can do, what do you call it, Iron Spike Whip and Longsword if you want to play for that. But here I will probably opt for Dirk, so I just want to kill mid. But yeah, usually what I would do in these situations, if I'm almost 6, I would just go steal someone's EXP.
Yeah, you did that last game as well.
It's good,
you
it's
went
good,
top.
it's good.
Yeah.
It's good. I don't get 6 here, so I'm sad. But like, it's very... It's quite OP, honestly. Like, it doesn't hurt the laner that much, but it puts you in a much better position.
Yeah, there's a big difference between level 5 and level 6 Zed, right?
Yeah, and I'm only coming top because I see how screwed this Nasus's wave is, and he can't really fix it. So that was kind of my intention, was if he steps on this wave to just kill him, but now he's losing like a full wave and a half.
So we sort of went on a tour around the map there. We ran all the way out of base at a mid, and then we went top, and then we did crab. But obviously there's nothing for you to do because all your camps are going, right?
You have a big timer, especially on Zed, because you clear your camps so big that your window to influence the map is like quite large. Also, I will tend to do this. I will take as many blue buffs as my team will allow me without getting mad. This champion is so much better when you have the energy to spam your skills, and you run out of energy very quickly without blue buff. So, like, you'll notice here that I run out of energy like almost instantly doing the blue buff. Like, I have to just sit there and auto attack, but as soon as I have blue buff, I'm kind of juiced.
Did you have an option to go invade Shyvana's red? She just took dragon. Red's coming up. Use it because no mid priority, or you know she's going to reset and go top side. So you'd rather do that again. You said you're risk adverse on these type of champs. You'd rather just take the blue Grom.
My conclusion off of Nasus not showing on top wave is that he based. And if he based, that means he's going to be near the red buff, is my thought process here. So fighting at the red buff can be scary. And then also I don't have mid prio, but that's not a huge deal. The Lux isn't too scary, but the mid prio is it's definitely a negative. If my Zoe had prio, I could definitely look for it, but it's a really good time for my on to base as well, because he took a trade to set up this wave situation, so I don't want to he kind of loses out if I force him to stay on map. So I want his lane to be in a better state.
Oh, so I mean, this is really interesting looking at here. 7 minutes in the game, you're 57 CS. This is the first fight of the game for you, really. I mean, I guess you ganked bot, I guess, so maybe it's like the second. But I mean, this is sort of like like sort of like an opportunity, but this is like the first like proactive play you're sort of making. So yeah, I guess this is again going like level 6 to 9. Like this is the time to win the game. Is that the sort of your mindset?
Yeah, pretty much exactly that. Like, I don't want to opt into anything before then, unless it's like really free. And then after then is when you finally get strong. So I think that, I guess risk averse is one way to put it, but like, your champion isn't good at doing all these other things. So like, why would I want to do them?
There's nothing else to do. It's like you might as well do your camps if you can't do anything else, right? Is that the mindset?
I might as well do as much as I can to put myself in the best position to influence the game when I'm actually strong, rather than trying to, like, make do with my weaknesses, you know? It's like if I'm going to play Zed, I might as well play Zed to influence the game at like my points of strength. Yeah, this is an old VOD, so it will be a Duskblade VOD. Um, it doesn't change that much. It changes the way you fight like a little bit, just because the also the stealth kind of changes. Like you have your limits are a bit further because if you kill someone, you're not instantly dead. But for the most part, it's basically the same. You end up with roughly the same CDR, so your combos stay very similar.
Okay, this is really interesting because I would see any low elo player go on this. Why do you not go on this?
I like. Well, one, if the Lux player is any good, she can Q me out of my R. And if I'm ulting her, I will be ulting her under tower. My W doesn't come up until just now, so I wouldn't have been able to go any earlier. And then, like, if I ult her, I'll be under tower and she can toss QR at me, or at least Q, and it's like a pretty big flip. Also, I don't see their jungler. I have no idea where he is. So if I'm committing W forwards, which is like really scary. I mean, he's blast coming over the wall and yoink the Rift Herald. That's my best for not warding it.
This guy's just sneaking everything. He's taking the dragon. He's taking the herald.
Yeah. I mean, that is the Shyvana thing.
That's right.
Full clear twice, eat both objectives.
I mean, that's so coin flip by her, right? Like, if you showed up to that herald, like, there, you could have walked out of base of the herald, she's dead, right? Instead of going for this.
Yeah. It's really doomed for her. Her top lane has no push, and his top lane is also, like, a weak champion, but... He found the window, I guess. It makes me, like... Him doing that means that in future games, I have to play better, you know? Like, I have to check that. Like, I have to do things to stop this from happening. If he is going to test me, so... God, that guy is tanky.
Oh, so I guess let's look at this again. So you start with flash. Okay, so how do you think about flash and W here?
Well, I need to hit him with the slow to really kill him, and he's actually moving quite fast, so I needed to get in range. So I flash W, and then I swap auto, and then I tried to get an auto here, but yeah, I do get it, and then I R2 cancel the tower, and then I use my Q afterwards. Because so my Q gets the ult damage proc. But this guy is one tanky beast apparently. That Nasus is like goddamn invincible. But yeah, this is a pretty straightforward like kind of gank setup. I only ult when I need to, and I use ult to avoid the tower shot. Get in range for my W to hit the slow, and then I use my Q once I know I can hit my Q. And also after I've ulted. Like this guy can't dodge the Q, right?
Yep. So I guess this is sort of emphasizing how you don't just rush your Qs. Like you see how you could have like a lot of players would just try and like triple Q here, but you really hold your Qs because Q is everything for Zed, right?
Yep. It's his most important ability to hit, and it's like everyone wants to dodge it when you throw your WEQ. Like that's when they think the Q is coming, so you can hold it most of the time until later.
And I guess again that E, using that E to see where they're duking their movement, right? So then it's like, because then they're like, well, when are they going to throw it? Like I've got to keep walking forward eventually. So would you say your build is an absolute mess this game compared to what you know now?
Yeah, I thought that Duskblade was the only good item on this champion at the time, but in retrospect, especially in this game, Eclipse would have been super nice because they're going to have so much armor coming out.
Yep, the tankier champs, yep.
That Eclipse would have been nice, and God Drinker would also have been fine, but Eclipse is probably optimal here, especially since enemy Shyvana already has like armor. I wasn't sure what she was building. This is the first time I saw her, this build. It's like this AP off-tank Shyvana build. It's very strange. But he goes for like Frostfire into Nash's Tooth, so I was a bit confused.
So again, I just want to just note again, 96 CS, you're basically 100 CS at 12 minutes. Just the CS numbers are pretty high, and I guess, I mean, the VODs that we're looking at here are great games of Zed. Like, would you say like a couple of deaths, 2 deaths early and like 60 CS, that's a really bad spot? I mean, it's a bad spot for most champs, right? But is it really doomed for Zed?
I don't think so, as long as you, like dying sucks, and being like a pure damage assassin will always put you in like a tough spot. But the thing about Zed is because your clear is so fast, almost regardless of how much gold you have, you can
catch up easily.
You can still always smash the camps. Like, if you start dropping behind in CS, it's going to suck, but like, you don't really have a reason to drop behind in CS. Even if you die once, if you come back out on the map, just check your full clear again, like, you will still be on your timer. It's very easy to stay on like a very reasonable amount of gold with Zed. if
So
your
even if you're
contest,
behind, you can still clear your camps. But let's say champs like Xin Zhao or Jarvan, when they get behind,
Mhm,
they can't do their camps. So
mhm.
they're weak and they can't do their camps. So is that where the difference between Zed lies?
Yeah, Zed can very easily scale into a point of relevance, even if he doesn't get to influence the game or he gets put behind. With Mr. Smite, farewell. You can see I pre-place my W, so I can W out if they toss CC at me.
Yep, the same tip you talked about before. So you place the
Um,
W there,
it might have even been smarter to pre-place it before I
hit the
coned
blast
over.
cone.
Yeah.
Got it. Bit of a crab dance there. So they're stacking dragons a bit. Are you worried this game at all? That they're going to get really tanky? Like, what's your thought process? How are we going to win this game? You're only
Um,
broken a tower. Your mid's on one plate, I think.
kind of. The thing about Zed is I'm not super concerned about what's the way to put it, like the game being kind of sucky early because most of my strength. That bubble looked really weird. Most of my strength comes from like when I can influence the game later on. So I'm not super like I'm not upset if they build advantages early because I can build advantages as soon as I'm powerful, you know?
And would you say the really big power for you is like that first item, or is it two items? 'Cause you said you emphasized before you had Gore Drinker Yomi's, like, and that's why you get two controls because you're just so OP at that point. Is
I
it
think
two items? Is that what you're
yeah.
looking for? Or is
God
one
Drinker
item fine?
Yomu's God Drinker Yomu's is probably where you're strongest. Yomu's gives you a ton of map control, but it doesn't make you very powerful in skirmishes. You have a lot of damage, but you kind of get the one shot. Like you can't deal with like bruiser type champions that well. You can still hit them, but you can't like stand there and hit them, you know? Like you can combo them, but you have to combo them in a way that will mean that you're not getting comboed back. But once you have God Drinker, you can more often than not, you're just stronger than these Javans, these Zinzaos, and you can just kind of fight them. Not always. Like it depends. The context of the game is usually pretty important. Um,
Oh, you got a couple of kills here, so we got to look at this. I was
mhm.
just like, wait, why are you 4-0 or 2-0 at that moment there?
Yeah.
So
He throws
Nolus
his
walks
Q. As soon
in.
as he
Okay.
throws his Q, I can play this like super disrespectfully, right? I can just go forwards.
Yep.
Um, and the most important part is making sure you hit all your Qs, basically. So on the Nautilus, like I hit my Qs on the Nautilus here. He throws his Q. I walk here because there's a wall. So I'm pretty sure I hit both my Qs on this guy.
Yep.
Both his Qs.
Yep.
Then I ult just to secure the kill, because that's kind of the most important part of the situation. I hit my Qs on Shyvana there, and then once my Shadow's back up as well, I hit both my Qs on her.
How do you think about W placement, like to hit those double Qs? Because you said you weren't really sure, like whether you hit these double Qs or not. Like, are you looking to do it like a little bit in front of them, on top of them, behind them?
Typically, like, a little bit to the side of them is kind of the way that I try
So
and do
like
it.
here or
Yeah, but
here?
also, yeah, I would prefer the side that's further away, but if you're going to be swapping onto it, watch how I walk afterwards immediately. Like, play it like a few frames. I guess I don't do it here, but do you remember the old Lee Sin tip, which was walk one way and throw your Q the other way because they will always dodge the
Yeah,
other way?
that's right. Yeah.
It's kind of like that on Zed as well. If I W onto someone, I will walk like beneath them a little bit, so it's easier for me to hit both my Qs because they'll walk up a little bit. So like I'll
We'll
W
find an
onto
example,
someone.
I'm sure, eventually
Yeah,
here. Yeah, I think it's best to explain via looking to showing. So we'll look at hopefully next fight.
yeah. I mean, we'll see. My Zed has developed over time. This is a pretty early VOD, I think. But it'll probably happen even accidentally. It's just kind of natural in the way that you stand around and throw skill shots.
You can apply it to all champs.
Yeah.
Alright, so
You
you don't have W there. You're just hitting this guy. I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory, I guess. He's just tanking everything.
the Nasus champion doesn't possess a whole lot of outplay potential.
No, he doesn't. She escapes. The cool guys don't look at explosions, throw the Q and run away.
I mean, you're throwing the Q. It's gonna hit or it's gonna miss. Like either
Right, well,
way.
I'd say the enemy team has like no win cons. This is probably end of review here.
Yeah,
Look
this
at a
one's
more
pretty
recent
dumb.
one. Yeah.
We can go slam it through.
All right, so we're against an Elise here.
Mhm.
Is that scary to you? Are you looking to minimize in the early game? You're looking to fight in the early game? What are you thinking here in the champ select here?
Kind of
Oriana,
the thing about
Kimura, Riven?
Elise is I feel like the Elise never runs into my jungle to hit me in the head. Like I'm never worried about that happening, even though she definitely could. Like I feel like, especially on Zed, on the red buff you get really low. So your 5th camp you get really low. Elise could very easily finish 3 camps and meet me at my red buff, but it never seems to happen to me in my solo queue games. I'm not sure why. Like they never try and assert their dominance over the jungle 1v1. They always just try and
The
dive lanes.
lanes, yeah.
So I just want to cover my top lane here in this game. I'm not particularly. Elise, the players always put themselves behind unless they get 10 kills, I feel like. So if I stick to my like double full clear, I will arrive at a point in the game where I'm stronger than her pretty quickly. As soon as I get like level 6 and a Dirk, like I can fight her at all stages. She, like, it's very easy for her to like cocoon backwards if I just ult her. So I think one of the more important things I can do in the fight is hold my ult until she throws cocoon. She also doesn't win the fight if she doesn't cocoon me, is kind of the important part. So I can very easily just hold my ult for her cocoon.
So you know Elise's path in top this game? We see it? Do we see the leash? Yeah, that's that obvious bot leash, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Riven's been showing for a while.
Alright, so you're saying right now Elise could come kill you, but you do have a ward there. Whose ward's that? Is that your ward or
That's
Vega's
Vega.
ward?
Vega drops it off
Oh,
of wave 2, I think.
MVP. There you go, he's the
Yeah.
MVP this game. So you're saying that, so if you're, I guess, tips playing against Zed, killing him on this red is very what you would want to be doing.
You get very low on this. I should have popped my pots a little bit earlier, but you still get very low on this, regardless of when you pop your pots. You will drop to like at least like 300 HP most games. Most champions could definitely, at least at worst, you can force him off and take his red golems. If you do a red Raptors Gromp into this, like you'll be very happy with the state of the game.
So let's say if he invades you on this, you're happy to concede this and go take these?
Oh no! Like if he does red Raptors Gromp and then into my top camps,
Yep.
I'm in a really rough spot.
You're in a rough spot because you can't
Because
take these. Yeah.
I get forced off my red buff. I get forced off my Gromp. I can't eat
Yeah.
his bot camps. Only his golems is up,
And that's
like,
awkward to get.
yeah, it's like the golems is in Narnia, and
Yeah.
like, and the bot crab's not up for ages, and so that nullifies one of the big strengths of Zed is like the speed of this full clear. You can see like I didn't do this one perfectly. I finished at 303, which is pretty like absurd. So a lot of the time, I will look to smite early, even though it gimps you on the crab, so that I can influence the lane quicker. But if the opportunity isn't going to show, then it's usually better just to hold it for the crab. But a lot of the time, the opportunity will show itself.
So I guess is that what you're doing here? So you're smarted the crab smarted the Krugs this time because you knew that you're gonna have to fight. You're looking for a fight because you know at least his top side.
Well, more it's that if I just skirmish the crab, I'm going to lose. So hopefully I can kill their top laner here.
Yeah. So
It's
you're
kind of
actually so
the-
your mindset here is actually more to give this crab and you're actually trying to kill the top laner. Is that what,
If
what
I
it is?
if I have to give both crabs, I will. That's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. On most champions that full clear, giving both crabs sucks, but it's like your champion is going to win the game, so don't lose the game on the crab.
Yeah. That's a really important mindset. I struggle with this coaching low elo players all the time. They will stress it. If they think that they get double crabbed, they feel like the game's lost. So you're very comfortable getting double crabbed because you will not don't want to lose the game.
It actually got beaten into me on PGG because we'd play a lot of comps where I was like a bridging champion and most of my lanes were playing scaling.
What's a bridging champion mean?
Like Udyr, Trundle, kind of these champions that were very strong early game and that I could use to facilitate my laners and like kind of bridge the game. So it was like it is hard for us to play early, but I can pick a champion that won't lose too hard and that has enough power that I can still contribute to the game while also not caring too much if I get pushed off crabs or like that kind of thing. Like if I can still contribute to the early game and get the team to a point where we can fight, that's like a bridging champion to me. A lot of champions kind of soft fall into it, but like Trundle is like the really obvious one. Because like Trundle doesn't care if he gets the gold or not. Trundle is very strong early game. Trundle has tons of utility regardless, but he's also capable of fighting.
All right. So I like how how cautious you are in this. Again, I will swear I have a PTSD here watching someone here would W onto the crab.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Elise, I think you're confused right now where Elise is.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
There's lots of things going on bot. Looks like maybe she reverse cleared back bot. Is that what happened here? She must be bot at this point, right?
She has to be by now, I would assume. But like,
But
yeah,
you're
no, I
holding
was
your
very.
W. You're still holding your W here.
Yeah, I'm sketched out
This is
for
really
sure.
scary. Oh,
Um,
jeez. Okay, so this is crazy. You get this crab. Wow, I'm surprised. I don't know what Lisa's been doing.
I mean, she must have run to bot crab or looked for mid or something, but it is very strange. I go like I walk in here to go figure it out, like see what's up. There's a pink here. I didn't notice the pink.
Oh my, Gromps up. What?
Yeah, I'm very
Is she
confused, but
AFK?
I'm scared of my bot lane dying. I think I noticed the
She did
pink
a
there.
3 camp bot side into vertical jungle? That's... I mean, this VOD's almost end of review for Elise Barbary. I mean, this is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
like her top side is up. Like this is very strange.
Yeah. She must be AFK. That's my only... That's my only solution.
I swear she is not, but maybe I'm trolling. I don't know. I can't remember what happened in this game, but yeah, it was very strange.
Okay, she shows now. If we press tab, we can check her CS. I guess this is the power of the ward as well. By the way, I do really like the sitting on the ward here because you've just done that twice, by the way. You didn't switch out to sweeper this time, but let's say in the first game, remember you warded this and then you reset then because this allows you to track the enemy jungler so well, right? Like if you place the ward after the crab and then you go, go back to base and then switch out to sweeper. But you didn't do it this time. Is there any reason for that?
Uh, like I could go to sweeper here, but I just value the info that I have. I think okay, so the Elise has 8 CS. I
She's
think
AFK.
no. I think she went red to top and just sat there. And then
Ah, yeah, okay.
let's go have a
Wait, who's
look.
this Elise? Who is that person? That's not
FPX
Elise Brutality.
FPX Canyon. Um, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Actually, it could be Gudo, but I'm not sure. It sounds like a
Okay.
Gudo name, but I really don't know. Maybe she was
Yeah.
AFK. Who knows? I don't know. I
Yeah,
didn't.
that's
I didn't hop
interesting.
into spectate and have a look. I really think whenever I see an Elise player with no CS, I think they've
Usually
been sitting
expect it.
somewhere.
Yeah,
But also, she had 8 CS and she was level 3, so she's yoinked a ton of lane XP.
that's true. Yeah, so she might have not been AFK, but she gave you a free early game. I mean, you're 41 CS right now. I mean, this is great for
Yeah.
you. So you get
Well, I'm
level
only up.
6.
I'm only up like 1 extra camp, right? Um. So it's a pretty nice spot, but it's not like super far ahead. Like I've done my double full clear and I'm almost level 6. This happens every game, right?
Yeah. Well, this is what you want.
Um,
So again, going to that question, what's a great Zed early game? This is what you're looking for, right?
yeah, an uninterrupted double full clear, and then you go leech 8, like 6 off a lane. That's what I do almost every game. Yeah, like Camille has a level 6 button. But yeah, I think I come back for his EXP if I don't get it. Let's have a look. I get it.
Yep,
Okay.
I get first 3 games in a row, Pabu. We
Yeah.
get that for level 6. So I think this is the common trend for Zed. I think it's coming clear. 2 full clears, leech experience, get level 6, look for a
Yeah,
fight.
I think this is actually something I learned off of PGG because I was playing Kha'Zix for ages, and I was trying to learn Kha'Zix, and one of the most important breakpoints for Kha'Zix is level 6, right? And so there was definitely a point where it would be 2 full clears and to push out a wave with my top laner.
Got it. And that's a more competitive setting though. That was like a
Yeah.
competitive thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll see here, it's like this guy is just face checking, so I can WEQ pretty freely.
Yeah.
And what I do here is, you see, when he's ready to flash, I use my ult, so that he can't flash the wall. Like it will follow him if he
Got it.
flashes
So this
over
is
the
really
wall.
important. So a lot of people would just ult randomly here, but you're like waiting because he has no way to escape right now except for flash,
Yep.
and then you ult that, and then now he can't even flash, can he?
Yeah.
He just accepts he's dead. Yeah.
It's good to hold until just before the moment when they need to use their spell to leave.
And that would be like jumping over a wall, for example. Like the only way she escapes there is to jump over a wall, so that's why you're holding it, right?
Yeah, I have no reason to use it up until like right till she gets close to it.
Alright, so we eat this dragon because we have mid's dead, mid priority. Do you know where Elise is right now?
Not really, but I also saw the AD base, so I'm not super scared.
And Elise is just camping in the brush still, so that's probably what she was doing before.
She's been spending a lot of time in those bushes. She's a fan.
So look at her inventory here. Okay, yeah. So I think she hasn't based.
Yeah, she hasn't. Oh no, she's based once, but not since her first base. She just keeps sitting in places for so long. Maybe my laners are all just faker in this game.
Yeah,
Maybe that's
they
literally
are.
like
Yeah. I was gonna say this is. I feel like in high elo, like this is your main as well, right? It's 900 LP.
yeah.
This
Oh wait,
is-
look at this, look at this, look at this. Go back, go back. Watch me walk around that
yeah.
corner. You don't get revealed on this on top side scuttle crab. You can dodge it on both sides.
Oh, okay. So you're
If you,
talking about the scuttle crab here. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen this? Look, nothing appears above my head. It doesn't
Oh yeah, I
reveal
know
me
that.
on.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
yeah. You could
It's
do it
so
in any
broken.
champ. I thought you were saying it's like a Z thing.
Oh,
I was
no,
like,
no, 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 no. I'm just
Yeah.
not sure how many people know that because it's like newish tech over the past couple months.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? I think that's been
Yeah.
for the last couple of seasons, hasn't it?
I
Since
think it probably
Kirk.
has, but I haven't seen
I think
anyone
it
do it
has.
until recently.
Yeah, I mean, I've sneaked the Herald many times from that because you actually
Oh,
bait it because it's like they think that Herald's safe, right? But
yeah,
it's like
yeah,
then
yeah,
someone
yeah.
just walks in there, you know, especially on blue side of the map. So you're looking for your first play, first big
Yep.
play.
This is just a bit of a read. Like, this Riven knows that we're coming top to push her off the wave, and so we just kind of predicted she's in the bush, and so we go for it, and it turns out to be true. What we're doing here? I'm a bit of a goblin. Ah, bad luck, fellas. Holy shit! Okay,
Yeah,
I
I
almost
think that's
I
pretty
almost
obvious
copped a
as well.
death.
Yeah, I mean, the
I
moment
almost
she
copped a
backs off
death.
there, that's pretty
Yeah.
obvious, right? I'll be
No,
running
I
away,
should.
right?
Yeah. Well, I got to look for the pink, and then there's no pink there, and then the pike hook like takes the hair off the tip of my chin. Like, I deserve a report for this one.
So why is that?
I mean, this guy's just super dead. If I wait like a quarter of a second more, I will W across the wall instead of flash face planting into the wall.
So it's
If I
because you W'd into the wall there, because obviously the range could have been,
yeah,
for W. Like you're
it's
literally
probably
Wing here. It's probably here,
yeah.
is it?
Well, I don't think the W can cross the wall. I probably need to step like maybe I don't know, like
Like
yeah,
here.
not
Yeah.
maybe not even that far. Like where the third set of dots was instead of the
Oh.
fourth one was probably far enough. Like you get it's probably not that far. Um, I yeah. If I spend like a maybe a third of a second walking, I would be able to just W on the Riven and kill her. And she's really dead. Like my Camille has done the work. I've just griefed her. So I've
Well,
pinged
we
the
get attacks.
I've pinged the appropriate player for the mistakes they have made.
Well, it's good pinging yourself, taking responsibility there, Pabu.
Absolutely.
Alright, so we reset right now. I feel like a lot of players would just opt to go do Herald in this situation. Why would you not Herald?
I don't have to. It's kind of the thing. Herald, you only need to run to Herald when your opportunity to do it is going to disappear or the enemy is doing it, right? I can always, since I have good vision in topside, I can always opt into going to my bot camps first and make it efficient for me. It's always better, one, for me to like always be clearing my camps, and then two, be getting the camps off the opposite side of the map that they want to go to if I'm doing Herald. And then three, like aligning my timings with my teammates. My Camille's not spawning for 3 seconds, so if I go to my bot camps, I'll be able to arrive top when she has control of the lane again, and then we can do Herald.
Yep. So your idea is come bot, make sure all camps are gone, because if you do Herald, you're going to lose so much tempo, and then Elise could see you take Herald, and then your camps are up, and then now she could have control of that bot side. Is that what you don't want happening?
She could eat my bot camp, she could dive bot. Like, I want to kind of stabilize the map before I go eat something like Herald.
So I guess your best case scenario all the time, stabilizing that means all your camps are off the map, just like refresh spawn times like onto the T, then you'll make a play, do an objective. That's best case scenario in your mind?
Yeah, but also kind of another part of it is that like I want to rock up to bot side so my bot lane has an opportunity to play the game. Like I want them to be able to touch their wave. I want them to be able to, you know, like if they can get a bit of push so that they can recall at a nice timer before I leave, like that's a good time for them, you know, like
Well, you can use Castle Leona. Oh, that's a lot of threat as well. So I think
yeah,
the
like
there's good.
we can kill them if they make mistakes, or at worst we can use that threat to get pushed so that they can so that like after we get the push we can, you know, reset or we can roam mid or anything. Like showing up to the other side of the map, even if I don't directly want to play for them, will help them a lot. Yeah. this is kind of the thing with Zed, is I have so much threat on mid that this Orianna has to play in Narnia. So anytime I rock up mid, my Veigar can get pushed and we can walk to side together. It's kind of one of the big fundamentals of League. Like, playing through mid is really OP. Because this Veigar, I mean, he dicks around for a bit. But if he just pushes wave and runs straight with me, we arrive top. So the waves are desynced, right? Mid wave arrives a lot earlier than top wave. So you can attend a mid wave and then attend a top wave, especially if they're stacking the side wave. If they're stacking the side wave and you go to mid first, get the push with them. Because you can see this mid wave is already met and the top wave is still at the tier, like the turret. So we can get this push. In some instances, it's even better for me to go and push the wave with him. And then we can just walk to side lane and influence side lane. Because even if, say, I yoink this EXP from Veigar, what we gain...
The net, you'll get more from it anyway. So
Yeah.
the whole team gold, the whole team experience, even though you stole that, you'll get it at all top.
Yeah,
And it's a
we'll be able
guaranteed play. It's 100% play because it's 3 versus 2.
We'll be able to push Riven off. We'll be able to take control of these jungle camps. There's like a lot to gain by having this like move from Veigar, right? And so in this case, I don't like one-shot his wave with him. I just sit in fog, and we have the gank
Let
threat
him
of the
push.
Orianna. She has to respect. He gets the push, and then we walk up.
So this is a common play you'll be making. This is not just a Zed thing. This is just jungle fundamentals. It's league
Yeah.
fundamentals.
It's a super fundamental play for almost any jungler. Some junglers don't want to play through mid. Like, for example, like champions like Lilia like to play with self-sufficient mids with like Orianna and Twisted Fate, and just want to play directly on side because they will usually stack damage type and then also just suck at like killing mid. So some junglers don't want to play through mid, but most junglers, most conventional junglers at least, like to play through mid.
So the idea is, again, so the mid wave will always arrive before the top wave. So you're able to push this, and I guess you're so mobile as there. By the time you push this, by the time this gets set up to crash for the top wave, you're already like here, and you're ready perfectly for it. So that's best case scenario in your mind. So you're really thinking the plays to be made based on that next wave coming out. And you'll be thinking about that before, as the waves are coming out of base, or just before they come out of base. Yeah?
Especially
Do you ever think about cannon waves? Do you ever like think it's like this is a cannon wave, like we'll do it, or do you not really preference?
In a more competitive setting, there's a few specific timers that are really good. Like the first cannon wave is like the obvious one, right? Like you can push the first 3 waves, and then like if a laner has a good matchup, they can stack those 3 waves, and you can, when you push the third mid wave, you can all run top and dive them on the big stack, and then that's going to put them very far behind, right? That's like the obvious one. But there's another one at like 535, which is the cannon wave that gets you 6. The cannon wave that gets you 6, if you stack the wave before that and that wave, and you dive them on that wave, you will have level 6 and they won't. Which is like a pretty big advantage, and if you dive them, like you get the two waves denied, like this is a pretty big advantage. There's a lot of timers like this throughout the game that are good to use. In solo queue, I tend to think less about the cannon waves because we're not organizing it so much.
Yeah.
But I will look for the stacks and try to dive on the stacks, because the stacks happen a lot. Like the waves are often stacked up depending on matchups, and so
that's where map winners F keys will come into play. You're like looking for stacks, so you're looking at opportunities based on the stacked waves.
Yeah. Not necessarily because they're better, but just because they're really high value.
Because if you kill them and deny all they experience, that's huge net win for you guys. Is that the mindset?
Yeah, and it means like I can sacrifice other things inside of the game. Like I don't have to put my camps on cooldown if I see like a stacked wave I can walk to. This at least kind of smurfs on me there. That was a bit clean by him.
Let's note again your CS, Pabu. Looking pretty similar again. 97 CS by 12 minutes, yeah. 100 CS.
Yeah, it's pretty... I don't know. It's pretty replicable. Like, I find it really hard not to do. If you are conscious about putting your camps on cooldown and playing, like, when your ult is up, only on, like, good opportunities, it's hard to do, of course. Like, you have to be able to recognize the good opportunities, but if you're very diligent about, like, not taking low percent plays, it's very easy to kind of stack up these big numbers on Zed. It just happens so fast since you one-shot the jungle.
What's your going with your build here? Is this an old VOD, Pabu, or is it you intentionally build? What are you building here? You're going full lethality.
This is... I think this is an old VOD, but it might be an Eclipse game. I'm not sure. But Ghost... this is probably when I realized that Ghostblade was just broken. And, like, Ghostblade is so good for influencing the map that it's really hard to pass up. When I see enemy team, I see, like, 5 squishy champions as well. I guess Riven's not really a squishy, but they have squishy jungler and squishy support. So Gold Drinker isn't always the best there. I think I would probably build it here in this game, like regardless, just because the HP is too valuable against champions like Elise, like Riven, like Pyke that do have this burst. Like the Gold Drinker build is just so good most of the time. But Ghostblade Rush is for sure optimal in this game. It gives you enough damage to. It's pretty much just the best lethality item. Gives you damage and it puts you around the map. It's so good on junglers.
Alright, so this is interesting. So your first thought right now is not to make a play. Even though your ult's up, you are opting straight for all your camps. Again.
What's the way to put it? I don't want to play without advantage if I don't have to. And so
Explain.
I do have an. So I have some strength here, in the fact that my champion should be stronger at this point in the game because I've scaled. But when I look at this map state, I look at the enemy Ezreal has rotate and our Kai'Sa does not have rotate yet, right? So if you play it out, I would prefer that if we have to, we just drop the Herald and we hit enemy bot tower. I want to not take the 5v5 if I don't have to, because Herald and hitting bot tower for like 2.5 plates are like pretty much the same, right? But if I'm doing my camps and they're not doing my camps, this is like a positive for me. And so I don't want to force like these even number fights. I want to play off of like the strength of my lanes to find opportunities to like play strong number fights early. And then also kind of something else is on my mind is that I can just go where Elise goes. Herald isn't like a huge loss, because what's the way to put it? If I do my camps and Elise does Herald, and then I base, and then I follow where Elise is going with Herald, I can fight it. Like it's a very good opportunity for me to skirmish her, especially if I put myself further ahead. So in this case, it kind of sucked because we didn't have much vision on the Herald, so it was hard to make a good decision about it, and I don't think this was optimal. But if you have vision on the Herald and you see like enemy bot lane walking, for example, a lot of the time, if you just smash all your camps, and then you get on the map faster, you get tempo, you hit the like your AD hits enemy bot tower, it can often be better for you. The big plus side of Herald is that if you do make a good play, it usually results in a tower break instead of just a plate or two. So it can very like quickly like explode a game. It is pretty much guaranteed 2 tower plays, but more importantly, it's guaranteed a full tower if you kill someone. So,
which is what you're looking for. You really want to use Herald to break towers, right? I mean, it is 14 minutes, so plating is not really a thing anymore. So do you emphasize in general Herald at this point in the game?
I usually de-emphasize. I would prefer like going to the other side. If I'm fast, an enemy team is setting up on Herald's side, I would rather just be an enemy bot jungle and taking.
Just go to the other side, take their tower. You can just auto take the tower, and you net the same anyway, and it's whatever.
Yeah, it's like especially if you're faster, you can take the tower, you can base, you can go defend the Herald play. Like there's so much. Yeah, this is a pretty typical Zed combo actually. This one's quite like normal.
So this is just this is the best case scenario. So this is WEQ,
WE auto, and then I ult to follow the flash.
And you hold your shuriken again here, and then you
hold
finish
until I
off.
can hit it. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, you just hold in. So you just auto attack in. So WE. So you're pretty much holding it because you know they're going to blow something, right? You follow it, and then you hold your Qs. Because if you didn't have your Qs there, she gets away, right?
Absolutely.
You miss your Q.
Yeah. You never want to give them the opportunity to flash your Q, is basically it, if you don't have to. Like, sometimes you don't have the ability to make that decision, right? But if you can kill them without the Q, or at least force them to use their cooldowns, you should always hold it until they've used the cooldowns. But sometimes you're going to need to use it if, like, you really do need to be able to burst them. I swear in this game, this guy made Vega look like the most broken champion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess he's had a completely free lane phase. He's playing like Faker, remember, against this Elise. So
that's true,
he just scales up.
He's under no threat.
Okay. So Camille's top. We probably don't want to W in here. Okay, so this is a bit different. This is sort of a different fight that you've sort of played here. You sort of start with W and then you throw your W. You start with R and you throw your W in an interesting position. So walk through this. What's your mindset here?
So pause when I start my ult. So with Zed, like your shadow swap on your ult has a pretty big delay after you like first cast it. You can't swap for like a little bit. And it's really easy timing for people to throw skill shots at you. Specifically here, I'm worried about Elise Cocoon. So I want to have my W down initially. One, so I don't have to cast it off my ult, so I can get my shurikens out faster.
Because
And then
going to the
two,
W shadow is quicker than ult.
yeah,
It's like
and
instant.
two, yeah, I can just go straight away instead of having to wait the moment. So I can use it to dodge the like incoming cocoon. I don't think she throws it here if I recall correctly, but we'll have a look. Oh, she does throw the cocoon, yeah, and I
And then you
W it.
W dodge it, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm still in range to throw my stuff, and then I can use the R clone to get back out. That's a really like typical Zed combo. It was a bit strange because a lot of the time you don't end up placing the W that aggressively. A lot of the time you throw it behind you or to the side. Um, but yeah, that's like one of the bread and butter combos of Zed because it gives you a lot of ability to maneuver around the enemy champion.
All right, outplayed.
That Riven has absolutely outplayed himself. It was not a bad read. I just didn't panic and hit my buttons.
So again, you're making sure you're hitting that Q. So you E, you're holding. Okay, now you throw it there. Do you hit a triple Q? That was only 2 Qs.
It'll only be two. But I'm pretty sure I saw him use my E on the minimap, so uses E on the minimap, so I just toss it.
Got it. Yeah.
Because the
Yeah, he
Kaiser
uses
has
it
like
here.
round him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
actually I did
yeah.
see him, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just dead.
Even with 3 exhaust. There you go. Overkill. 140 CS, 17 minutes. This game's probably pretty much over at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty done. Like it's just a formality at this point.
Let's look at another 1 or 2 fights. So you start with, okay, well, it's just a nice WEQ combo.
I don't know. It's pretty rough at this point. Once Zed kind of hits the point where he does too much damage, it's very hard not to just kill someone.
You just walk up and slap it with an auto attack, hold your abilities.
My Leona is kind of faker in this game. She played that fight really well.
Alright, that's it for this VOD.
It's been wrapped up.
Alright, so we'll look at actually just one more of your VODs, and then we'll actually go over, we'll jump into practice to do some combos, and then we'll look at some pro players. Alright, so the next one here, I think this might be a bit more of a recent VOD.
Yeah, this is a closer one.
Right, so you're against Diana here. So obviously, I mean, blue start every game regardless. But okay, so what do you do with the ward here? Okay, interesting. So why do you do this with the ward specifically instead of more defensive that you've been doing it? You've been usually using it on the red side.
Diana can't really fight me early. And it's good to have the knowledge. Diana's one of those champions. Diana can like full clear really fast on both sides, so having the knowledge of where she starts is very useful. Because she can full without a leash and rock up at not Zed times, but pretty close to Zed times. It's like as long as you have the knowledge, you can make a better decision. But because she can full clear without like a leash, you kind of need the knowledge. And she like wasn't there, so if she was there, I might not place it so deep, or I might not place it at all if she was there. It's like it's not that useful because Diana doesn't leave the jungle early. She always finishes her 6 camp most of the time, like a good 90% of the games. So warding the ramp doesn't actually achieve that much for us, but because of that ward, it lets me see that she's pathing up, and I can influence how my Wukong wants to play the lane or how my Ryze wants to play the lane.
Alright, so this looks like a pretty relaxing game. This is a game where you'll be thinking now to hold your smite, right? Because obviously Diana's going to be top side. So there's no threat of anything bot. So nice, simple. Easy peasy. Okay, so then, you know, usually you'll be potentially looking to base here, but so I guess this is the same situation as before. You would, let's say, if obviously they're fighting here, so you're probably going to be able to clean up, but you would just sit in this bush and just channel your recall in case anything happens bot, and you just come back to your top camps to take your grump. Is that right?
Yep, it's fine.
Obviously there's no way you can double crab.
Yeah, so when you finish your crab, if you're a fast jungler, Oh, so basically, if you get to crab on spawn and you kill it on spawn, you have time for what I like to call, or I guess what we refer to as one task. So you can do one task before you need to base to get on time to your Gromp respawn.
2 tasks is too much. You will be way too
You'll be
behind.
late to your Gromp respawn, which means that enemy jungler, if he's on time to his Gromp respawn, will be ahead of you in tempo and can influence the map. Or you have to lose CS. Like, it's one or the other. So when I finish my crab, I can do one of two things. I can walk into his jungle, recall, and place my ward, or I can place my ward somewhere. Like, I can place it on his Gromp. I can place it, towards the top side of mid, like behind mid, or like closer to wolves. Like, I can go place my ward there and base. Either is fine, or I can sit bot and I can protect bot while they push, or I can sit mid and I can protect mid while they push. Those are kind of the standard options.
So those are the tasks you'd
Yeah.
say.
Those are the tasks I can complete. Unless something happens like this, where they fight or there's like a gank opportunity or something. Like very, very rarely is there, like in these full clear situations, if team isn't griefing, there's not much for me to do. So I can just like pick one of these, which one I think I help most. In this situation, I see Ryze gets pushed on his own to recall on his own, so I want to stand behind bot because enemy bot lane can fight. That's why I picked out the choice. And also, I'm not too concerned about warding enemy jungle because I know what she's done. She's Diana, she started bot side, she's done her 6 camps. So I'm not too concerned about actually knowing where she's going because I already know where she's going.
So in terms of this is one that I find people miss a lot. Is that this number 1 here? Because sometimes like their lane, let's say Ryze is trying to push the next wave, looks like he's looking to reset, right? But they will miss the opportunity, and then enemy jungler comes and ganks. Because like this, I actually call it, I have a name for it. I call it the mid stalemate, where whoever ganks first like loses. But usually in lower elo, people will gank. They don't think about it that way. They will just gank it, and then it's like an opportunity for you to counter gank and kill them. So I find people miss this number 1 situation, the hover mid, as you refer to as a task. I think that's a good task. Is you're there to counter gank if Ryze was staying mid.
You also have a bit of time to waste as well, so you can sit there in the bush and cancel your recall like 2 or 3 times if you have to.
2 or 3 times, yep.
Like,
20, 30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, it can't be too long. But like if you base recall, base, like if you base, cancel, and then finish your
It's like
third base,
15 seconds. Probably 15 seconds.
You'll still be on time. So you have a lot of time where you can stand there and help the guy get push or just make him safe so he can trade. Like there's a ton of things that you can do to help the game with your time. But there's
Top excellent there. You're very happy with this.
I mean,
this is best case scenario early game, right?
Yeah.
So you see Diana, you know where she is. You're just doing another clear. Okay, you're contesting. This is interesting. You're contesting the Raptors this time. Walk through this.
What's the way to put it? When you do desync sides, you can eat your like. Well, one, I know Ryze has big push, so I think like this is less of eating his Raptors and more I know we can cheese him. So if you go back, you'll see that I see this Ryze crash this wave super early. Like I see this happen. So enemy top laner can no longer fight. Like he has to base, he's too low, and I see Ryze has this fat wave going in. So we walk in, and it's like Diana's timer is like her Raptor camp only just spawned, but we know this spawn timer because she started bot. Like. These Raptors will always be coming at the same time, and we know she will have been hitting her bot camps on respawn. So it's very easy to predict where she will be at this point in the game. So it's pretty free. Like we push her out, get her camp, get her flash, which is a pretty big win, and then I can still continue to my bot side. This ends up being a bit annoying, but it's not a big deal. They can't actually chase me down. Without the Jack's walk. And yeah, this is a bit of an annoying decision I have to make, but my top laner is doomed if I don't come fix his wave with him.
Okay, so this is interesting. This is a situation where you're not really doing your full clear, your Raptors and Krugs. You're identifying that top's done if you don't come here, so you're just like outweighing your Raptors and Krugs. Is that right?
Yeah, well my top laner is losing right now, and this wave is too big. This Jax will hold the permafreeze forever, especially because Diana is path to this side. Like, my 2 camps is not worth... I mean, the thing is, by pushing in this wave, I still get a fair bit of EXP. Like, not too much, but enough that it's not, like, the worst, you know? Like, I'm not too upset by this. Like, I still get about half a level worth of EXP from eating this wave with him, and then he can actually play the game, and then also my Ryze gets pushed so we can dive him. Which is, like, This wasn't the intention. My intention was just to fix the wave. Um, but it's like a pretty decent outcome. I mean, it doesn't end up going nicely, but like it was like a good look. And it also like bailed my Wukong out of a really terrible situation. But my intention was just to push his wave with him. Because of that stacked wave, even though enemy like top laner is stronger, they can't fight. So I can crash the wave with him. But if he didn't crash that wave, it would have put him really far behind. We played this dive pretty poorly. We don't blow the Jax E before we use our CC. Because if we hold the Rise EW, because he Ws him as he's queuing, that's really bad. If he should wait for the Jax Q and then W him, so that like, because we get stunned while we CC him, which is like really troll. But it's pretty whatever. Like this outcome is still very, very good for us. Rise lost very little to come here because he pushed his wave and then ulted up. Jax like got pushed out of his winning situation, and Diana had to come cover as well. I also got a ton of EXP from eating the waves, so it's a pretty like pretty happy situation for us from what was a pretty bad situation.
All right, well, almost faker there, but Warwick prevents you from being faker. So
Warwick has
let's.
heal. Warwick literally has
Does he have
heal.
heal?
Yeah, he
Okay,
does.
interesting. All right, so again, look at the W placement here. So this is a more defensive W, isn't it? So you're doing it away from Diana. So you're doing the W first, and then you're ulting,
Yep.
and then you
So-
jump to your W first, and then you jump to your R next because you
Yeah.
want to dodge abilities. Because again, it's quicker to jump to your W than it is to your R.
And the R brings you like back into range because it's very close to them.
Yep. So I guess the right premise there, right idea. I think this is the first VOD where you died early. Like this you haven't done your next clear of camps.
Yeah. It's true. I guess in that situation I was just being disrespectful of the Warwick base. Like I didn't see him base. I just assumed that he would have left it, but it was a aggressive assumption that I could not make. This is not the worst, but it's pretty bad. I didn't realize all the creeps got one-shot by a Mumu ult. I didn't think about that.
So I guess this is fine because all your camps are off the map. There's nothing that any jungler can take. And you are going to be donating a lot of CS, and Ziggs can he probably get this tower maybe by himself here. So
Not sure.
this
Yeah,
is fine. Like this is really worth, you think, in your eyes?
It wasn't my intention, but like it is. I guess we didn't have. Oh, we're only diving with 2 creeps. Yeah, I'm just stupid. Then I should have realized that.
You should wait for the next wave. Is that what you're saying here?
I don't think. No. Watch. This is fine. This is all fine. But I swap back into tower to kill the Mumu. And
Oh yeah. You just get the kill on Lucian and then you just wait for the next wave.
This is really fine. If Rel dies, we just wait for next wave. We eat this wave together, and the Mimi's just dead. But I press
this
R.
is pretty troll.
I'm just yeah. I'm griefing for sure.
There. You gotta survive there and killed. Yeah.
Absolutely. My brain power ran out. But it's not a big deal. As you said, because I put all my camps on cooldown before I did it, so it's not punishing death. So it's still like a pretty decent situation for us.
Oh, so you have no W's. Let's see if you're useful this fight. But
Not very.
Looks like he's just caught, sort of, I guess.
He's in an Ignite Jax, so once he's used his first Q, he's pretty doomed. I figured he was doomed, so I used all my spells on the wave just to eat as much of it as I could before I killed him.
So we got around 90 CS by 11 minutes this game. So even though we died early, we still, as you said, we still got about the same CS numbers as the zero death games.
Yeah.
And that's because you're clearing your camps off the map and then you're doing a task, and then clearing the camps off the map and doing a task. That's the only reason why you're able to maintain these high CS numbers.
Yep. Oi. This guy's super dead, but he roots a creep. It happens. Anyways, I think that's what makes me like a super consistent player. Is I don't make very many high variance decisions in my solo queue games. Like I do attend lanes when I feel like they need to be attended to, but I won't go for something that I think is like really coin flippy. I choose to opt into like making plays that I think are high percent as much as I can, and relying on like, for example, like I can generate leads just by like putting all my camps on cooldown before I go somewhere. And I don't stick to that like stringently. Like I'm not tight about it, but like I make that like kind of like my goal. Like that's always at the forefront of my mind. I don't like let it slip at any point. Um, like I don't get tilted and stop farming and run around. Like I don't. I might get tilted, but I won't stop farming. Like I always try to make sure that it's yeah, as I said, at the forefront of my mind when I'm playing the game because it will put me in a good position to win always. It happens a lot where like things go poorly, but because I'm just smashing camps the entire game, I'm
You're
still
not
relevant.
punished that hard. You're still
Yeah,
strong.
I
You're
can
always
carry a lot of
strong.
games that are like quite bad
Mm.
because of the consistency of the way that I play the game out on these champions. Like Diana was like a really good pick for me as well because I would play the game very similarly on Diana.
So this game's a little bit more difficult. I mean, top's pretty out of control for you. Jax looks like it's pretty doomed there. 2 plates, your team's a little bit behind on kills. I mean, you're sort of got to carry this game, right? Like, this is all on you, this game. Would you
Yeah,
agree?
I mean, I think it is most of the time. I like the jungle role is so strong in solo queue that like you don't necessarily have to be like Zedding the game to win the game, but like you should. It's kind of your responsibility to navigate the game in the way that will give your team like a positive percent chance of winning the game. Like a lot of the times you're not going to be able to influence it so strongly, right? I actually opt for Merc Treads this game, which is atypical. But they have a lot of magic damage and like a fair amount of
CC.
CC than
Yeah.
usual. But also even the 80 champions like the Warwick and the Jax do a lot of magic damage as well. So
Because
it's
remember,
pretty.
you said you don't like Merc Treads. You don't build it for the tenacity because you already have tenacity. You build it more for the magic resist. What's your mindset there?
Its magic resist value kind of sucks, so it's still not great. But when you get value out of both pretty hard, like it can be good. I feel like the tenacity is like really average. I can't remember the specific numbers, but I think Legend tenacity gives like 35%, and then when you build Merc Treads as well, you only go up because of tenacity not being like additive. Like you only go up to like 51% tenacity or something. Like it's not super valuable. If I
But it is
recall
when you're
correctly.
against like a full CC team. You think that extra 20%'s like it's like worth
Yeah,
it.
and if you see like a lot like magic damage as well, like it kind of doubles in value, right? Um, yeah, I don't fight this Warwick here. He's a bit too tanky for me. He's going to use his summoner heal again. I actually never see that spell. It surprises me every time.
Is that Dynamic you're talking about?
Oh no, like summoner heal on champions that don't take heal.
Okay, yeah. That is people wouldn't expect that. No.
Yeah, it's like
Barrier
when
barrier tricks me as well sometimes as well. To be honest,
yeah barrier Warwick
barrier
like
Warwick top, yeah. So you have to concede this dragon because
the
top's
Wukong didn't
missing. You have
walk.
0. Yeah, you have 0 control here, so that's good. But you're just very relaxed. So it looks like you're very relaxed to give objectives. I always see lower elo players, they panic. They're like, "I'm losing dragon. I'm strong. Like I should fight."
Yeah, I prefer to fight in solo queue. That's the way that I want to play the game. But like if my team isn't there, I'm not going to grief the game for it. Like
Yeah.
I think we can probably start fighting soon, and so I want to fight some objectives. Especially for Diana finishes her Zhonya's is like a good time to fight. Um, is when I would say that our team is like in a pretty strong point of advantage.
Why don't you kill this guy with a QE? Sorry, a WEQ combo.
I don't think
Do
my
you think
W
you
was
need to
up.
ult?
My
Oh
W
yeah,
was
sorry, your
not
W's available.
available.
Okay, but you would
Yeah.
have if W was available.
Yeah. Also, we've committed like rel ult on this guy. I just want to leave now. I mean, this Diana like is in a bad spot. But like if this Diana wasn't in a rough spot, I would have just like immediately left. We've committed like the full rel combo, so any fight from there on out is quite risky.
So you're always
Yeah.
very cautious whenever you're fighting with that ult. You're like it's got to be a good fight, or like you're not really going to
Yeah.
commit. You know, you're just
You
going to
see
sit back.
that Diana was walking towards me, and I was just out of there until my
Yeah,
team. Like
yeah.
I
You
was
need
not
your
having
team.
any of it. Yeah. Like I never want to give opportunities to people to fight me when I'm not in a position of advantage. is kind of the way that I like to think about it.
And position advantage would mean like literally positioning where your team is, where the enemy team
Uh,
is, vision.
usually, usually, well, I like to make sure that like we use our laning strengths to generate an advantage. So whether that's like, so say my top laner is strong, putting ourselves in a position of advantage with like his laning strength would be forcing the enemy top laner to either catch waves or like rotate while his wave is crashing into tower, like waiting for our top laner to push first and then we fight, you know? And it kind of goes the same for every position. It's just letting them use their laning strength to create some sort of advantage on the map so that the fight isn't just like 50-50. And if you play around like your lane is better than the enemy team plays around their laners, you will have a lot of like fights that are just way easier for you to win. Um, and you don't even like have to coordinate your team. You just have to be respectful when your team doesn't walk and play aggressive when your team walks. You don't have to micro them. You don't have to like have like, you know, LCS level comms. Like you just need to understand what their move means and be respectful when they don't have it.
So playing off your team is really important. You find just in solo queue, but with Zed as well. When you know without you ult in those situations.
Yeah. Well, you're most strong when you can link up. Like assassins, bring a lot of damage, but if you bring your support with you, you have damage and CC. Like it just kind of completes your champion to be way nicer.
All right, so this is a situation that goes against your advice here. This is a pure everyone's missing on the map, going straight for the Lucian. Is that just because you're a Zed and you can do this? Like, what's the mindset
It's a
here?
bit of a read. If you go back,
Yep,
you'll see what I see. So see what I see here. I see the Lucian on the midway solo, and I see there's a Mumu and his Diana there.
yep. And he has to walk up here. So
Yeah.
this is actually pretty high percentage in your eyes.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading that he's too far up mid and his team isn't near. Um, there's no real risk of his team being near me. But at this point, I know that the Warwick's gonna hunt me down, so I have to swap back. Um, but yeah, like his team is not near him. I know what his CDs are, so I know he has no flash, so he's pretty doomed.
Well
My
played. So looking for picks
my
like
rel
that.
my rel is faker in this game.
Yeah. You need to change the term, Pabu, after that 1v1. It's he's
Yes,
Pabu. He's Pabu.
okay. My rel is Whippo after that one.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, like I think that the thing about Zed is his limits are so far. Um, like he can make plays that you can't really see on other champions. Like that one was like very, very long engage range, right? But it wasn't like super disrespectful or super aggressive. It's only
Because you knew where they were. You knew where their
yeah,
teammates
I
were. And
see
you knew
them.
your
Like
damage. Yeah.
I know he has no flash. I know like if I land my things he will die. I know he can't kill me. And then from here on out it's just a bit of a salvage, like trying to figure this one out. My team kind of clutches up. Um,
Would you say that's a
so
common situation, looking for a pick on mid 80s? He's looking to push mid wave because sometimes they get
yeah,
alone. Is that common?
it's really common for like jungles and supports. So solo queue players have gotten better. Jungles and supports will move together more and try and control vision, but they're not very smart about the waves. So you will find ADCs left alone on waves like a lot. It's one of the easier picks to make. Especially with Ghostblade as well, you have to use W to gap close. But when you have Ghostblade and you RE someone, between the slow and your Ghostblade move speed, you can often chase their flash. And you're not really under much threat because chasing them deep doesn't mean anything because you can just swap back to your ult, right?
You can always just like a low committal. I mean, you can commit, but you're not going to die. You know, you're just going
Yeah.
to be able to jump back to your shadows.
As long as you see their teammates sufficiently far away, it's very easy to go for like very aggressive plays. And that's kind of the thing about Zed is you have so much opportunity to see these because you see it, you just go for it, right? Like you have a lot of freedom to kind of assert yourself over the map if people don't respect you properly. And it's very hard to respect Zed properly because he is so mobile. There are other junglers have like, for example, Talon is kind of the same but in a different way. Like he has the ability to cross the map very quickly, but not so much to gap close, in such a sense. So like you have to respect how Talon can run around the map, but most players like can't think about the champion as mobile as Talon. You know, it's kind of the same with Zed. He is so mobile, and if you can't see him, it's just has so many different ways to approach every fight.
So this situation here again, I would feel people would go on the Amumu. They're like, I'm Zed, I'm super strong, I've already made so many good plays this game. Why do you not go on Amumu here?
I'm pretty sus of their top jungle. Like I've just walked through their bot jungle with my team, and I see nothing. So I'm like, this guy's super out of position, but I really don't see anything. Like, and then lo and behold, the Warwick shows up.
The good old you get caught into quadra kill, 500 IQ play.
Yeah, it was a bait or something. Nah, that was misplayed by me. If you go back, I can point out the micro that I should have done, but in proper gameplay, I just don't toss my W.
Oh yeah,
But
that W, yeah, yeah.
it's really aggressive. But if I was to play this game better, I would have just been after every click, I would just click my R on the Warwick. I would click. I would just buffer my R on the Warwick.
So like now,
Oh no! If I just been as I'm walking backwards, I have my mouse like over him, and as soon as I see him start the jump, because he does a little animation before he actually jumps. So you see how he turns into like the
yeah, yeah.
scary form. I can just click my R on him at that point, and as soon as he gets into range, I'll ult him, and I won't get hit by it.
So you'll be like hovering your mouse like over here. You'll be like
Yep.
spam R here.
You don't necessarily have to click it, but I just have to be ready to click it as soon as I see him go into like the scary leap. And at that point, I can buffer the ult, and it will keep me safe. And like that's a pretty big int by him. If he ults at me and I ult his ult, like he's just dead, right? There's a lot of skills you can do that on. What are some common ones? Let me think. I had some examples in my head, but there's like, I guess there's a lot of champions that you can buffer your ult onto.
I remember with Dyna you could buffer your E, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like with your flash. If you flash and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you
yeah,
do
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Or like when playing against things like Camille, playing against champions like, I don't know, like Nidalee. Nidalee is a really good one actually, because if you get speared, you can just spam R on her, and as soon as she jumps at you, you would ult and dodge probably her E if she just spams it. Yeah, there's tons of champions that it can be good. It's a good skill to learn. Buffering is one of the more important. I'll show it in the combo one. There's a few ways you can use it in your combo as well.
All right, so you want to get up the client on your screen, Pabu? Let's go over some
Alright.
Zed combos.
Well, so the basic combo is you can kind of take most of your combos in one of two directions. So you can WEQ, which is like the standard damage combo, and then you can either you can opt into following it or you can opt into not following it. Because like if you WEQ, and a lot of champions, like say you're playing against a Jarvan, if you swap into range and start hitting him, he's just gonna beat your head in. So a lot of the time
So you
it's
sort of
good
want to
not-
play slow. So you sort of just like poke in. Like Curtis actually explained it really well on his Zed guy. He's actually viewed him in mid as like a poke mage, not as an assassin. Is that sort of like the way you're thinking it? You're actually like a mage in this situation.
Yeah, a lot of the time you can't actually play to kill this guy. I'll go buy some CDR real quick so I can have a more realistic set for playing the game. Alright, so yeah. And a lot of these situations later on, you would WEQ, and then your Q actually comes back up before your W goes away, so you can throw it again, and you have another E coming as well, which is kind of nice. And then so this is the standard gank combo that you will use is if you can get into range for WE, you would WE, then auto R, then you just keep autoing, and then you can QE like whenever you see the window. But so basically, you always lead with WE for the slow, then you swap in, try and auto R if you can. If you can't auto R, it's like fine. It's not a big deal if you can't get the auto first, but usually auto
And
R
that'll be a
is nice.
situation where like you feel like you get hit by CC or something like that. Is that a situation?
Yeah,
where you can auto attack?
CC or
before
say they're like 60% HP and you WE and then you really want to follow the flash or dash really quickly. It can be good to like if you think they're going to try and escape, you can use your R straight away. Can often be good. A trick with the Gore Drinker is that if you team out and then E, it basically cancels it straight away. You can also, it's good to cancel your auto with Gore Drinker, so you can auto team out E really quickly. So like, I guess there's not many. The only time that you would really use it is say that you W into range, you R summon, then you auto team out E, and it's like a fair amount of damage, and then you can throw your Q afterwards. That's the basic one, and then the more advanced combos start to come out where this is like a situation where you want to dodge their skill that they're throwing, or you want to be ready to get out of their range. Say that they're like a really fed ADC and you're like 30% HP. Throw the W here, you R on them, you W back, and then you EQ, and then you can R back in, and if you need to finish them off. But for the most part, this is your bread and butter fighting combo. If the enemy is strong, it's WR, and then you W back, throw the Q, and then you can flash back in after you R back. It's a bit complicated. I'll go through it slowly.
Yeah.
You drop the
So
W.
I guess the idea
you
as
R.
well, so
Yeah.
hitting the triple shuriken is so important in this situation. That's for max damage.
Indeed. You always want to leave your W like close enough. Like sometimes it's better to just throw it back here if you want to get out of their range and you only go for 2. If you're like scared of them doing damage to you, say it's often when you're very low and someone runs at you, you can throw the W backwards and then just leave, and you can still hit all of your skills without like you're in very little threat here. They basically can't hit you if you do this, which is the most important part, because you're actually next to them for like a split second, and then you also have the ability to R in and then like flash on their head, or if they step on the clone, you can R on them. It leads to like a pretty smooth combo where you can like get back in range very quickly. It gives you the option to leave or to stay in range. You kind of get to pick how you want to navigate the situation. Basically, you have the freedom to do so. And it's not much. It's basically kind of piecing together those 3 things, like WE for the slow, like auto TM at E, and then like the WR into insta W back, throw your shurikens. Kind of the thing with Zed is you don't necessarily have to combo all of your skills in the same way every time. You have a lot of freedom to say, like you do the standard combo, you can hold your Q for a really long time before your ult pops. So you have like a lot of time to kind of just hang out.
To make sure that you're going to hit the Q.
Yeah, so like you can think about it for like a really long time. You see, it still hasn't popped yet. Like
there you go.
Have a good,
yeah,
yeah.
You have plenty of time. So I guess people feel rushed. I could definitely see, especially the adrenaline of like an ult. Like you're like, yes, I'm Zed, I'm going in. Like, but if you like just step back and be like, okay, just like 2 seconds. Okay, now I'm gonna throw the Q. That's
a
like
a lot of people also dodge straight away. You wait a bit and you can hit the like say the Vorks. Like you can hit the Q straight away, or you can just like wait a good. I mean, does it actually say how long the after 3 seconds? You have a full 3 seconds to hit your Q. You literally have
the ult damage procs.
Yeah. So if you wait at least like a second and a half for them to dodge, I mean, you won't have your WE slow anymore, which is like kind of whatever. Like a lot of the time they'll put themselves in a situation where they can't dodge, or they'll stop thinking about it, or they'll stop dealing with it. Like it's very, very powerful to be able to hold onto your skill shot and force them to dodge it before you like do anything. In terms of other combos, there's not too much to go with it. If you're in range to hit someone with WE, you can always hit the Q. But there's another one. Yeah, there's another one. There's like say you're kind of walking at someone on the crab, and like say you tried smite of the crab and you missed the smite. You can throw your W back and like auto EQ. As soon as you get the auto off, you can swap away. So you like throw your W back, auto EQ. And just like throw it all your spell. It's kind of like it's very similar to this combo, except you're starting like with the auto in range. So you throw your W back and then you auto EQ and just run away. It's not that useful all the time, but if someone's face checking into you and you want to like chunk them a bit, but you don't want to fight them, it's pretty good.
It's like non-committal.
Yeah, it keeps you safe. That's basically it. You can do like a few fancy like you can smite the Nash and then W away. Your W has pretty much infinite range. So I'm not sure if it's actually infinite, but it's a good like 3,000 or 4,000 units.
It's basically
so you can stay
infinite.
Pretty safe.
Practically, it's basically infinite. You're not going to really close that distance somehow, unless they like have teleported somewhere or something.
The only other trick that I would keep in mind is you can buffer your R with flash, so you can press R. Sorry, I've griefed it. You can if you click R on them and then flash into range of it, it'll instantly ult. So one of the things is like.
Can you show what happens when you don't buffer? When you don't buffer it?
So if you flash, sorry, I'll wait till my CDs. So if you flash R, it's like quite a long time after you flashed before you actually cast the skill. So it's like you flash R. Not only do you have to flash, you have to get your mouse like on top of them. So sometimes you can do that just by like clicking on them. It's not that bad, but it is substantially faster if you click the R on them and then flash into range. The moment you flash, you just go instantly on top of them. Yeah.
And the way you buffer it is by your mouse is already on the target, and as you're flashing, you're pressing arrow at the same time.
Oh, you can literally click it all the way from here, and then just
Yeah, you
flash into
click it
range.
and you
It'll go.
flash. Yeah, okay, you just
Yeah,
click it. Yeah, you spam it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say with the Warwick one. You like spamming it like as like you're there, but I guess you have to
yeah,
wait for the animation for Warwick in that case.
yeah. Sorry. If you flash them, if you click it on them and you flash from out of range, like you don't get into range, you'll stop moving. But if you click it on them and you flash into range, you just instantly cast it. So it's important to know your ranges so that you don't like grief your flash like that. Because yeah, as I said, if you flash from out of range, you just won't do anything. But if you wait till you're in range, it'll instantly go.
Can you
Yeah.
quickly show the combo the way you killed the Lucian there in that last VOD that we did? Like, so what's
Lucian.
that? It's like chasing someone down, like
So
a
it
mid
was
pick.
just yeah, it was just you just W up the lane, and then you like you RE, and then you just auto, and then when you think you can hit the Q, you toss the Q, and then you ult out. It's
And ideally, you would
very
be popping Yomus to chase him down, as you said. If
yeah. So the Yomi speed lasts for a long time, so you can like kind of hold it on for it's a good 6 seconds. So you can cast it before you go on them. If you wanted to do this perfectly, you would auto team at E, also, and then throw the Q to wherever they are, then swap back. Remember, your swap isn't very far. Your ult shadow spawns where you are when you cast your ult. So it's not actually out of combat range for most champions, especially if you ult them in melee range. It's just on top of them. Like your ult swap doesn't really take you anywhere. The reason why it looks so nice when you do this is because it puts you back into range to hit them again once you've W'd away. There was a period of time, before Zed got like mini reworked where your ult like left you, the ult was like behind them, and it meant it was like you could W away and then ult back, but now they kind of have to run towards you. A lot of people forget about the ult shadow though. If you do this and you run away, a lot of people will step on this shadow absent-mindedly. You can get a lot of like free picks with your ult shadow if people aren't paying attention to it. It's a lot for you to keep track of, let alone trying to be the enemy team and keep track of it as well.
I feel like that's
Um,
what a lot of players when they're first picking up Zed is they're gonna forget where all their shadows are. There's like a lot going on.
I still forget what my shadows are sometimes, but you can simplify it by yourself. I guess the way I like to think about the mechanics is that I guess Zed is one of the champions that is actually like kind of complicated mechanically, but what you can do is you can kind of address the situation before it happens. Like, if you see the enemy team is grouped on mid, you kind of know that you won't just be Wing into their team, right? So you can kind of like, preemptively think like, oh, I'm going to place my W here, buffer my R, like W out, and kill him that way. Like, you can kind of preset the play a little bit when you're like learning the champion, and like kind of you'll make mistakes and you'll like do the wrong thing a lot of the time, but that's just kind of like one step on the path to becoming better. Wait, I'll show you that combo again. This one's actually quite a nice one for attacking people when they're grouped up with their team. If you use the W plus the R buff, fuck, I absolutely griefed it. If you use the W plus the R buffer trick, you can get into range and then leave the range very quickly, and then you can swap back if you need to. But like using the flash to get into range, like this comes from like a very like you don't really have the opportunity to react to the Zed coming. And you can still get like having your ult on someone is probably the most important thing because yeah, it does 55% extra damage at this point in the game. It's obviously weaker earlier on, but like your Q only does 413 damage, but with an extra 55%, an extra 205 damage, it kind of amps all your stuff to be really ridiculous. You can kill people with not very much. Like if you're a late game Zed ulting onto someone and you hit them with like auto ETM at like a Q, that's like total 3.1k damage. Like is that not just absurd?
Especially, so this is you got 3 items there. Is that's 3 items in a Warhammer? You don't even have the boots, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the boots, so yeah,
But
it's
you have
like
enough CDR there anyway, yeah.
yeah.
That's that's ridiculous. I mean, who has 3,100 health at?
Yeah,
When would you get these items? Probably around 25 minutes, 30 minutes,
yeah.
maybe.
It's not going to be 3.1k if you don't hit a bunch of shurikens, but like you have like 1.7, 1.8k damage with only one shuriken, and the more shurikens you have, like is an extra like 400 damage. So every shuriken you land is going to make the combo like more and more ridiculous. And the thing is, you don't even have to kill someone for your combo to be like quite valuable. If you like stay safe, keep most of your HP, and chunk someone down to 10% HP, the fight is basically done for them. So
So
your
your
job
mindset doesn't have to be kill. Sometimes a chunk is a kill because they're out of the fight, and you don't want to commit. You want to like hold your abilities, and if you come for round 2, you've got that you still got that old advantage, right?
Yeah, it's really like kind of using your ult Zed is extremely not committal. Like it's not a very committal ability, but what it is it's like resource heavy. Your champion is a lot weaker without the threat of this ability. You're not scary to the rest of the enemy team. You don't have so much outplay potential. So for like if you're setting up and like I don't know, you're setting up around a herald, and you see all like this is their top laner. Your top laner's up here. Their team is down here. If you like WEQ on this guy, auto him and run away, you've already done like a lot for your team. If you don't die, like if you can find windows to damage people, even if you only just WEQ someone, it's always valuable to be looking for this poke because one, it puts them in like your ranges. Like if you chunk someone out, they're way easier for you to kill. And then two, like whatever work you can get done is always going to be valuable for your team. It's most important that you kind of maximize your impact to the fight, and that means like not getting hit as much as you can.
Can you also show us the where you ideally, you talked about your W placement. You want it to be sort of to the side of them. Where are you talking about specifically?
So was this without the ult, like the one where we WE and then we throw
Yeah,
two Qs?
that's right. Yep.
Yeah. So if you throw the W here and then you throw two Qs, you have to throw them in a straight line to hit them. And this is like the easier way to dodge it because they only have to dodge like left or right to dodge this. But if you throw your W here and you throw to the right side of them, look at what the second Q is doing now. Like, sorry, I'll just go stand here. Throw it to the side. Look at the second Q is this line. That's
You're
no
hitting
longer
sort
like
of two angles. You're hitting like you're going
Yeah.
one shuriken straight and the other one's on an angle, but it's still hitting.
Yeah. So you'll see that like your your Q angle is like treating the shadows like a champion, right? So it's angled from where they are. So if you place it like here and then you throw it up here, it's always going to go to here. But if you're like on them or slightly in front of them, it just creates this like much bigger field of shurikens that are harder to dodge. And like dodging both of the shurikens becomes a significantly more challenging task when you put the angles in. It just becomes a lot harder for them to work around. There's not many options for them to dodge when the clone is a bit closer to the side of them. And it's also like, for example, say someone's running up this way, and you throw here, and you throw these two Qs, the only way they can dodge is to like here. Because if you throw these two Qs, even if you miss like one of them, you cut off a lot more area. It's a lot harder for them to pick up like, but if you're just throwing them in a straight line, it's really easy for them to potentially not hit. But putting them to the side makes it substantially easier to hit both your Qs or at least one. It's such a big difference in just area covered by your skills.
Last thing is, I know that in mid lane, it's a thing where the Q, if it travels through someone, it doesn't do as much damage. It's probably not as applicable as jungle, but you sort of show the difference between throwing a Q through a target damage and the second target that it hits.
Yeah. We'll put one here. So
yeah, it's obviously a lot less there.
It's a good like 160, 170 damage here. So
and this applies to minions as well, right? Like if
it does.
It's more for laning, maybe. I mean, do you ever see that situation? Like you're like thinking about that in the jungle?
When I'm placing a shadow, I never want to place a shadow like here, for example, because I can't hit them with my Q. That's nice.
Yep.
Like if I'm ganking this guy, I always want to like even if I'm coming from here, I would want to place it on this side of him so that I could like it doesn't give me as much of a nice W, but at least I can like hit the I can hit the Q from the shadow freely. I might not be able to hit mine, but I can hit the full damage Q from my shadow. It's not like a huge deal. It's definitely not something I would worry about too much, but you can always optimize the way you place your shadows for like nicer combos. There's a lot of fine tuning to go through, and I'm no like BDD. I'm no like Z99. Like I'm not going to place the perfect shadows, but you can always try and keep these things in mind when you're learning to place better shadows. There's not too many things to keep in mind though. But the thing about Zed is it's kind of infinite with like the improvement that you can do because there's so many factors that you can take in mind. Positioning alone is already extremely complex, and like the different ways you can position on this champion are very different to most champions. So kind of like the level of depth inside of Zed's kit is extremely high. So you can keep learning pretty much forever about how you move around and where you place your skills. because I don't know. I mean, 2 shadows is complex enough, and then you have 3 shadows, and then like you're thinking about how you place these ones in relation to each other. It just gets like substantially more complex as you go on.
All right.
But yeah, it's not too daunting. Like the initial combo is pretty simple. Like it's not too, it's a bit hard like in terms of the mechanical ability you need. But if you practice tool it for a few minutes, you'll have it down. And like even just the W forwards into R combo, like that one's not complex either. It's all pretty easy to put together and become like a decent Zed player. It's just becoming a Zed master is very challenging.
I guess that's exciting is that if you really want to put the time into Zed, the sky's the limit, right? You know, to be
Absolutely.
an amazing player versus other champs maybe, you know, more simpler. I mean, becoming a master at Trundle, like maybe pillar usage is like the max at it. That's basically it, right? All
I
right.
love
Anything else for the
Trundle.
combos there, Pabu?
Nothing really comes to mind.
All right, great. Let's move into the pro player VODs now. All right, so our first VOD here is from G2 Jankos playing the Zed jungle. So let's just think of as your coaching Jankos here, Pabu. Yeah, you're the Zed master. You're the, as I said, Professor Pabu teaching us Zed. We're giving our students here a degree in Zed. Let's take a look at his gameplay here. So the first thing we're going to see here is let's just look at his clear. Yeah, let's see if his clear
Yeah.
is as optimal as yours. So
He's gone E level 1, which I'm pretty sure is like a tiny bit slower, but not by a huge
okay.
amount. I would never smite the blue buff, because the thing is, you get a big leash on the blue, so it gets to half HP pretty quickly, right?
Yeah, so that just
You should,
makes no sense. It's not optimal. You need to save smite for Grump, right? It's going to be way slower.
yeah. You spend a lot of time auto attacking the Grump without the smite. Like he's still going to be like a fast clearing champion, but the smite on the Grump is substantially faster. And you'll notice in all of my games, I end the Grump on full HP, and he's not full HP.
So it looks like Jankos already, Coach Pabu's teaching how to play the clear properly.
The wolves clear was a bit weird, but that's just because of the way they aggroed. It was a bit annoying. Like sometimes wolves just do that and they run around each other for fun. It's a bit hard to like reliably see. All right, He missed this one of them, but he auto attacked it afterwards. This is fine. He's auto attacked 2 of the small ones though for no reason. You can use that Q to just pull the red buff and use your last E to finish off as I should before in the clear. So it's a little bit inefficient, but it's not the worst. It's not going to like put him in the gutter in terms of clear speed. But if he watched, I don't know. I watch. Do you know Phylaris?
Yep, of course.
Yeah. Well,
He's the
he's the
clear king.
kingpin. He's
Yeah.
absolutely the kingpin. I used to think that like there's no way that like this guy could be the kingpin, but he is. He's really good at finding out the optimal clears for champions and documenting them in like a not particularly mechanically intense way. So everything else has been pretty fine, but like I don't know. Absolutely, like if I ever pick up a new champion or like a new champion gets buffed, I'll try and think of my own way as to what I think the best clear would look like. But he got a leash and he finished at 315, so this is
And you
absolutely,
finished at 258, I think, with a leash, bot
yeah.
leash as
This is
well, didn't
like
you?
this is a good, yeah, a good maybe. I think the Gromp was the thing that ate his time the most,
Yeah, I
like
think so as
smiting the
well.
blue, so unnecessary. Um, yeah, and the Raptors, he wasted like 4 or 5 seconds on the Raptors as well. Double longsword is fine. He drops the crab because his lane has no prio. I assume he won't get the bot crab either, but it's not like a big deal either. Like if he has to just chuck another full clear, it's whatever. Enemy
So it looks
jungler is
like
crossing for his crab.
crossing
Yeah,
mid for the crab, yep.
this is kind of rough because Kane is a champion that can finish his 6 camps before 315 as well. So Kane gets all 6 camps and 2 crabs. A lot of the time, junglers have to like drop a camp to get there to the crab. But
But if he had your clear, Pabu, he would have taken this
that's
crab by
true.
now, wouldn't he? He could have just
Yeah,
run
he would have.
straight from top crab, sorry, straight from crabs all the way
Absolutely.
here, right?
Yeah.
So this is a big difference.
Looks like he still wants to fight it. This
One thing is that
yeah.
Jankos is looking at lanes a lot. That's one thing. I mean, look, he's literally looked at all 3 lanes, like walking to this crab and
Yeah,
everything. So
he's very aware as a player. Like it is probably one of his strengths is that he understands what's going on. I didn't think this fight would be so good, but Galio is so OP in these early game skirmishes. I think the way he mechanically played that was decent. I don't like his W usage. It's like it's okay, but I would really want to combo it with because like he still only gets 1 shuriken. I would just hold it and wait for Galio to rock up because Galio's coming in a few seconds. He can guarantee 2 Qs. Like this outcome is not bad. This skirmish already looks pretty good, but I think he could have played it a little bit better. Like, his W's coming back up. This is super winnable. But
So
I guess
this is good.
Vega's
So this is the way you want to play it, right? So you use all his abilities and then he just kites out, waits for his
yeah,
W again, right? You don't just
very
run in and
respectful.
start auto attacking and Qing and E and a Z,
Mhm.
right?
If enemy team is weak, sometimes you like can win. You can. Jesus, what is going on here? Alright. Oh, okay. That was actually really nice by him. Baiting that flash was super high value. He's stronger than this Kane here. Yeah, this is really sad for enemy jungle, but what's going to happen here? Let's see. Alright, nah, this was really, really good actually. He's piloted this situation very well. Post like the initial fight. I would say that
So
was
you want to
very
break
good.
that down? So why was that? What
Let's
did
have
he
a
do
look.
really
So
well
go
here?
back. Go back. So enemy jungle is kind of looking for him, right? Kane has been running around his jungle. He doesn't really know that, but he holds his W until the Leona is looking to do something to him. Like he's not under any threat until the Leona comes. He could have hit his double shuriken there if he was a little bit better at Zed, but this is fine. Staunching the Kane is good because he's stronger than the Kane. He's a fair amount of health up, and at this point in the game, I think he's actually a better fighter. So he
And
chunks
this is
the Kane
Conqueror as
out.
well, right? This is the beneficial counter Conqueror. Like electrocute, you probably wouldn't be able to do this much damage to the Kane, right?
Yeah, but he can bully him out, and then he smites the crab, and then he gets a Kali flash, and then he has his W coming back up, so he's out. It's just like he's baited the Leona flash. He's fought the Kane out with the strength that he had because one, he had the red buff, and two, he's just stronger than him. And then he got the crab, and he got the Akali flash, and he's like playing on his limits really well. I guess that was a bit far. That was a bit spicy, but we'll take it. Yeah. Okay. This is yeah. He he just never overstepped his boundaries. He understood like the level of power he had. He played with the advantage that he had, which was him being stronger than the Kane at that point. And then he didn't like make any egregious mistakes. Like that kind of happens a lot. Is like whoever like messes up the worst tends to lose. And Jankos didn't really like give any mistakes there. He just played it like I'd say he made some mistakes there, but none of them were like really big or like bad. He had some optimizations to make, but nothing too huge. I wouldn't have used that W there because it would disappear before his Q comes back. Oh, yeah, okay. Um, let's have a look. I think yeah, you have to see like half of the 5, I think, on the Q cooldown. I'm not sure what the specific timer is, but he uses it like maybe half a second too early to get the Q on it.
So you want to ideally get 2 Qs worth. Is that what you're saying?
You don't have to, but you just have to get at least one. At this point in the game, I don't think you can get 2, but he Qs before he Ws here.
Got it. Yeah. So you should have W'd and then because you have 2 Shurikens versus 1, right?
Yeah. Using the first shuriken isn't that bad. He should just wait for his Q to be closer to cooldown before he throws his W down, and then as the Q comes up, he'll be able to use it just before it finishes the cooldown. Sorry, before it finishes like being out on the map. It's a bit of a feeling thing. Like you just kind of feel when you know, like it because it like depends on your CDR. But at this point in the game, you really do have to wait like a fair amount. Yeah, this game's actually pretty hard for him to play out at this point. Enemy Lena is all very annoying. Akali's pretty annoying for Zed early. Like later on, you do enough damage, just kill her through the shroud. But early on, you definitely don't. Same with Graves. Graves has so much armor, you can't really damage him. There we go. He has a really good base. Dirk and pickaxe. He's very strong. Yeah, I would lean towards bot lane in most of this game. Like the Akali Vega matchup is very nothing. Like Akali just wants to push and Vega just wants to scale and teamfight. But Galio and Seraphine has a ton of setup. If Leona ever oversteps, she's super killable. Alright, nice. Perfect.
Should be a
This
pretty
guy's-
easy dive. I think he saw
Yeah.
Kane top as well, so
He should lead with W. Okay. Yeah, he holds his ult. This is good. Okay, he ulted the E. This is not bad. He's still potentially at risk. He might have to. He missed it. If you time it perfectly, you could ult the Akali E here. Not the Akali, the Akali R. Like he has the shadow on the ground, so when the Akali tries to ult towards him,
so it's you saying to dodge the Kali E, or you said the R?
I think using the first ult to dodge the Akali E is fine. But if
Yeah.
you're like if you're Z99 here, yeah. So I don't know if he does dodge the damage there, but so what a better way he could have played this is giving him more room to dodge this. So he wants to go back to his shadow to dodge the Akali ult, right?
Yep.
So he could have just run left instead of up.
So he's
Because what?
creating more space. So if you're saying
Yeah,
he's moving
his
left
shadow is
now,
there. So if he moves left, the Akali has to pick between him and the shadow. Right now, he's kind of covering both. If he had, instead of doing these up steps, if he had just gone left,
then
he's
she'll be
kind
like
of
ulting here, and then he would be here. Is that the
yeah,
idea?
yeah. Either way, you just want to get off of your shadow. And then if he chases you to the left, there's probably a world where you can just like, at a certain point, you can just ult back to the clone and walk out because your W is coming back up. But it was a pretty tough situation to get out of, anyways. Um, there weren't like a super large amount of opportunities here.
So he goes top. Looks like his mindset is he wants to play around bot this game. He's pathing top to bot.
Yeah, it's good. I think the Graves is really unkillable. That champion is super annoying when you're both AD. Oh, this Cled's actually put in the work. Maybe I underestimated the Cled champion.
So I guess that mindset there, he did a full clear of his jungle, and now he's looking for a play with his ult. His ult's perfectly off cooldown.
It pretty much aligns like on that for most of the game. If you make a play, base, eat your camps, come back out, it'll be up. It's pretty reliable. Kane has shut top, so I guess he eats his bot camps. This is fine. I really don't see like a. I don't see any like huge problems with the way he's played out the game. Um, if this Akali is griefing on mid wave, I think you could try and kill him more. But I haven't seen this Akali make too many mistakes in terms of like wave manip. She's kind of been in good spots most of the game. Yeah, you'll notice he helped push the mid wave a bit. He didn't take any of it. He just started pushing it because he wanted the prio. Yeah, okay, that kind of sucked. What's the go back? There's no good play here. I think the enemy team really hard wins this fight. So the fact that he gets hit by Kane W there, I don't see a way out after he gets hit by the Kane W. I think it's
Yeah, I
doomed.
think so. Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, if you think about it here, Cled's coming out of base, no ult. Graves has move here. Seraphine's bot. Galio has no R. You're probably not that useful here. What do you think?
Yeah, it's well he has Galio walk is what the advantage I think he's playing on, but the Leona has matched. The MF has walked as well actually.
Yeah.
His objective should be to oh the phrase we use in this situation is cursed. But he just wants to walk towards the Herald, so the enemy team has to commit towards the Herald, so his Seraphine can push bot, right?
Yep. So you're sort of like
He
you're sort of like trying to mind game. It's like I'm forcing the enemy team here. I'm not actually going to commit, and then I'm going to go bot. Or like, is that your mindset?
yeah. You kind of want to bait them in. Like you want this MF to have to walk towards Herald to generate the numbers advantage, but you don't want to die to the MF, right? Like you don't want this fight to happen, but you want them to have to walk towards it. This buys time for your bot laner to push bot wave and smash bot tower. It's a bit less good in this game because bot lane is Seraphine, right? But it's still the same kind of theory. Um, it's one of the what's the way to put it? There's a we at least at PGG we used a few words for different types of deploys, and that one is like a minimize. Like you're not looking to aggressively make any plays. You just want to stop the enemy from gaining as much as they can because you aren't strong at this point in time. Like the Graves is kind of winning lane. The Akali is really strong compared to the Vega, and like you're just kind of scaling through. So the goal of the deploy should be to lose as little as possible. And so in that situation, like pathing to bot, looking for bot kills is like still fine because you're not like headbutting the path that's strong in the game. Ooh, felt that could have been yoinked for sure. But yeah, I mean this is Jankos is playing this game like pretty well.
We're looking at around similar CS numbers to you as well. He's died twice.
Yeah, he's died twice and he still has good CS, so he's not bad. He is a golem skipper actually. Jankos always skips his golems, which is the kind of the big difference. I think in the regions that are better, like I mean, Europe West is not the peak of League of Legends, but the laners are a lot stronger than Oceanic laners. I will tend to make slightly greedier decisions, because like the lane states that are being set up and the way that my laners will play just aren't as good as the laners that the Jankos will encounter. So he will tend to play with players that are a bit better, which means that he can kind of make less greedy decisions. But he still puts like at least 3 of his camps on cooldown, like every play. So he still plays very heavily for his creep score numbers, which is good. Let's see. He doesn't use his God, that
So he
Grace is hard to kill.
He misses triple shuriken. I guess Graves E is hard, right?
He's just straight up missed it. He's just been out microed here. He does hold it for a really long time, which is good. He can auto team at E instead of just auto Eing there. But yeah, this Graves has just dodged it, and he's missed it. I don't know. It's high level gaming, so like there is a bit of a mind game to it. I think he held it long enough. I think it was the right time to cast it. It just wasn't in the right spot. But I noticed that he never uses Iron Spike Whip and then E. He auto E, auto Iron Spike, which is like fine. But in some situations, you never get to do that. It's safer to just auto Iron Spike E, and it's like the same time commitment, I guess. As like auto E, or like it's pretty much the same. If you do it perfectly, it's technically 1 frame longer, but like it's pretty much effectively instant.
Are you happy with this base here? This buy?
Yeah. It depends on the game. Sometimes going through Ruby Crystal can be nicer, but more often than not, the longsword is better. Enemy does have a Kali, so there's an argument you could really make for also we would have put it for being a bit tankier. Jeez, this Seraphine has really outplayed this situation. Wow. I'm impressed.
Is he gonna flash E or Iron Whip? Nah.
I don't
think
see
that's killable.
I don't see this guy dying. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh no. This poor Kane. There's just no. This Kane champion is not balanced or what? There's just no. Wait, he has Triumph instead of Presence of Mind. That's interesting. Okay. That Kane. Every time Jankos misses something on Scuttle Crab, it's absolutely the funniest. But he has Triumph instead of Presence of Mind, which is interesting. I'm not sure why. I feel like it's not good. Like Triumph is a really average rune if you don't buy that much HP. It's really, really OP on like Gore Drink Asterix champions because they have such a big health pool. And they get like such a large amount of health from it, but like this Zed only has 1.2k HP. And I can't remember the exact value of Triumph here, but it's really not that much. It hurt him from like 170 to like, from like 70 HP to like 200. I don't know. It's a decent heal, but it is just one auto. Like
you just think Presence of Mind, the energy is just better.
Yeah, this champion is gated way too hard by it. Why? Uh-oh. Yeah, I thought so.
Is that a bit of a limit test? What do you think? Is there any way we could play that better? I think we just lose this every time, right? Like his Graves he's level 11.
Well, I don't think you kill this Graves here. I would never W forwards. I would just wait for him to keep hitting the like 2 seconds hit the buff, then place your W away and then run in and like auto smite it. I don't think he can kill you if you just run in, especially since you have the smite heal coming. I think you should reliably be able to take the buff, but because he Ws aggressively, he just dies. I think you can probably yoink it from him without dying.
So your mindset, yeah, he's trying to kill him, but your mindset would be to just take the red buff and then just leave.
Yeah, I think his mindset was to take the buff and then leave, but then he gets to this point and he's kind of dead.
Stuck. Yeah, that's right.
He has to ult. Yeah, he just gets himself up the creek when it wasn't his intention. I feel like it's probably a good heal cut game this game. But Serpent's Fang is
looking
also...
to get Cam Punk next, or
Yeah, but the Last Whisper, like I don't know, all of his options are not bad. The Last Whisper is pretty good. The Serpent's Fang is average. I'd say the healing is probably pretty nice here. Yeah, sorry, the healing reduction. Jesus. Like I like that he's very respectful. That he never slams his head in, like you see a lot of Zed players go for. So it's very slow. Like he's
like he could have easily another player would be like, yes, I can kill Misfortune here, but he's just like, oh, I'm just gonna wait for my team. I guess sort of your mindset. I think it was, remember we were reviewing here. You just killed I think someone's Zonya'd or something like that in one of our first
Just
reviews.
hit the Amumu.
Yeah, just hit the Amumu or whatever it was. Yeah, and you could have like gone in trying to make some fancy plays, but it's sort of just sitting back a little bit sometimes is good.
It's important that you wait for their cooldowns to be used. Like Exhaust, like Nautilus ult, like all of these things. Like when they're stacked on top of each other, it's very easy for them to hit you when you go in. But you saw he waited, and he eventually MF gave him an opportunity where he can just hit him in the head and kill him.
Because they would have
And like
expected that the Zed would be gone by now, right? As well, right?
sometimes, but a lot of the time, even just waiting for their cooldowns to be gone is like the most important part. Like they don't have their damage to kill you quickly. They aren't stacked on top of each other. Like sometimes they will forget, of course, and that happens like a lot actually. Like people won't expect it to be up. Like, but if you bide your time, often you'll find windows where there's no cooldowns available to punish you for going in. And this Graves is a menace. But yeah, I think it was good. Like it shows a lot of restraint. Especially
Discipline.
for a player like Jankos, who's not like a big assassin player. It's like quite impressive.
So it looks like he tries to reset, but then he's just staying on the map. There's a lot of chaos happening here. I mean, it's hard to see without the mini map here, I guess. But
I mean, this Graves is really pushing it. This Graves is actually space gliding on a lot of their abilities. I mean, then he dashes into a Vega cage, I guess. But
he held his ult there as well, which was I think was good.
yeah, it doesn't. Holding your ult on Zed in fights that aren't really fights isn't the hugest of deals because it's on a really low
It's a
cooldown, especially
pretty short cooldown with all the
once you
CDR
get
you
to
get.
yeah, it legit gets down to like 55 seconds or something. This is a bit rough. Okay, this is fine actually, because he gets his W back straight off. Yeah. Oh no. I guess his team was close enough that wasn't actually like a risky step for him. But yeah, he's going shield cut. I feel like shield bow is just so strong for these champions that abuse it that if you can cut it, it can be really good. Like I don't know, it always feels value to cut shield bow. Shield bow is the one item that I think about. Like when I think about getting Serpent's Fang, it's like,
It's just
do they
shield
have
bow,
shield
pure
bow?
shield bow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the only person on their team's Graves, right, that has it, right? Akai obviously not building it.
Yeah.
And Kane obviously has got Sterax and Gore. He'll go in Sterax, so that's pretty valuable for Sterax, right?
Yeah, it's decent, but when you want to kill those champions though, like the Serpent's Fang is never the most valuable item for actually dealing damage to them, right? Most of the time, if you buy something else, you'll end up doing more aggregate damage, but it does have value because it's like on other people as well. You also have the Locket coming on the Leona, which is like it's nice to be able to cut that as well, especially
Yeah,
since
that's true as well. Yeah.
you have a good chance of applying your abilities. Okay, that guy's so mad. Jesus. Okay, yeah. I think I remember at some Worlds events, like Jankos has some really sketchy execution on a lot of these champions, but he's never really doing anything fancy. But I think he just has a really like high standard of play, I guess. Like he
In
doesn't
terms of fundamentals, just moving around the
yeah,
map, just the way he plays fights.
yeah, the way he never makes like these really egregious mistakes in terms of the way he's playing the I guess that one was just misplayed, but that wasn't like he's just what's the way to how do you want to play this fight out?
I guess is really all you can do, right? Like, I guess Akai just closed so much distance, so much threat on you.
Well, Akali ults onto him, right? So he actually doesn't need to ult here. He kind of ults for fun.
Okay.
He's too high HP to be bursted, I think. You can probably hold it there. But he was just too aggressively asserting himself, right? Like that bush was not really his to take. I don't know. It's so hard for Akali to do anything to Zed.
He'd be very
Akali's
happy with that blue buff.
yeah, Akali's pretty similar to Zed in the champion is so heavily gated by the energy that she's really sad that she doesn't get the blue buff. It's Kayn. I wouldn't really commit W to hitting the Kayn in most of this game. It
It's just
doesn't do that
pointless.
much to yeah. If I could hit someone else that would be a bit more upset about it, I would be happy about it. Let's see how he
Right.
combos his MF. She's pretty alone.
So this looks like the
Ex-
Lucian pick that you did in that VOD.
Yeah. Ooh. Did he kill the MF? Nah. It was. I'd say in terms of a theoretical way for. Oh, okay. Okay. That was good. That was good. All right. I'd say that the way he like played the assassination, like he held his Q. He just keeps autoing this guy. I think it was good.
Yeah. So again, holding that Q. So he's just auto attacking him, auto attacking, auto holding Q, holding Q, holding Q. Just
Yep.
doesn't throw it, then throws it.
Yeah. You can see that if he got into range, he would have like if he was really fast, he would have flashed the Kane W and like auto gore drink at E and then throw the Q and then swap back. And this guy's he's probably dead without the Q. If he was like really fast on the Kane W, but sometimes your reaction speed just doesn't cut it. Happens to the best of us.
Graves pushing bot. They take Baron.
Yeah,
He's
the last
getting
whisper is for
Gouge
sure
item
the play
now.
here.
Yeah.
Enemy AD has Tabis as well. They have lots of armor to cut through. The Kane has no armor though, weirdly enough. The Kane has blue second. I've never seen blue second on Conqueror Kane. Sorcery. Strange tree. I hate that tree. It's pretty bad, except for Gathering Storm and Absolute Focus. Actually, Water Walking is pretty nice rune. But, alright, what should the setup be? I think the setup is fine. It's pretty hard for them to control the jungle though. Like, it's very easy for for Leona and Kane to find the Veigar if he's ever not in like a really open space. Like, you want to have those champions in front of you. Controlling red jungle versus Kane is a real pain in the ass. This fight doesn't look very good. I think they just need to leave. I don't think he can go forwards here.
Cage is
I don't really.
down. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
not
this Galio is
ideal.
kind of griefing by running to the
Yeah.
right.
He just shouldn't jump in here, right?
Yeah, I don't see a win here.
Just back out.
Uh,
Yeah.
I guess if the MF had walked into him, maybe it's not the worst because he could ult it on the MF and like maybe gone for a kill. But the MF like walked away from him. It was pretty rough. But I just didn't see any good opportunities there. Jesus. In terms of mechanics, that was okay. It just once again wasn't a winning fight. The way that these fights are playing out is not good for his team. It doesn't really matter too much about what he's doing in these situations. Like just take it. Yeah. All right. We need to leave. We need to leave. I don't know. They use all of their cooldowns and then they just kind of die afterwards. They just need to like they blew Seraphine, Kled, and Zed ult on this one guy, so they should take that kill. And then if someone else on their team dies, like bad luck. Like we need to leave. We can't take that fight. This Veigar has actually been smurfing every fight though. It's kind of crazy. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, he kind of needed to ult. That guy was kind of one-shotting him. It was the same thing. If he had ulted the Akali ult, he would have dodged it. But he wasn't fast enough on it. These fights are actually crazy. You could have applied the W thing where you pre-place the W. The cooldown on Zed's W is actually so low. It's real crazy.
How much does hitting E reduce the W
I
cooldown?
think it's by 3 seconds. If you go back there, you'll see as he casts the W, just pause. No, yeah, go forwards, go forwards. Let's see. He hits E. Oh yeah, he doesn't hit his E. But on his next W, it shows the cooldown and then he E's straight away, so you can see. Let's have a look. So he throws the W like now. It's 8 seconds. Maybe it's only 2
Yeah,
seconds.
2 seconds.
But
Yeah.
you basically get 2 E's off and it's back because it ticks down as well.
Yep.
So yeah, if you hit your E twice, your W is back up when you have the CDR. That's kind of funny. So you know how Kane used to be able to W in the wall and it was invisible,
Yep.
but now they changed it so you can.
Yep.
The Kane was over the wall, so this W was once again invisible. You probably didn't expect it.
Yep. That's why he went over this, like, how did I get hit by that W? Where's the CC coming from?
Yeah.
All right, so this is a bit chaotic. So, I mean, everyone's pretty tanky on their team. Like, do you feel like Cleaver's like sort of a way to go this game, or are you...
I don't really like the Serpent's Fang. I feel like they bought a lot of armor early. Like I feel like Graves is and the Akali went Zhonya second. The Graves has a lot of armor because it's Graves, and the enemy Misfortune had Tabis really early. So I think going into Sorel just into Cleaver this game would have been optimal.
Feels like it, yeah. Feels like we're not...
I think the Cleaver is just a really crazy item, especially for playing against champions like the Kane. That he'll be like hitting like a lot, where it's like a less bursty fight. It's very valuable. This is good. He's sitting on his threat range. I think he could be threatening like the Graves a bit harder. He doesn't need to go, but he just needs to staunch them. I don't like tossing the W like that. You lose a lot of threat when it's down, but it's a pretty low cooldown.
So that W there, that's just like a pointless W.
Yeah. Look at what this MF can like. This MF had so much room to step up there because the W is in Narnia. Like she can do it again now. Like look at her. She's so not scared, but she should be. That one was kind of fun because you got the Leona chunk, but like you always want to be holding your cooldowns to create as much threat as possible.
So, I mean, look at the way he's always like, looks like he's like looking for a flank. He's always like, he's not with his team. He's always, is the position in here, you think that's right? Like, you're not,
Yeah.
on top of the team. He's like always on the side. The CEO's on the side. He's like threatening flanks
Well,
in these team fights.
what it does is it forces the enemy team to position a certain way, and it kind of makes them scared to deal damage. Is kind of the important part. Because if you hang around towards the side of a fight, it makes like the AD has to walk away from you. You know, they can't like kind of match you most of the time. So you kind of corral them away from being able to hit your teammates, which is pretty valuable.
So he's gone GA this game, which you're not a fan of, especially with all the fight in this game. Do you think GA is a good item here?
It's okay considering this game is so long, but like I would have just swapped out the Serpent's Fang for Cleaver, and at this point I would have been probably not sure what to build. The GA is okay. I've gotten to this point very few times in my Zed games, to be perfectly honest. But the GA is probably the best. You probably rationalize Death's Dance if you aren't going to end the game in one fight. But if there's like an Elder Dragon fight coming or like a Soul fight coming, the GA becomes a lot more valuable because it's like higher impact for that one fight. I think he could have played that way more aggressively. He's obviously just trying to test the champion. Let's look at his ult CD though. It's a 33-second cooldown at this point. It's a bit cracked.
So I guess what you're talking about, he's using Fog of War here. You see that? Like he's not sitting, he's trying to make sure that enemy team doesn't know where he is.
Yeah. Well, staying fogged means that like he can always be threatening without being shown. Like I don't know. So the threat of being unseen is a lot higher than like standing in a position where they can see you. If they can't see you, they have to respect that you are everywhere you can be instead of just where you are. It makes it a lot harder to fight against. They can't be as aggressive with their positioning. I don't know how they win. I think these fights are super hard for red team. Yeah, this one's a bit doomed. I don't see a victorious outcome here. I feel like Jankos isn't playing to win condition in this fight. He can't do anything. He needs to really rely on the Did they win off this? There's no way. Oh no. You know, they actually do win off of that. Wow. Okay. So they grief the fight, and then they heal up, and they come back and they ungrief the fight.
So you'd say that game is more just like a pretty difficult game, and build didn't help there a lot, you would say?
I think when your team is like Seraphine and Vhagar, the way he should look to play the game is very slow, and he was playing it really slow for a long time. But in the team fights, you could tell he wasn't as comfortable later on, and he kept trying to make like big plays when he needs to really, really wait for his like Vega to do work. And even when Seraphine drops the ult, he doesn't have to go straight away. Like a lot of the time, it's just not going to be good, especially if it's not like it's not a 5-man combo or anything. He can be a lot more patient in those situations because Vega, like they're not winning unless Vega gets to play the game for 15 seconds at the start of a fight. Like they're not winning unless they play off their cages, they play off the Vega pick, they play off the Everfrost.
Vega's the win con there. He's got to play slow with
Yeah.
that.
So I think, and they have like Seraphine shields coming out. So like every time Seraphine drops like the big shield, they can step forward. Every time it expires, they run backwards. It's a bit hard because they're playing Kled, Zed, and Galio with that, which are all three. Like Zed doesn't do much unless he's going forwards, and then Kled and Galio are extremely committal with the play patterns. So it's kind of a bit hard to play around the Vega. It's not very cohesive, but it seemed like the only way they could really win the game. But then I guess enemy team decided to lose in their base.
All right, so this one is, I don't know how to pronounce his name. T1
I think
jungler?
it's I think it's
Oner?
Oner. I think it's Oner.
Oner. Okay. So Oner here. Blue start. Blue start every game all the time. E. You're happy with the
E as well.
E's? Yeah.
I think
what's
it's.
going on
I'm
here?
pretty sure it's. I mean, I yoinked the Q from the fight lives clear, and I did the maths in my head, and I think it's good. But I'm pretty sure that it's like very, very similar. I think he even mentioned that it's pretty much the same. It really doesn't matter. The Q
so
does more damage, but the E is lower cooldown. Yeah. So he
He
smites
did this
the blue
correctly,
buff.
right? He did use
Yeah,
it to leash and, yeah.
He smites the blue buff to pull the Gromp. I think he didn't have to use that E on the golem, on the blue golem, because your auto attack does about 205 damage with your passive. So once it gets to about 630 HP, I think if it's at 650, you have to use a spell. If it's at 630, you don't have to, in my experience. So he probably could have held his E, and that would have been up like 1 or 2 seconds faster for the Gromp. The way he's doing this wolf camp, you see, it's a lot nicer than Jankos. He didn't end up with any of like the stupid pathing, Like the way he pulled the wolves kept them in like I don't know how to explain it apart from like watch what he does with the wolves. He does like smaller steps, I think. He doesn't go very far. He pulls the wolves very slowly. See, he doesn't get it to a point where the big wolf wants to run around the little wolves and get out of line. He keeps them close to each other, and he still pulls them fairly far in the end. So
Jankos just pulled it too far, you're saying?
Mm-hmm. He took 2 big steps when trying to kite the wolves, and he has opted for W on this camp, which means, let's see, I guess nothing interesting. He just took W for the clear. I think it's pretty average. It's definitely not the fastest, but like he will still come out of this with a very fast clear because he had a decent leash. Enemy Jarvan has one-sided though.
Yep, so he's on blue Gromp Wolves, so all these top camps are up, the enemy Jarvans. It's the typical 3-camp gang, so it looks like, well, this is good that he's W star now, because he can go in top side,
Yeah.
so he's
It gives
500
him some
IQ.
versatility. Absolutely. Well, that's the thing about the W start is it provides you more options, right?
More
And
options,
you don't lose that much speed off your clear by doing it. I don't think he did that camp in the best way, with, like the Raptor camp with his W. I think there's better ways to clear it than putting a W in the middle. I think you can pull like if you order the Raptor and then place the W behind. Holy shit, that was definitely a play. Huh. Okay, this is a bit rough.
That was a good deploy by Leona there as well, mid.
Yeah. Very, very restrictive for the game. The Leona has used her tempo to control mid.
Wait, so we should just quickly go to the Raptors there, but chaos was happening. I didn't want to cut you off there. So the Raptors you don't like, so...
If I was to do these Raptors, I would just walk. He saved very little time by W on.
Yeah, W. It doesn't make sense. It's better to just get that auto attack on the minion, drag them out, and then do that. It's much easier, right?
But then also look at where his Shadow Q is going. He used it on all the little ones, but like I'm pretty sure you can get it. He only got on a few of them actually. He didn't get it on all of them. But I'm pretty sure you can, if you do it properly. If you pull it down and then put the shadow behind them, you'd be able to line it up so you can get both your Qs on all of them. It means he has to use like 2 or 3 more autos on the little ones. It's not as I said, it's not a huge time loss. It's really not that bad to take W. This fight is hard. Okay.
It's probably a waste of flash there.
Yeah, I would have just
He's
copped the
dead.
death as soon as I missed the smite.
Yeah.
As
So I
soon as the
guess
smite.
he's playing only for the smite here, right? Like that's all he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This fight is pretty close if he gets the health and he like maybe paths slightly differently to avoid getting Rise EW straight away. His Galio would arrive soon and it's maybe not the worst, but it's still a pretty big flip. I would have just tried to run Debot Crab personally. I wouldn't have taken the variance play. But I'm not sure how that turns out if he hits the smite. Like maybe it turns out good. He is a better player than me, but I would have definitely taken. Oh, he didn't do it. He didn't do the thing.
Oh, he got
He got-
seen on the. Did he
Yeah,
get
he
seen?
did.
Oh, he didn't walk all the way
Watch, watch, watch,
around.
watch. He clicks.
Ah.
He almost starts doing it.
So you
he
need to
pulls
go
himself
here.
really wide. You need to click along the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they know. Oh, this is a bit chaotic. Maybe a bit disastrous potentially.
Yeah. You don't show on the minimap for that long, so it's potentially not the worst. But yeah.
So he goes for this because Jarvan. He knows he's resetting. He's lost tempo.
Yeah,
Oh, this is. Do you think this is close? I mean, he doesn't have home guard, so I guess he can get
I
it.
don't
He
think
can
it's
get
close.
it. It's not close.
I think-
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can just get this.
especially because he smites it early to get it into passive.
Oof.
Okay, I'm so
I was
wrong
gonna-
about that.
I was gonna say, I think it's a bit close
Wow.
there, Pabu.
Okay. Does Jarvan have boots? Did you buy boots?
Okay,
Let's see.
so
He didn't even buy boots.
dude,
Wow.
yeah, no. He has magical
Wow,
footwear, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
My sense is really off then for that. Okay. Wow. Okay. That's really rough. This is a rough game. But
Oner's sinking into his chair here.
yeah, he just needs to mash his camps. If he can get to 6, he can kill pretty much all their lanes.
He's
Rise
focused
use
again. He's back up.
Yep.
Here we go.
Rise use flash as well. Let's see what happens here. This cannon is making money moves. Good on your Rascal. All right. Ooh, okay. No, I don't see a kill there. He's hard rushing Gore Drinker. The Koreans are a really big fan of that item. It's
Okay.
kind of fine. They will build if you see them play Kiana, they could Gore Drinker rush every game. And I thought it was grief, but I played it for a while and it feels really good. I think you really don't lose that much damage by not opting into the lethality. And on a lot of these champions, if you get ahead, the Ghostblade is really OP. But sometimes, if you're not ahead, you need the health to actually fight some of these stronger champions. For example, like say the Aurelia, if you're Ghostblade rush Zed, she kills you way too quickly for you to fight her. But if you have Gore Drinker, like you kind of deal more damage because you have more time to deal damage, rather than actually dealing more damage. But in most solo queue games, especially in competitions that aren't the Korean solo queue, because Korea is very, very good, you will have opportunities to deal damage with Ghostblade, and you will get further ahead with Ghostblade, and they will like respect you less, and like you'll have more opportunities. You don't need the raw combat stats. The map mobility is going to provide more value most of the time. So I still think Ghostblade is like pretty much the best most of the time, but I can definitely see why like a Korean solo queue player would opt into having more combat power. He also had some pretty sad bases. Having to base on like he based on longsword ruby crystal. It's like pretty rough. I would still go double longsword, even if I was rushing Gore Drinker. You can just like leave one of them in your inventory or drop it into a Dirk. But I don't know. He just seems to value the extra health, the extra ability to skirmish. I actually think the phage item is really, really, really bad.
It's bad,
something I've
isn't it?
noticed.
People don't
Yeah.
even build it. I think people said that double ruby crystal is just better. Like, don't even
Yeah,
worry about building it.
I'm pretty sure longsword 2 ruby crystals is like an extra 100 HP and 50 less gold, but you don't get the Healy passive. Ooh, this is really good actually. Wow. Okay.
This
Very
is the
nice.
window to get them back in the game. I mean, this is a hard game, right? We're struggling.
Yeah. But this is a really good timing because he has been around top when Cannon is crashing the wave, right? Like he has a
Yep.
fat stack, so this is
So
a really
looking
value
like,
play.
yeah.
Like he has path to top with this fat
Dude,
stack, and
Galio
Yeah.
just moves here. Look at this. This is pretty good. He doesn't even push the wave in. He just moves, man.
Yeah. I mean, the Rise is also here as well, but yeah,
Yeah.
both mid laners are really like cognition of like this wave coming, and like they're super ready to respond to this play. I think it's good. Like it's more important. Like even if the Galio had to drop a full wave to attend this dive, I would want him to attend the dive.
Yeah.
Especially when the game's in a losing state. It's way better to find these opportunities if you can find them. But oh no, oh no, that Leona is kind of wilding out.
Getting contested on your herald. Draven takes dragon, and then you're just getting contested on the herald by our support. Just let me get something at least on the map, man.
He has Triumph as well. I swear this Triumph rune is terrible. I saw a bunch of like one tricks like taking this rune, and every jungler I see that's big with this champion just insta looks Triumph. I could be wrong about it. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but I swear Presence of Mind is just way better.
What does Zed99 do? But he plays a mid, I guess. He's more of a
Yeah,
mid player,
he's not much of a jungle Zed player. Like I'll go have a scroll through pro builds. Right, not pro builds, but u.gg. We'll go have a look see if I can spot any difference. All right. So for the most part, every Korean takes Triumph. I would say Tarzan takes Triumph. Yeah, there's a few Presence of Minds, but it is largely Triumph. I swear that rune is just not useful though. What is the healing on it? 12% of your missing health. 12% of your missing health is really not that much. Compared to, what is it? The Presence of Mind values aren't on this website. But you get a lot more. I feel like you get an extra ability cost in most fights, which is just more useful. But people seem to opt into Triumph. Dwayne B on Zed Jungle takes Presence of Mind. It's a decent opinion. But there's really a lot of Triumph. River, yeah, it's pretty. I wouldn't say it's like a split. I'd say it's like 70% Triumph, 30% Presence of Mind. Yeah, it's definitely not consistent one way or the other. It's just certain players like it and certain players don't. It never seems to change. Like no player that takes Triumph ever doesn't take Triumph. No player
just
that
one
takes
or the
Presence.
other, straight up.
Yeah. Personal preference. I think they're both fine, but I think this champion is not conducive to Triumph because it's pretty much like a kind of one and done, you know? Champions like Kiana, like Talon, kind of end up in these like bigger fights. Yeah. I couldn't find any player that swapped.
All right, so looking at this fight here, he's got 2,000 gold, 2,200 gold in his inventory, so he might not be doing much damage, but it's just well played. So it's just auto attack. I mean, all his abilities, he has no choice but to auto attack, right? His ult comes off cooldown.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. Oh, that's really sad actually. He's upset about that one. I think he maybe could have held his ult for when the Rise starts his E. Because you could like cancel the Rise E with your ult. Would be not bad. I love this guy. He's actually so expressive for a Korean. It's so good.
Yeah. Okay, well we got Goldrink here now.
Yeah.
He's just leaving the game.
he's taking a quick break. He needs to go wash his hands.
The Pabu special.
Yeah. I don't know. I think.
So he's just playing for top side. He's just playing top. Like that's it. Is that
the bot matchup? I think every time I've looked at it has like been heavily like in one team's favor. Like it's pushed or not pushed in like one team's favor. Like more often than not, his bot seems to have pushed in these games, and like the supports. I think you see in higher level games that the bot lane doesn't get attended that much because the supports like leave and run to mid like a lot.
yeah.
So contesting bot becomes less important, and then when the supports aren't really hamstrung to bot anymore, bot lane becomes a lot less important because, like, well, one, like the Herald is way nicer in the early game if you're actually playing the early games well, and then two, top lane champions tend to be more impactful than only ADCs. But like one of the things is like people typically value bot more because walking to bot gets you like control for 2 players, right? But if the supports are already out of bot lane, then usually the top side is the more important side to play for. It's a very positive situation. Yeah, this is pretty good. I like his choice to go on the Jarvan because the Aurelia is already committed. But okay, yeah, it seems to work out nicely. I think this was not exactly like a mechanical masterpiece or anything. I don't see any mistakes, but going on the Jarvan when the Aurelia is so far forward is an intelligent move. Wait, does his ult get cancelled there? Was that? I thought I saw the animation on the Jarvan.
I'm not sure.
Maybe. Yeah, very weird. It's whatever. Yeah. Alright, yeah, this is pretty nice. I would be happy with how that was played. These Jarvan's a bit of a behemoth. That champion is an absolute menace on previous patch. Jesus. I don't think this guy's killable. Yeah.
Oh, how does he end up
Yeah, they
dying now?
really just TP's back.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see the
ward
you can see
showing.
the ward in the bush.
Yeah.
I think so. There's kind of a few like theories I like to use when I'm clearing my camps. One, getting the small camps off cooldown is more important than the big camps because they respawn faster and give you way more XP.
So
hitting the
small camps, big camps too?
Well, the big camps are just your buffs. So
Yep.
getting Gromp Wolves, Raptors, Golems off the map first is more important. And then 2, he's leaving his Golems here because it's too big of a time investment to like walk to. He wants to get his Raptors and get his red, and then he wants to go to something, whether that's topside, like it's probably topside here. But then enemy misfortune is staunching this bush, so they want to fight. So he walks to this. But yeah, getting the small camps off is pretty important. I feel like that ult was pretty average because the Jarvan could just do that EQ, but it's not that bad either. Like the J4's pretty dead after he commits his EQ, so he's yoinked the Shuddy.
700 gold for him.
Very
I think
nice.
that Jarvan was like 9-0 or 13-0 or something. Something ridiculous.
This
12-1.
Yeah.
He's 12-0.
Okay. Yeah, he was kind of smurfing the game. I wonder why he's opted into Warhammer. I guess CDR is nice on this champion, but I don't see much armor on the enemy team, so Dirk is probably still better.
You build Dirk first when you're building Ghostblade, always.
Yeah, he's probably going Shirelge's, so Shirelge's Grudge.
Yeah.
But not sure. I don't know. But he could be going Black Cleaver. If he's going Cleaver, it would make sense. But I really have no idea. Cleaver is not great here. He has 2 AP solo lanes, so I feel like the Grudge is more likely. But he has 2 AP solo lanes as well, so they probably don't have much armor. Surely it's just Ghostblade. Yeah, they have 0 armor at the moment. Surely it's just Ghostblade. This fight is really winnable here. Very nice. Yeah, see, he does the same thing where he holds his ult for as long as he could until the Leona was in a position to leave and then ults. He didn't want to commit it too early and give the Leona like an ability to escape. He held it for he is going Cleaver, okay. It's not that bad. When enemy team is very tanky, like Cleaver, not very tanky, but like the top 3 on enemy team are quite tanky, so he gets a lot of value because he's going to be like fighting long fights in this game. There's not much armor yet, but it will be coming, and like they have a lot of frontliners, and like Ryze as well is kind of one of those champions. Ryze will probably build Zhonya's in this game as well. Enemy team has Zed Galio. It's pretty likely to come through, so it's just kind of when the fights gravitate towards being longer, it's like a decent item, and it gives him like a lot of cooldown reduction compared to Ghostblade. Like it's not a huge difference, but it does give a substantial amount more.
I don't think you can kill a level 12 Jarvan with Sterak's and Gordrinka.
You can kill this guy. Absolutely. Oh, if that Q hit would have been good. Very nice. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh no. That's so tragic. I have no idea what he's saying. He just whiffed the Q at the start. I think if he wanted to be like a bit more respectful, he just doesn't throw the Q. But when they're in the bush like this, if you W EQ really fast,
He just
he's
rushed his
just
Q,
thrown
didn't
them into,
he?
yeah, he's just thrown them
Yeah.
into Narnia. He should either hold them or just throw them better. Like he didn't give himself much of a chance to hit them.
Yeah. So the only
But can you go
difference there
back?
is just hitting the Q. That's it.
Can you go back to after he follows the ult? Does he Q flash onto this guy? I think he does. Yeah, he does. I completely forgot about that. It's pretty clean. I mean, it doesn't do any damage, but um, tier 2 ult is actually a really big power spike for Zed. Rank 1 ult, the multiplication damage is bad,
Level
and
11.
yeah, the the pop doesn't do much damage, and the amp doesn't do much damage. Like, I don't know, the pop really is like quite lackluster until level 11. At level 11 is like this guy's going to die. But yeah, it really does not do much damage. It's quite sad.
So I guess we're just map awareness here. I don't know why we're walking into this bush with misfortune here. Yeah, this is pretty sketchy, I think, maybe.
Pretty strange.
Yeah. Should be just walking to the right of the map.
Yeah, evacuate as soon as possible.
He's
Mertred's
definitely
okay here.
2 levels down. He's been 2 levels down most of this game to this Jarvan.
Yeah,
That's been
he
smurfing.
definitely he dropped his like CSing at a certain point, but it's really hard in Korean solo queue because there's a lot of fights that go on. It's really hard to
I mean, there's
keep the
52
numbers.
kills here in 20 minutes, so
Yeah, it just doesn't stop, you know? Like how doomed was this game at the start, and like
yeah, they managed to get back just for some random fights.
yeah, so it's hard to say that it's bad, but it's also hard to like stay true to your win conditions when there's just so many things occurring. Everyone's playing off like the micro advantages. They're not playing on like the map advantages. They're playing on like, you know, like I walk up to here and I will win this fight because I am like positioned like, you know, 30 centimeters to the left and this is good for my champion. Like it's very small advantages are capitalized on, and that also means that if you don't play it well, the small advantage is not very big, so you lose the fight. But it's good. It tests. Ooh, okay. He didn't have smite. It's a bit sad. This is actually his faker moment. That was insane. I mean, it was like it wasn't too wild, but it was like a very standard good way
Yeah,
to play
so
out
that's
the
just
fight.
a simple WEQ combo, and then he walks up, and then he
Buys so much
ults,
time,
and look at the
flashes it out.
cooldown on his W. So
Yeah,
that's
it
is that
comes really fast.
is that because
Pretty
he
sure
hits 2 people with E? Is that why?
yeah. So you see, he
Okay, so
hits
no,
a
yeah, okay,
bunch,
2 people, yeah.
and then he E's again, and his
It goes
W's
back
back
to
up
the
cooldown.
yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Wow.
Yeah, it comes back really quick. It's really like quite insane how fast your W comes back. You it the first time it happened to me when I saw someone like W and then like R flash away, use the E once and then W again, I was gobsmacked that it was possible. It made no sense in my head.
How is this ability got to quit? Am I playing Earth? Like, what's going
Yeah,
on?
it's crazy. This Jarvan is actually the Hulk in this game. He's unreal.
Well, that's maybe a bit of an int play by the Jarvan there, I think.
He's definitely walked into the 3P. Wait. That was way closer than it should have been. Yeah, he's gone Ghostblade now. I would have gone Ghostblade second in this game, but I understand why he went Cleaver. It's not the worst, but he definitely felt really weak on Cleaver. Like when he fought that Ryzen bot lane and he didn't kill him, I was very surprised.
Mm. Well, I mean, not really, because he missed the Qs, right? But you said
That's
that
true,
Qs are
yeah.
important to hit.
But the Ryze was still like quite squishy.
So this is part of the combo where you said he got an auto attack off before he R'd.
It just kind of flows nicely. I'm not sure what the like Zed's auto attack. As soon as you get like a little bit into it, you can kind of cancel it and it will still go off with like the R. I don't know how to explain it apart from the fact that like the auto attack is like locked in very early. Like it's going off like very early into the animation. So you can cancel it with other things. Like it makes auto E very easy, it makes auto Q very easy. It's very like hard to cancel your auto attack with something else. I think it's because a lot of like the delay is like locked into like his backswing, I guess. Like you spend a lot of time as Zed with like after you've hit with like your arm in like the air, just like sitting there. So it makes it very easy to cancel it with other skills and like weave it into your combos. It's very speedy compared to a lot of other assassins. One that actually pains me is like Talon. Talon is one that is like has a really like long auto attack that's super easy to cancel. Like auto Q on Talon is super easy to accidentally cancel your auto with. This fight was played pretty. I think it was acceptable. I didn't see any like big opportunities here.
So his
He could
ults
maybe
on
have got.
Jarvan, W's on Misfortune,
Yeah.
goes back to the Shadow and his R. I mean, this makes Zed look so much fun. Like he's been behind his 9 deaths, but he's still able to do this. Like it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. He didn't even keep his CS up that high, but just the damage that he possesses still throughout this game is like very high. He still has the capability to kill carries from a deficit. Right? That was clean. Some of the new age Korean junglers that are starting to pop up are so like gifted. It's so crazy how good they are. Maybe gifted's the wrong word. I don't know his story. I don't know how hard he's worked for this, but like he's very talented. Maybe, talented is also a bad word. I feel.
I think
I
gifted,
don't know.
talented, and maybe the
Yeah.
same realm. All right, this one looks
He's
like
just
it's over.
yeah. He's a very strong player.
All right, well that was an interesting one. That was one he was more behind, but still managed,
Hmm.
sort of showing that even though you're behind a Zed, you're still managing to still be able to kill people.
That's kind of the thing is that he always still has like as long as the game's not super over, you kind of get to hold on to like your kill window is still very big. Like when you're ahead, you overkill, and when you're behind, you still have enough damage to influence the game, which yeah
It's
is
not
not
true
common
for a
for
lot
an
of
assassin.
champions. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so our last one of the pro vods, we got Canna. Is he the sub? Is a sub or
He's
secondary
a
jungler?
he's main roster top laner, pretty sure.
Oh, okay, got it. So he's just
Yeah.
playing.
He's a bit of an like a he's a one of those players that plays like a ton of Lee Sin, I'm pretty sure.
Got it. So he
Um,
plays Lee Sin jungle like off role or as well,
yeah.
or yeah.
This is new. He's
Okay, so this is interesting. So this maybe I think you can add to your arsenal, Pabu. So this is a red
enemy
start.
enemy jungle is Echo, which is an interesting thing to note because Echo hates coming to his bot side before he's level 3.
So this is really smart, you think, actually?
Yeah, well, I think the Echo is pathing down. I think the Echo did, if you go back to it, I think he did come down. Like, if I watched what the Echo did, I'm pretty sure it did come down. But the Echo is never 3 camping, right? His single target is very slow. He needs to hit the AoE camps, so he's doing 5 camps instead of 6, which is fine.
So
Um,
he's doing red raptors, wolves, blue gromp. That's what he's doing here.
yeah, but and so this is the M4A1 path actually. M4 does this path
Yeah,
all the time.
yeah, yeah.
Um, where you start red, and he comes and he yoinks your blue and your gromp, and then he has absolute control over the game because he's a level up on you because you don't get level 3 off of red raptors and wolves. And he can like assert his control. Like heaps of camps of his are up. He can pick whichever crab he wants to. He can pick whichever lane he's going to. Yeah, like his Echo, his game is like over now. He's so sad. Like he loses flash. He doesn't know. He doesn't have anywhere to go. Like he has to go farm golems, I guess. But like Zed gets 2 crabs if he wants it. He can probably just take top crab and leave his bot crab up for like bot or his I don't know. I guess Echo can cross to it, but it's so slow for Echo. The time commitment of Echo crossing from golems to bot crab is like Echo's just run across the map twice, 3 times actually. He's run down, then he's run up, then he's run down again. That's really sad. It's really game. Okay, yeah. I feel like this is very hard for enemy jungle to play. What's he
So
doing?
he's trying to find Echo right now. He must be. Where's Echo? Is he? Did he just hang around
I
bot and just take Krugs? What does he do?
I
Is he
think he ran
top?
to Krugs.
He's
He
on
should
his Krugs
be
or enemy Krugs?
he should be on like these Krugs here. I'd be very surprised if he wasn't, but I don't know. He hasn't found him yet. I don't know what's going on. Like you would think that the Echo would have like mirrored this play or like sat under the top bush, but maybe the Echo had run bot and eaten EXP. Okay, the Echo is here. I don't know how much EXP he has though.
16
16.
CS.
He could have yanked the crab then. He could have. Okay, so what he's done is Kana was actually too slow to this. This crab is gonna be dead
Yeah, it's dead. He was taking it here. He must have done this and
because
then
he's
here.
finished the golems now. Yeah, he's finished the
Yeah,
golems like now.
got it. This is
My read,
disastrous.
yeah, my read is that Zed should be at this crab.
Yeah,
That was my thought. If Zed's at this crab, is no options for Echo. But I guess he kills this Garrett because of the Echo is. I don't know. It's so like strange. Yeah, this crab is dead for sure.
yep, there it is.
This isn't like a terrible outcome for Zed because all of his camps are still up. But the thing is, he really wants to get these camps on cooldown. Jesus, he runs to mid. This is really terrible for efficiency. Because if he's running to bot crab, I wouldn't even care about the bot crab honestly. I would just want to get to my camps on cooldown so I get to my level 2 camps soon. Because he's not getting them anytime soon. Jesus.
Yeah, I think bot crabs. It's probably not worth all 3 top camps. Is so much more experience in gold, is it? And because think about how awkward it is to go back to your top camps now as well, right?
Yeah, they're level 1
And
at
it
4
gives
minutes
him
and 27
opportunity.
seconds. I don't mind so much about the Echo yoinking them. It's just that you don't get to your level 2 camps, and your level 2 camps are so good.
As you said, you prioritize them a lot. You think it's like the most important set of camps.
Yeah, well, it's just so much EXP in those camps. That second round, it's so nice to be able to get back to them. Yeah, this is really definitely like a very like Korean server game. It's very interesting. Okay, yeah, I knew his golems went up. I could smell it. It was my intuition. There's no way he leaves this gromp.
Crazy,
He's
man. That's
he's
so
running
was he saying
straight
mid?
to
Yeah.
mid. Christ. Echo has done him the favor of resetting his wolves. Jesus. Literally neither jungler cares. They just run. They actually just run.
So overall consistency in terms of low elo playstyle, you would say that this is definitely not what you want to be doing to carry a game consistently.
Yeah,
This is
this
more of
is
a
super
Korean
high
thing.
variance. It's super high variance, but then also you need to be able, like, the reason why this can potentially... He's thrown his Qs into absolute Narnia. That's really sad, actually. So, the way... If he just holds his Q, this guy's
he
super
just
dead.
Yeah. So again, the importance of holding that. You just get at the E for the slow, you see the way they juke, which abilities they use, then you throw the Q.
Because they will usually slam the dash immediately after you WE onto them. They don't want to sit in melee range of you and take auto attacks for free. Anyways, yeah. It's like, you have to be able to play like this. I don't even think it's that good, but like, it's just kind of Korea. Like, the way that the server plays, they won't adjust to champions that don't fight. Like, they will just fight. So kind of regardless of what you play, you kind of have to like be ready to fight super early. It's just kind of the nature of things. It's a bit strange. It's an interesting server for sure. But like, in terms of consistency, especially, I would have gone whip there. I feel like whip is way better. The whip is so OP.
Yeah, he
Does
should
so
be
much
on whip,
damage.
yeah, I agree. Yeah. It looks like he's just rushing Yomu's. Is that what he's just doing
Yeah.
here? Yeah.
It's not awful. Yomu's is a very powerful item as well, but the whip is just so good. Especially for clearing, and then like in fights it's just stronger as well. Warhammer is one of like the worst like components in the game. It's a really terrible component.
Even though it gives you CDR?
Yeah, it's just it's not that bad, but like the CDR isn't much combat power. especially on Zed, like you need a lot of CDR before CDR is combat power, not like a little bit. And then it's like it's 25 AD, and each longsword gives you 10 AD. So for 1.1k, which is 3 2/3 longswords, you get 25 AD, which is 2.5 like AD, like 2.5 like longswords worth of AD. So it's not very valuable. It's not very good. Sorry, it's not it's not three. It's 3 and a bit. So yeah, you get more AD, but like you get 5 more AD for 50 less gold if you only buy longswords.
With Yomus, do you use it out of base like this?
Yeah, it's usually up before it's useful. If you are like going to gank a lane straight away, like if I'm just going to camps, I will use Yomus. If I see a fight that I like envision occurring, I will not use it. But it's a like a 40, it's a 40 or 45, I can't remember, but it's low enough that you can just Yomus at a base. Because yeah, if you ever do anything before fighting, it will just be up for the fight, regardless.
So he's holding his W on this camp, I guess, again, in case someone comes here. So he's just being cautious. Just pops the Herald here.
Enemy mid died, so it's not the worst.
I don't know. I mean, I'm never a fan of popping plates like this early when you can break a tower, right? Like, what's the rush on this Herald? What do you think?
Yeah, if I was me in this position, I would take the Jace kill and just base and go to my top camps and path down to bot.
I like that.
I'm really big on like tempo bases. Like,
Yeah.
I would rather.
That's because all these top camps are spawn in. So you're like, I'm just going to use that Herald recall, straight top, full clear jungle to bot. I mean, that's hyper efficient again, like your play style.
What the kill gets you is the ability to like control the next like minute of the game, right? Like the Jace death timer, you base 10 seconds before he respawns as like the mid laner. Like you use this time to push in the wave and get the base. You come out on the map first, you have full resources. Like this kill doesn't have to translate into something immediately. It translates into control, which you can use to break the game later. Is like pretty much the perspective that I look at that kill as. Like that Jace is dead. We can push the wave, we can base, we can get on the map first, we can play the game again. Like it's you don't have to like try and end the game off of one kill. It can be a long process.
This looks like he's going Cleaver next.
It'll be Gold Drinker.
Oh, sorry, Godrinker. Yeah, my bad. I forgot that builds into...
Yeah. It's weird. It's not.
I always just never see the Iron Whip, you know? It's like whenever I see the Iron Whip, I'm like, wait, this is not building Godrinker.
It takes your brain back as well. Like you see Ruby Crystal and a longsword, and it like it immediately screams Black Cleaver because it did for like 7 seasons or whatever. Those are really nice bottles, actually. I feel like there should have been something he could do there. These T1 players are real expressive.
So everyone just pops out of nowhere. Garen here, Bars here.
Yeah, I think if he flashed down, he just lives.
Yeah, okay.
And then if they keep chasing him, he can ult back and then play the fight with his next W that's coming. But I do think it was pretty weird that they came out of that wall like a clown car. Like, Barta's just decided that 10 people are going to spawn.
So all these bot camps are up, but we're making a play mid.
This guy's pretty dead. Yeah, that was apart from the dodgy Q, like holding his abilities was good. Like it's just just in terms of aiming it, like he's not aimed it well, but the theory behind it was good. The W placement could have used a bit of work, but like that's just like this isn't a like you can't. It's very hard to like theory improve like where you place your W. It's just like playing the game better.
Just got to have a feel for it, intuition.
Yeah. It gets better as you use it.
Time. You sort of don't have time to like be like, in this fight, where should I place my W? You know, it's like, well, the fight's happening, I got to use it somehow.
Yeah, it needs to go down. Jungle in 2021, man. It doesn't matter what health you enter the jungle at, you leave full HP.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. So doesn't start with an auto attack there. Oh, okay, gets the ult. Misses
Yeah.
Qs, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's 21 kills to 70. I think the game's pretty much over here.
Yeah. It was good that he once again used his ult and waited for any like he waited for Jace to use CDs before he used it.
Yep.
Like he dodges the Jace Q. There's a lot of the time there's really no rush to ult. You can just be more patient with it in a lot of situations.
All right, well, that's the end of our Pro VOD section. Fix my webcam there. Let's review some low elo games, sort of see what maybe basic mistakes sort of they're making. So we'll look at some silver players, some gold player, and then a platinum player. All right, so our first game here is a silver 1 Zed. He actually goes, I think, 12-0 or 14-0 this game. And sometimes I like reviewing games, especially lower elo players, where they actually win, because it's really good to review, because it's like I still make a lot of mistakes even though I'm winning. Because it's very easy sometimes lost games where it's like, it's pretty obvious mistake. It's like, I didn't see that person rotating here, I just misplayed here. But wins sort of just show it's like I've still got lots to work on even though I'm winning games. Or maybe I can't replicate this in future games. What I'm doing, I'm just getting lucky.
Yeah.
All right, so Zed's come in here. He has switched out to Sweeper here. Any comments on that? You think that's fine? Or, I mean, even though all the VODs we've seen, I think even, was it Wano or something, he was sticking on the Warden Trinket as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Like, these lanes are pretty volatile. actually think that Set beats Tryndamere pretty hard early, so Set should have kind of infinite priority. And then Yasuo Aurelia. I feel like Yasuo is not... He's done the smite on the Grump though.
This is very good for a silver player already.
Got the +1 on Jankos.
Yeah.
Let's see how he does the Raptor camp.
He's got a point in W. Yeah.
He takes W, but let's see if he does it. That's better. That is better. That is better than what we saw in the Korean VOD.
Yep.
It wasn't optimal, of course. There's still some things he could have done to make it better, but it is not bad. He's still going to have a really speedy clear.
Again, ideally, you do what you do, where you use your next Q on the
you pull the red buff over.
Yeah.
If you hit all of them with your first Q, you don't have to use any more Qs on them. He's getting really low. He hasn't popped his pots. He's sat on his potions.
Yeah, this is not optimal, is it?
You should pop your potions before you start hitting the red buff, because you get really low at this point of the clear. Let's see where he goes after this. He can probably run to bot crab. Top crab is a bit scary. I wasn't paying attention to where Echo started.
Echo started bot. Well, I think we knew that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Check. Well, you need to run to bot crab. Echo should be able to match this.
Oops.
Let's have a look.
Let's double check. Yeah. So tracking with enemy jungle starts when this is very obvious, right? Here we go. So
Echo started
there's
bot.
no way you're getting top crab there with that top priority, right? Let's go back here.
Well, on Zed, you usually don't want to fight anyways because you get really low off of your first clear.
Got it. Yeah. So this is a situation where you would have finished at 258 and you would be running straight down to this crab. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
you could hold your smite here and just run to bot crab and you would finish like 5 or 6 seconds later, but it's fine. Like you'd still get to bot crab like pretty close to its spawn and the Echo wouldn't be able to double crab you. Huh. This Echo is like really scared. I guess the Zed does have level advantage. And the Yasuo has generated priority because the Echo was slow to the crab.
Yeah.
So if the Echo was on the crab on time, this crab is dead 10 times out of 10. But because the Echo wasn't, it's a double crab. This is played out nicely.
It's a silver 1 for you, Pabu. Here we go. I think he's even double crabbing in the games you wouldn't.
Yeah. Nice. All right. He's on a mission. Like I would chuck the base here. I think staying on map kind of sucks.
He's one camp off 1100.
Well, if he waits 5 seconds of base, he will have 1100
That's
as
true.
well.
Yeah, he should just sit there. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. I would have not flashed and just killed the Karma.
Yeah.
If that was me. I feel like this Jhin kill doesn't achieve that much. Because if you just kill the Karma there, I guess the Karma has exhaust. Sorry, the Jhin has exhaust. Maybe killing the Jhin is the best call. Let's have a look again. Because this Jhin still has exhaust.
Mindset your mindset is if you kill the Karma, then you can just dive the Jhin. Is that the mindset?
Well, the Jhin probably can't stay if the Karma's dead here, right?
Yeah.
Because the wave is pushing out as well. If the bot lane just bases,
it's like a 2-for-1 deal.
Yeah. Well, the Jhin can't stay because he's 100 HP and his wave is pushing out. So if he like stays, then he can't push the wave. But if he like doesn't stay, the way I don't know. It's just like there's no winning option for the Jhin. He can't do anything anymore. He's already been like chunked out. Yeah. I wonder what all these players are taking, because they always buy boots in these bases. I saw Canna do it as well. Transcendence, Water Walking. I feel like Transcendence is like okay, and Water Walking is also okay, but the way Zed wants to play the game doesn't facilitate the usefulness of like Water Walking. One, so Transcendence gives you CDR, but you don't need it because you build a lot of it anyways. And then two, the reset isn't that useful because the way your abilities work, they're already low cooldown or they reset. Like your W comes back pretty quickly, regardless of if you can like get the Transcendence reset. And Water Walking is a very good rune in my opinion, but it's not great on Zed because you don't want to be head ramming in the river. It's pretty much I consider Water Walking like an Elise type rune, like a.
It's like a really early game jungle. Like this is my river. Yeah, it's not. It's
Yeah.
like a. Because your mindset is to avoid fights in the 3-6, so Water Walking's not really for you. Yeah.
Yeah. It still gives you a decent amount of AD going on later. Like it's definitely not the worst rune. If I was to take any runes that weren't Cosmic Insight, maybe Water Walking would be on the list, but I just think they all kind of suck. I think this deploy could use some work. Like, where is he going?
Yeah. So what would you be doing out of base here? Would you just be clearing top to bot or bot to top? What do you want to do?
I think top
Punish
to bot
these
in
bot
this
zones?
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
think we should
I
punish
would
bot
want to kill
zones.
this bot lane. We have double
Yeah.
flash advantage as well. Like this is it's really free. Jin Kama is super killable, and if they die once, their game is over as well. Lucian
Oh,
Army
I
is
think
one
he's coming
pretty.
to kill Trend here. That's what he's doing here.
Let's have a look. This Trent has flash, so he should never die. He gets the flash. I feel like that's a suboptimal use of time. I feel like getting the Trend flash, because the bot play is pretty much guaranteed. I think.
Again,
wave is
you're
pushing
thinking
out.
high percentage there, aren't you? You're thinking if I just full clear, then Gale bot, like I'm 100%, all my camps are off the map, and I'm going to kill bot because they have no sums.
Well, burning the Tryndamere flash really doesn't do anything for the game. Like Tryndamere being flashless is already losing lane. Like he's gonna still lose lane. Like he's gone from losing lane to losing lane. Ooh. I don't know if this Aurelia is killable. This guy's a bit scary. Yeah, he's just walked away. This is really tragic. A very tragic series of events. This Aurelia is already out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has like been like a minute and a half of wasted time when he could have smashed all his camps and already been bought.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
too.
again, I feel silver players, they run around looking for kills all the time. You know?
Yeah,
it's like, we had a great early game, but then you see how quickly you can stuff it up? Like, I always notice it. It's like, they always just screw it up real quick.
Do you remember what everyone used to say in like, it might have been like season 7, it was chase the ball. It was in the scrims, everyone was chase the ball.
Chase the ball, yeah, that's what silver players and stuff will do.
Yeah, but it, I mean, it happened to the best of us, like, you know,
That's right.
the literal professional players would end up chasing the ball in its scrims.
Yeah.
Like, settle down, like, think about your win condition and play to plan. It's hard to do, it takes a lot of discipline, but when you can do it properly, it gives you a lot more structure to your gameplay. I think this drag take is not bad. Like, his camps are coming back off cooldown, but if it had been at the end of a full clear, it would have been nicer.
It would have been better, that's right, yeah. I mean, his whole sequence, everything's fucked, everything. He, like, randomly took the Raptors and went there, then went all the way here, so, like, it's just the consequences of the decisions he's made before that dragon play.
It's not a terrible time to take it, though, in context of his lanes, but in terms of his pathing, as you said, his sequencing, it's really suboptimal. Farewell, Fishy. It's actually a really hard game to play into Echo. They have minimal CC for dealing with that champion.
So he's maybe hanging around here waiting for they're going to dive, but can't really do anything, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty doomed. I don't see a way for him to contribute. It's very hard.
Alright, would you base there, or do you want to stay on the map and do another full clear? What do you think?
How much gold does he have?
He has 1,300. Is this another reset and just go full clear to bot and then make a play bot, or should we be playing around Herald here?
I'm not sure if the Herald fight is winnable.
Yeah, I don't think so, no.
So, all of his options kind of suck because his sequencing has been so scuffed up until this point. He's not on like a good timer.
Yeah.
If I wanted to salvage this, I think I would just consider the Herald dead, clear up to top now, and then base
full
and come
clear
out
now
bot.
and then reset and go bot, yeah. Because you're so close to Gromp, it's like more efficient, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how I would want to like salvage this situation, because he can probably go to Ghostblade. Like if he's going Eclipse, that's whatever. But um, he could clear all of his camps by Ghostblade, run out bot, and like lose Herald. But at least he can get back into the rhythm of playing the game.
So you see, this is a mistake as well. I mean, did he know Echo? Did he see Echo bot? Is that why you invaded
Well,
here?
Echo's literally dead.
Oh, Echo's. Oh, he's mid. Okay.
He gets his head punched in, I guess. This set is faker. Okay, yeah. This is fine. This is fine. He should eat all of his top camps.
All his top camps, yeah.
I
But
would
again,
do. I would.
that's skipping. Like, for some part of me feels like he didn't realize Echo was there at all. This is just random. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like he was looking for a top play rather than these
Yeah.
camps. You know.
He definitely had run too far, and he just kind of ends up being there.
So he only takes this. So would you prioritize Herald over these camps?
No, I would always take the camps.
Take camps. That's right. Yeah.
The lead is really big. People underestimate because not only are you getting +1 for you, it's -1 for enemy as well. Every camp you take, and you can get all 3 of those top camps. Jesus, this situation is scuffed. Ooh. Oh no. Oh yes, the clay. Let's go. All right. Does he get him? Does he get him? Yes. Okay. That was kind of funny actually, because he W'd over the wall and then ulted over the wall as well. So he had one shadow on either side.
He was covering all his bases.
Yeah. Well, this Echo would never have thought about the fact that. See, he still has his ult shadow on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. That's well played. That's a really good ult. Yeah.
Echo jumps the wall. Yeah. No. That guy would have had no idea. He would have thought the enemy Zed was faker after that, for sure. Yeah, but like
Right.
the thing about Herald is, it's like getting Herald is cool and all, but you can get it later, and you can usually, if you pay attention to the game, you can stop them from getting Herald while you're doing your camps, because Herald is like a fat time commitment, right? It takes like 35 seconds to kill or whatever. If you have a ward on it and you're doing your camps, just finish your camp and run at it. Like you can fight them off it very easily, and more often than not, there's a fair amount of damage to you. Man, set W is a cool ability when it always hits. This is fine. I would not have heralded that tower. I would have just punched the tower to death, run to bot, and herald it with the boys.
Save that, yeah. Do you go for the second charge here, or is it better to do tempo? You say you like tempo resets a lot. Here's enough for Eclipse here. What do you think? Dragon's coming up.
I think this Drake is probably doomed, judging by state of this game. But if their bot lane hadn't have just died, I would want to base and come to Drake, or I probably wouldn't have even heralded and come to Drake because this Drake's up in the next like 8 seconds, right?
Yeah.
It's got the yellow on it, so I would have just like
So not herald, come straight here, then reset and then come top.
Concede the dragon. If they kill the Aurelia and they have time to base and come to Drake, I would want to go to Drake. But it's perfectly viable for you to take the mid tower, hold your herald, base and run top, because you can just trade on the other side of the map. But all your bot camps are up, so you can also just play for bot tower after you do your bot camps and they do Drake. Like either option is good. Heralding mid is a bit of an average option. Mid tier 2 is not actually that useful to get when you have like both side towers up.
Yeah, I agree.
It's nice,
yeah.
but does it even give the extra gold? I don't think it does.
I think it's only these sub towers. I think.
Yeah.
It's
so
not mid,
I think
tier 2 mid.
it's not even that valuable. It's not valuable in terms of map control. It doesn't give you a big chunk of gold. It's kind of whatever. It's only useful later on. It is nice to have it down, but I would prefer to kill, like, open up the map in other areas. In terms of mechanics, though, I haven't seen anything particularly egregious. This Seth is just faker, though. He's actually
He's a beast.
he's absolutely wilding out. Yeah, like I honestly was prepared for a lot worse, but this Zed is not that bad.
The standard of silver is higher these days. This is EUS silver. Maybe it's different to NA and O silver. Pabu.
Yeah, maybe EOS is crazy. I haven't seen any like super fat griefs. I also am watching in fast motion, so not sure. But
yeah,
I haven't seen anyone like spill coffee on their keyboard or anything. Like, it's not been that bad. He just punched that guy in the head. I mean, like, I like it. I like it when people hold their skills.
Okay, so he's holding his W there.
This is really like not bad at all. Like it's honestly like I mean, of course, like the way that he moves and the way that he clicks, like could be better, and he could, kite better and be moving in between his autos more, be moving to better spots. But like, in terms of the theory behind what he's doing, it's really like, it's in a direction, It's not directionless. It's very. I'm always impressed when players that aren't high elo are playing with intent,
Hmm. Would you sell your refillable for a control ward here or two?
Yeah, it's probably time for him to go too. The game is pretty. He's in a strong spot to control the game, so I would probably sell. I've definitely been goblining it lately more than I used to. I don't know why. It feels so good when you're fighting, but it's so stupid.
So when you say goblin it, you're saying you
Like I'll hold
hold
on to it for too
the
long.
refillable potion, yeah.
Yeah. But especially on longsword champions, it's really easy to sell early on because you run into a lot of longswords. That was.
Alright, how do we play this better? What's going on here?
I
So
feel like he was
W's
probably.
and R's on the same spot. Is that not? That's not
Ye-
probably not ideal, is it?
If you can land a shuriken afterwards, it's like average, like it's fine. But I feel like he should just, if he's going to W, he should just W E auto and then keep autoing. And then you
Yeah.
use your R afterwards. So you can use your R after the Karma like shield expires to get back into range of her, because she will outrange you a little bit because she has move speed, right? And then you get back into range and then you can kind of like combo her again. I wouldn't want to use W and then Mars straight away. Pretty
Yeah.
much ever.
I mean, he did negative damage. I don't think he did anything.
He definitely
He just insta.
he didn't even E.
Yeah.
So he
Oh,
he's actually
that's 0 damage.
it's a combo.
Yeah.
It's the European Zed combo.
I mean, he's still got okay CS numbers, 130 by 18, even though we've had some
Yeah.
soft path in here and there. But he has taken a lot of waves, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst. It's not like he's taken this waves at expense of his laners. It's just been situations where he's had to fix it.
Situation. Yeah, of course. Some good counter jungle in here.
Yeah, it's always good. I always like it when players will prioritize sweeping through enemy jungle after they win a fight instead of straight to the objective. I always preach do the most aggressive thing you can. Whether that's
After
like
you win a fight.
yeah, or even like before you win a fight. Like when you get control of a midwave, I always think that like using a midwave to get a dragon is like it sucks. Using a midwave to like there's like kind of like a hierarchy, right? And like you take control of the bot side and then you do. He really didn't have to swap back there. He could have just killed that guy. But then also using the W was pretty pointless. He could have just held the W until the relay threw a skill shot. He didn't have to swap straight away. The R is good. It's really good, really good. Just don't throw the W.
Just auto attack him. Is that what you're saying?
Auto
Yeah.
E, auto. As soon as you see her do that little spin, you throw W, and then you react to it with your W press.
So that's probably a kill there. What do you think?
It's probably a kill even if he uses his W the way he did. He just didn't have to ult back.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always preach the most aggressive thing, and that means like you get control of the mid wave, and like number
So you push
one is
mid,
like
and then you go control this area. Is that what your mindset is?
well, you walk into it and then you like kind of assess. Like
Yep.
step one is like, do we have a stacked wave? Can we dive them on the side?
Yep.
And then it's like step two is like, can we kill their jungler? And then like step three is like, can we take their camps? And then like step four is, can we lean so our bot can get prior? And then if we've done this and like we've got nothing, like the next thing you come back and then do the objective, like that's like it's never, the goal should never really be the objective. The goal should be you take the aggressive control with the waves that you have manipulation over, and then if you can't dive or take camps or anything like this, then you do the objective,
Yeah, I mean, it's higher pressure because if you think about it, well, that's going to potentially, the enemy's going to misstep and like, walk in here and die. Well, let's say, you see an option was to dive bot. You're denying way more and you're going to get the objective anyway after that, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, you're sort of like doing more. It's like 2 for 1 in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
there's
sort of
there's
the thought?
bigger value to be had than just going straight to the objective. I mean, there are some situations where like, stacking the dragons early is nice, or like
Hmm.
there's like a good situation. Like it's never so cut and dry. It's just always run to the dive, or that kind of stuff. But it can be very good most of the time. Let's have a look what he does here.
I mean, at max, he's only going to hit one shuriken there. With Karma here, this guy never dies. What do you think?
There's no exhaust. I think theoretically, just play it out again to when the Jin flashes. So he ults E. I think he could. I
He
really
flashed.
I do think
Auto
if he
attack
Q
EQ.
flash if he
Q
Q flashed the shuriken onto his head and then auto E, maybe the Jin dies. But I just think it's not worth going for.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's worth going for either.
He has
Anyway,
Serpent's Fangs. Yeah, he might as well just take the flash. It's pretty value. Like, just leave.
small wins.
Yeah. It's a pretty big win. Jin
A
flash.
flash from Jin. Yeah, that's true. That's a big win. That's a free kill
Yeah.
in the next fight.
Yeah.
Tanking Barons is Zed. Any thoughts on that one?
It's not great, especially since you do so much damage to it. You want someone else to, because it reduces your damage by a lot.
What happened here? Echo can't even R.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I would, if the Echo ults back is the thing, is the Zed has his shadow back there, so you can just match his movement. He's still dead. I don't know. I think it was nicely played. It wasn't like he had no immaculate shadow setup or anything, but it was not bad.
So
This
it
game
looks
has been
like
trucking along
he's
forever.
building stopwatch pickaxe.
What is in pickaxe? Just stance is in pickaxe. Not sure. Actually, yeah, I have no idea what else it could be. I mean, collectors in pickaxe. There's not much else really.
Would you alter trend here?
No, I see like.
Well, you can WEQ this guy and then he's dead.
Yeah,
And then
the
you can
Karma is
turn.
for sure dead.
Yeah. Oh, we do it anyway, I guess.
This game's pretty doomed. Yeah, for sure. Maybe not. Maybe they can't punch the Nexus. Alright. And these games chug along for a while. Wasn't
Hopefully
his
he plays
W over the
better.
wall? Wasn't his W already over the wall? Or am I seeing things? Let's have a look-see. Yeah, his W is there. He has no reason to. He just autos the guy and he's dead.
Yeah.
Did look kind of cool though, but it was for sure not maximum efficiency.
All right, well, that's it for this one. So overall, pretty impressed, are you, Pabu?
Pretty much, yeah. I think the biggest thing for him was just don't chase the ball, and like it was another case of yeah, don't chase the ball, take the wins, and hold your Q. It's kind of the epitome of Zed. Be patient with your Q, and be patient for your opportunities.
All right, next one here. This is Platinum 3 US.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if this guy can do the clear better than the Silver 1 guy.
He's got an
So he's
on-theme
blue
name
star.
at least.
Yeah. What do you think about the health potions?
It's never good. I don't think I've met a single jungler that it's good on. In fact,
These
I've Sudden Impact is one of the worst runes in the game.
Yeah.
Ulti Hunter is pretty average. It's like okay on Zed, but I would never take it over Cosmic Boots. Cosmic Boots is just so nice. I think the red tree as a secondary is like really, really bad. The minor runes inside of red all kind of suck, and the hunters are extremely specific for certain champions.
Sybil was a fan with it for at least Zombie Ward Relentless Hunter.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think Relentless is one of the ones for like high pressure champions that
Yep.
can obviously be very good. And Zombie Ward is one of the better runes inside of red because it's one of the only ones that has actually like value.
Yeah.
It stacks pretty quick and it's actually like got great utility. Well, not many other things
Super
do.
pressure on map, yeah.
Yeah.
You were saying about the 3 health potions, you just think this is just troll.
Yeah. In fact, I think there's a lot of junglers where you can even avoid refillable and you can just go like a pink ward and a single pot.
Fiddlesticks.
I was thinking it's more applicable than that. I was thinking about Lee Sin. Because it gives you a ward as well. Like having a controller to fight with is quite nice as well. Let's have a look. See. Let's see how he doesn't pull his wolves very far. He could have pulled them further. All right, he does the faithful W skill. Okay, that was not bad. That was an improvement over the silver player. It was not bad. I actually kind of liked it that he did the full camp and then he waited for the camp to stack up before he threw the Q. It was not bad. But it's still for sure a few seconds worse.
Yeah, I think
also
we
holding
should be
his-
just opt in for the Q, double Q.
Yeah. So he used his second smite and he still only finishes by 313.
Yeah. So this
314
needs to be a lot
even.
of work, yeah.
I don't know. Man, Phylaris is just so OP for these kind of things. His clears are just so like surprisingly elegant, even though he doesn't have like a huge level of mechanical mastery. His understanding of how jungle creeps work, pretty nice. Pretty sure he could have held his W there, but this isn't the worst. He probably could have just walked at the Lucian. If this was me inside of the game, I would have just walked. Have a quick look-see. But it's also not that bad. Like, it's not that egregious. The fact that he doesn't take it is good, but I think he can just, like, run at this guy. And hit him in the head.
So literally just walk, just keep walking, and
Yeah, I would have just walked, like, down and right, and then just clicked him.
Because you can save the W for some Mumu here.
Yeah, maybe you can get a Mumu Flash as well, or, like, you probably can get more, but... The fact that he didn't take the W showed the presence of mind that he didn't want the gap close in the wrong direction, which is still pretty good.
Alright, so what would you do here? You'd place a ward here and reset, wouldn't you?
You could, but you've already done your task of ganking bot, so it's important that you base and go back to your grump.
Yeah. He's doing too many tasks here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done bot gank, and he's attending mid. Jesus, this Skyner is a bit of a beast.
So what do you think of this? Just too many tasks, or we just overcomplicating the game?
Yeah, this Anivia's wave is fine. I would just want to take the crab and get off the map ASAP.
He should maybe be using his health potions if he's looking for a fight as well. What do you think? If he's bought the 3 health potions, probably should use them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what's going on. He's bought the 3 health potions and he's still got 2 of them at the end of his clear, so...
Yeah.
Not sure what's going on here.
So maybe we just hit that, we just keep kiting downwards, like... I don't think we should die for this. Because Katarina is screwed, right? We just push the wave in and then it's all good, right? We don't need to burn the flash or anything here.
Yeah, opting in for the trade is definitely not great. And this Anivia's wave is now screwed. This is really bad for Anivia. Maybe it's going to crash again. Actually, no, that melee creep RNGing and running into the wave has actually saved the wave. But there was a world where this slow pushes out, which is really bad for Anivia because she'll lose a full wave. But yeah, this is not the worst. She lost like 4 creeps. Alright, he's gone. Okay. Efficiency minimum. This is efficiency minimum purchase.
Yeah, I don't know about the Moby Boots here, Mr. Psycho. He's the name. He's definitely not afraid to embrace the name.
He's a bit unhinged. Yeah.
He goes to full clear anyway.
He's bought Moby Boots and chucked the full clear. I'm not sure this how this works. Alright, now he's gonna use the Moby Boots to get 3 speedy ganks off. Watch, he'll go bot mid top, for sure. I mean, his clearing mechanics have been fine. Right? He's attended bot, let's see. He's attended mid. He's Moby Bootsing. Wait, this is broken. He can do it. He can just do it again. Nah, it's for sure terrible. His blue buff's already up. He needs to get to his Grand Prix spawn. Alright.
Would you start with ult there on Lucian?
I think he could have W'd and then ulted the Lucian if he looked to escape. I think once you get ult, it's not bad to cast your W's like straight away. I think here, Delusion Dash as well. You can WEQ him pretty safely.
Yeah.
But running at him is not the worst, but this Amumu kind of fakes the bandage. Like, that was pretty nice. The way he's played it is really not that bad, except for the fact that he missed his shurikens on the Lucian, so he didn't get to swap early enough. Jesus. Why does Skyner do so much damage? I haven't seen this champion in Yonks, but apparently he's kind of a beast.
Is pushing bot wave here good?
Only if it crashes. You can't leave it now.
And yeah, you gotta, yeah. Oh, he comes
Even
back.
crashing, it's...
Oh.
Yeah, this really sucks. If you can't crash the wave, you shouldn't touch the wave. Even if it's pushing out, if you can't crash it, don't touch it. I feel like the Moby Boots has actually just robbed him of all of his damage.
Yeah, I don't think he does much damage.
He does run really fast though. But not when he's full clearing.
So, yeah, we're definitely opting for the full clear with the Moby Boots, so I don't think it's been used very well.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's ever a reason to buy the Boots of Mobility.
Would this fight be a bit different if he had like a Dirk here or something?
Let's watch again.
I think he's just getting CC locked.
Yeah, he just got kind of roasted, but I feel like he did misplay the situation. He did kind of let himself just get crowd controlled. He could have, if he had a Dirk and he didn't have boots of mobility, I think there's a world where he could like kill someone here.
Also, tenacity rune would also maybe help a little bit.
Yeah, I would. I'm actually not sure if it's good here because Skana ult is suppression, no?
Was E a Mumu?
Yeah, it's probably worth. Amumu's pretty annoying on his own. Let's have a look. Yeah, for sure. If he has tenacity rune, he like E autos the Skana there, W's away, hits him with shuriken on the way out. If he has a what do you call it, a Dirk, he for sure kills that guy.
Alright, well, this is the end of the review. The Moby Boots, we're not fans of that, are we? And then it's the Phage, which is not the... I mean, I guess he's Russian Gold Drink. He's doing the Korean special.
Yeah, I think it's not that bad.
Any other comments around this one, Pabu?
Not really. I don't think it's too interesting. I think, like, pulling yourself out of your kill range is always, like, going to be rough. I think, like, Moby Boots puts him in, like, a pretty disastrous spot where he should be able to snowball an enemy team. I think...
Agreed.
Yeah. The only world where opting into things that can move you around the map faster is good is... Actually, I'm not sure, because there's a few champions where rushing boots is good. For example, I think Lilia, like boots rush is good on Lilia, right?
CDR boots specifically?
Mostly CDR boots, but I think in some games Sorks are fine as well.
Hmm.
But that kind of directly translates to combat power on that champion. And I think almost every champion that buys boots directly translates to combat power. Olaf, for example, like both the move speed and say CDR boots directly translate to his combat power. What other champions? Like Udi or Hecarim. I mean, they don't often rush boots anymore. It's not a big thing. But all these champions kind of have a direct combat power from these boots. I can't think of many champions that actually want boots early that don't like really like having boots to deal more damage. Not just to be there. Like the mobility helps them hit, or it, like for example, the CDR just has extreme value in their kit.
And we know Zed's not one of those.
Neither.
All right, ready for this last one, Pabu?
Yeah, he's got Blue Smite. This is a fine Blue Smite game, actually. Blue Smite's actually kind of nice for Darius and Tryndamere, because these champions, you directly negate their damage by building space. So it's really not bad. Versus Eve, Red Smite's not that useful. If you get hit by your stuff, you're getting one-shots anyways. If you don't get hit, you're not taking damage, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely one of the better games you can take Blue Smite. But yeah, I mean, Red Smite's always still going to be nice regardless, just because of how broken it is, but like it's definitely a fine Blue Smite game.
Look at his runes here. He's following you to the T.
Absolutely.
going on?
All right, he's a kingpin.
He's
All right,
obviously
yep,
listened to. He's been following your OPGG. He's been tracking you.
absolutely.
What's your website called? Track Barbecue or something like that.
PabuQ.com. It's actually coming back
Barbecue.com.
up soon. The right API did a
Yeah,
they
yeah, I
changed it, so
saw.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
coming back up soon.
okay. So he's doing
So
similar to you, doing the
yeah.
ward, and
hmm
but he switches out to sweeper though.
I don't think he needs to do the ward versus Eve. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
same thing.
I
Like
don't
you
know.
did it on here, like before.
Yeah, I haven't played against many low elo like Eves, but I don't know if they run in level 1, but presumably they don't. He's missed his Q on the Gromp. It's a bit of a
Yeah,
sag, but it
yeah.
happens. I do that all the time actually. I will often throw my Q before it spawns because I try and hit it. Because there's a bit of a moment where you can hit it with skill shots before you can auto attack it. Like it's spawned in like a little bit before you can click on it. It's weird,
That's how he misses
but
it.
like you see, he throws it at the
So he's
Gromp.
like, yeah, he's like trying to do a perfect timing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It was really close actually. He was
yeah.
really, really close to the timing. But I prefer to just smite it most of the time. I would just spam click my smite on where it spawns as soon as it's like targetable. Does the WE? He throws the Q straight away though, which is not good. We've learned from the other European that if you want to start W, you can stack them with your E before you throw the Q.
Yeah, so everyone goes W, Pabu. I think you're a anomaly going on the double
But
Q.
it's so slow
It
though.
is. We're seeing it. Yeah, look at this.
My clear's so speedy.
You're finished by like now with a bot leash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, so this wave's stacking. He's gonna priority soon. It might not be time for a crab, but mid's looking a bit scary.
Trent has
Okay.
really fat prior.
Yeah. What do you think about this?
I don't like looking mid because his mid laner is useless champion Yon.
Hmm.
I would want to run away from that. Like he's given Eve the window to one shot this crab.
Yeah, and he's walking
Um,
straight into top side here with no, and they know where he is here, so this might go pretty bad. What do you think?
this Darius is not walking. I mean, he's probably not under any risk, but Eve should just eat the
Yeah,
crab,
that's
no?
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. We have no abilities. I think we lose
He
this.
loses this, yeah. This Eve just has to step.
Oh, he's committing.
Yeah, farewell.
All right.
I thought the Eve would win that 1v1, like, pretty handily, but...
Yeah, it's pretty
a
close.
bit closer than I thought it was, yeah.
Because the passive's just too OP for Zed. I mean, the moment he misses that, he just backs off, right? There's no
Yeah,
threat.
he just
There's
has
no
to
kill
leave. He has
threat.
to leave.
Yeah.
The Tryndamere is also most of the way here anyways. He should be, like,
Yeah.
I don't know where he is, but if I was to guess, I'd say he's in the top side bush. Yeah, he was exactly there. I thought he would just win this melee range.
Well, I'd say that what he thinks here is that sometimes people get into the trap. It's like this is Eve's weak early, but like they don't
Yeah.
account if they lose their abilities, they're not actually not strong anymore,
Yeah.
right?
Eve is... Oh, he hits 2 Qs there, I think, which kind of turned it. Wow.
I'd say
Okay.
it's also the Conqueror as well. Conqueror is pretty damn effective against the
Yeah, that's
electrocute
true.
champs. So yeah, so what do we think we do here? We just go to bot crab, right? Like
Yep.
the crab's gone by the time he shows mid, and this is just go to bot crab, yeah.
Yep. I think looking for this mid gank and going to bot crab is really not the terrible outcome. Like, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
You might get a Trend Summoner, you get the bot crab out.
Oh well, here's an alternative. Are you fine to get double crabbed here, right? And do Krugs, and then you see this wave pushing, and you just sit in this bush and wait to counter gank Eve?
Yeah, I think that's fine. This Mundo probably can't avoid it, so it is for sure fine. And you definitely win in the wave, so...
Yeah, for sure. Look how fat
If
this
this
wave
Mundo
is.
can't be safe... But the thing... Mundo does have the freedom to be safe here.
That's true. Yeah,
Mundo
yeah.
can eat these 3 creeps, and then go place the ward safely, because he's Mundo, he can just farm with Q, get the wave in. They can't stop him from getting the wave in, because he can just last hit all these creeps with Q, with the ward in the river bush, and he's
Yeah.
not under any threat. But if it was a different champion that's not Mundo that can't do this, I think sitting behind top is probably the best play. A lot of junglers won't even double crab you for the most part.
Yeah.
I don't get, especially when I do inefficient pass, not sorry, not inefficient pass, but like things like that, I get double crabbed very rarely.
Is that because you don't show on the map? It's because you don't show
Yeah.
on the map. Yeah.
I don't show, and then also, double crab is really not that efficient. As funnily as that sounds. Because you're not basing very fast.
Because
you
by the time
often-
you walk all the way here, you do the crab. It's like 30 seconds of tempo gone. right?
Yeah, you don't get back to your second spawn really fast. So like you you lose a bit of tempo to get the crabs. So if enemy jungler is like basing fast, it's still good, obviously. Like it's a lot of EXP, right? But it's not as game breaking as you think it is. If you get all 4 of your camps and you don't get denied your respawn camps and they get 2 crabs, like kind of who cares? Like they'll get 6, like a third of a level before you. But like if you're on your camps on respawn, you'll still be like on good pace to play the game.
So you view that more over the double crab and getting crab and all that sort of stuff. Just the tempo on camps. You sounds like you love your second spawner camps, Pabu. You're obsessed with it. You just want to get to that second gromp ASAP.
Yeah, well, it happened to me. I was like a Volibear Trundle Goblin, right? And I'd always stay on the map looking for these opportunities. But as soon as I started basing on time for my second camps and like never griefing my tempo and always getting to these second camps, I just consistently built advantages against players that have been playing the role for 6 years. Like none of them. Actually, you know who did understand this really well? Swaith. Swaith would always be at his camps on time because he just really valued his EXP. He would never adapt from that, but he would very rarely drop these camps.
I think he was ingrained. He's an Eve player, right? That's very ingrained for Eve players. Like, you watch the Malice and stuff, they're literally like, I don't care about lanes. Like, I'm doing this double full clear every single game.
Yeah. Double full clear into Leech EXP for 6. It's
6. That's
Pabu,
what we
Pabu
learned.
22 Classic.
That's what we learned. It's
so OP, I swear. Because if you can get that level 6 before enemy jungler, it's just like such a huge gap.
So right now you would be on Raptors, but looks like the Zed looks like he's looking for a dive. I mean, the moment Eve shows up here, there's no dive to be done, right? She's
Yeah,
full
he just
HP.
has to leave.
He just leaves. So again, I think he's thinking, like, I'm the stronger champ, Eve's weak, but not when you're Zed and you're throwing W like that. Yeah, what do you think?
Well, even if he can win the fight, what is he achieving by putting himself here?
That's right, yeah.
There's no victory here, right? Enemy bot lane has prio, he gets pushed out of like the Raptor camp, like I don't know.
I mean, you would be finished your Krugs right now.
Yeah, I would be on my way to level 6. Is like the position I would be putting myself in, and I'd be, like being able to play the game a lot faster. But instead, it's like if you do your double full clear and eat someone's EXP, you'll be level 6 at 5 minutes 50, at the latest. If you don't eat EXP, you have to wait till your second respawn, so you get
blue buff.
6:30 is usually when you hit that around. So
he's just done Gromp and Wolves, then he reset, went straight back bot for blue, skipping all his top camps. I mean, when's your guess? If he's level 6, 8 minutes 30 seconds, 9 minutes, what do you think?
I reckon probably 8:20. 8:20. He's gonna.
Okay.
It's going to take a. Oh, wait. He's attended a mid fight. Let's see what occurs. Oh, he's got a mid wave. Oh no.
He's leashed the experience.
Yep. He's yoinked the wave and a half of EXP. It's not. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's really understated how OP farming is. Like everyone wants to kind of be that jungler that's all over the map, like putting on all this pressure, but it's very consistent to hit your camps and be able to assert your influence later on when you're more powerful and you have like more tools in your arsenal. And I think that's kind of like undervalued. I think that your default state should be to put your camps on cooldown, and then when you see the opportunities, you don't do that.
It's like a bonus. It's like oh great, got an opportunity now. I should maybe skip some camps.
I think this is really true for Zed, but I think a lot of low elo junglers waste a lot of time on every champion just looking for things that don't exist.
Yeah.
And so you kind of have to develop the skill first of like a lot of low elo junglers will just rock up somewhere and by chance it's a good gank, right?
Yeah.
But like if you force yourself to be of the farming mindset first and then to be very aware of what's occurring on the map and just keep looking and then actively making the decision to go somewhere or not to go somewhere, you develop the skill of actually being able to assess the game properly, right? But if
that takes time and game knowledge, because then the people always ask, it's like, well, Nathan, how do you balance farming and ganking? And it's a very hard question to ask because it's like, well, I need to see what's happening on the map in that specific situation. Like, where's mid wave? Where's top? who has priority, who's strong on the map, who's weak on that. There's so many situations, right? And I guess what people fall into the trap is that they might do what you just said, Pabu. They full clear every game, but they have zero F keys. They're not looking at any opportunity. So they full clear and they hope there's an opportunity. But you like clear and you see the opportunities as you're clearing. That's the difference. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that it's easier to work from the foundation of farming first and then looking to expand that.
Yep, I
It's also-
agree. Yep.
It's very easy to also just fall into the trap of just perma full clearing. But one thing I've noticed, jungle clearing is really easy these days. It's really, really easy.
Riot's
to
made
clear
the
camp.
game pretty easily. Yeah, as you said,
It's
everyone's full HP basically.
Yeah, it's really, really easy to clear camp, so you don't have to look at their character very much. Especially champions like Jarvan, champions like Lee Sin, like a lot of the time you have downtime where you're just hitting something, like on Zed as well, you have like 4 or 5 seconds between your ability cooldowns. You have so much time to look at the map, so I think that it's like there's like no excuses. I'm like at this point in the season, I'm like a bit rusty, so some of my VODs are a bit monk-ass in terms of how much I was looking at the map is a little bit
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
But like when you get into the habit of it and you have all the time to like really have a lot of downtime when you're clearing, especially because you used to have to micro your camps like a lot to not take too much damage, and it was an important skill. But these days, after first clear, you're just full HP.
So while you're doing
So
the camps, you're just like getting hit by the camp, not kiting, just spamming your abilities, and then just looking at the map.
yeah, you like use your ability, you do one back step, and then you click a lane, and then you come back, you use your next ability, and you look at the next lane. Like it's very easy to have the time to absorb all the info you need, especially if you play simpler junglers. Like there's a lot of like jungle champions right now that really take minimal effort to clear. For example, Talon. Talon is like W auto, Q auto, and then you're doing nothing for 7 seconds. Like you maybe have 1 or 2 like little back steps to do, and then for the rest of the time you can be checking all of your lanes. You have so much time to be aware at this point in the meta for sure that you can definitely. It's not that punishing to not have insane micro in your camps.
All right, well, I think we end the review here. I think I mean, he just died with all his camps up and his Gromp spawning. So this is you'd never see this in a Pabu VOD ever.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely not.
This is Professor Pabu's lecture, and he's not happy. This is a fail for the student.
Put your camps on cooldown, my brother. You will find success. With your 10 CS per minute.
Pabu, that's quote Pabu 2021.
Absolutely.
All right, Pabu. Well, this is obviously a very in-depth, long lecture. We went over lots of VODs, your VODs, some pro VODs. Super interesting to see some trends in your gameplay. I mean, I guess you probably didn't record these VODs thinking, this is a trend. This has just happened. This is just the way you play Zed, and it works.
Yeah, I've never really thought about it too in depth. It's just kind of what's occurred.
You just know that's like the best thing to do. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. I soak experience to get level 6 and do 2 full clears. That's interesting. All right, any parting words? So obviously, Pabu, you're streaming on Twitch. You're making YouTube content now. Because you're in the off season. Unfortunately, you came second, so you're not at Worlds right now. This is time to plug yourself, Pabu. Any last final words?
I mean, the important ones are Twitch TV Pabu22 and Twitter.com/Pabu22. You can find the rest of my socials on my Twitter as well if you're interested in TikTok, YouTube, whatever you fancy. There's not too much too interesting, but I don't know, if you want to support some Australian gamers, I'll always be hosting other content creators from here. So if you want to get behind the oceanic scene, I would appreciate you hanging around, and we'll see some people after my streams.
Yeah, I'll have all your links in the description below as well. So if you want to DM Twitter, your Twitter DMs open if they have questions about Zed?
They are not, or they are open, but I have to accept the message request. So if there's anything super interesting, I usually read all of them. So I might not get back to everything, but I will definitely, if it's something I can help you with, I will for sure respond.
Great. Right. Well, Professor Pabu, thanks for all your Zed knowledge. It was a pleasure. I learnt a lot. I've actually not really played much Zed at all. I did like some practice clears for this and did some study on Zed, but this is very enlightening. Might be maybe picking it up maybe a little bit. We'll see you in solo queue, I guess, Pabu, with my Zed protege to you. But
it's good fun.
Yeah. I hope you enjoy yourself, Pabu. And
thank you.
We will see you guys in our next lecture.